Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. My name is L. Lauren, and I am the author of the story you're about to listen to. Just so you guys know, I'm recording this one with the air conditioning on, so if you hear it in the background, I'm really sorry, but it's really hot today. I have two surprises for you guys. One isn't quite ready yet, it's still in the oven. The other one is that I have a second channel for my paranormal romance and urban fantasy. I write those under the name Jules Monroe. So if you like werewolves, vampires, and more, you can check out that channel. I will leave a link in the description box. Okay, so for this week's novel, the original title was Repaired, but the new title is The Millionaire and the Mechanic. I kind of like obvious titles, if I'm being honest. I wrote this one probably in late 2018 or 2019. I remember I wrote it because my father was in the hospital. He's fine now, but the experience influenced some of the scenes in this book. This one's also really intimate to me because it deals with things people don't like talking about. That is, they don't like talking about what it's like having a relationship and also being chronically ill. You know, it's one thing if you are already with someone when you're diagnosed, but it's definitely different when you are diagnosed single and then you're trying to meet somebody. Your friends are getting paired up and getting married, and you're not really sure if someone wants to deal with that or commit to all the extra things that come with being chronically ill. So, to cope with that, I wrote about it. That's what I do, I guess. This story contains my favorite tropes: opposites attract, class warfare, secrets, blue collar, white collar, and probably some more I'm not listing. If you think of them or see them, let me know. Anyway, I'm done rambling for now. I'll let you guys get into the story, and I hope you guys enjoy it.
Repaired. A gay romance written by L. Lauren. Prologue. Adrian Davis fit everything he owned in the trunk of his old red hatchback. One suitcase stuffed full of tightly folded clothes and toiletries, one box of books he'd purchased but hadn't read yet, a smaller box of trinkets and small gifts given to him over the years, and one fat file folder. His back seat was spacious and empty. His front seat had a collection of prepackaged snacks. He'd driven 9 hours away from a life he wanted to forget after corresponding with a woman named Bertha about her basement apartment. The amenities included washer and dryer hookups, appliances, a microwave, and leftover furniture from the last tenant who left in a rush. According to Bertha, the little basement apartment was haunted. Every tenant for the past 10 years had stayed for less than 10 months, but there was nothing wrong with the place. She asked for $750 a month for the one-bedroom, one-bathroom living space and continuously talked up the superb location, the access to a backyard, and the size of the apartment. For a one-bedroom, it was huge, she said over and over again, even after Adrien had filled out the application and she had approved him. He promised her the first month's rent, last month's rent, and security deposit by money order when he arrived, declining her offer to divide the deposits into more manageable sums. The house was blue and located on a nice street, and when he turned the corner, he saw a stylish elderly woman in white cigarette pants holding a tiny black dog to her chest. He parked the hatchback in front of the house, and the woman approached his vehicle. He pressed the button for the window, ducking his head and flicking hazel eyes up at her. "Hey there. You must be Adrien." Her voice rattled in her throat, and her slender claws hooked around the passenger door. The little dog wiggled in her arm, paws dangling as he swam through the air. "Yes. Hi." Adrien forced his lips into a weak smile. "Well, it's good to see you. I'm Bertha, and this is Peppy." After her greeting, reservations trickled into her watery blue eyes. "Nice to meet you. Hold on, let me get out." Adrien rolled the window back up and climbed out of his vehicle. His lanky limbs matched Bertha's, and save for mismatched hair color and eye color, she could have been his mother. "You want to see the place before you officially sign the lease?" She returned to her post on the sidewalk, fumbling in her pockets and producing a single key on a single ring. "I'm sure." Adrien's shoulders shrugged up to his ears, long hair bunching between his slender neck and his equally slender shoulders. So where'd you say you moved from again? I'm moving from Louisiana. Huh. You don't sound Southern. She unlocked the door, and a blast of cold air greeted them. Adrian's arms sprouted with goosebumps, a chill shook his body. Thanks, I think, he exhaled on a nervous laugh, raking his fingers through his hair. He combed it back from his face, pulling the lazy waves all to one side. It's a compliment, though I love a good Southern accent on a man. The boy before you was from Georgia. He came here for school, and he had a wonderful accent. Bertha led him into the building. The front door opened to the living room, equipped with an indoor air conditioning unit, a leather couch, and a television stand. He left his furniture. John was his name. Now if you don't want the furniture, I can get it out of here. You didn't specify how much you were bringing. It's a nice couch, Adrien murmured, stroking the leather with nimble fingers. He went to the law school. His parents were paying his rent and his utility bills, but he told me school was too stressful and up and left everything. She waved a wrinkled hand at the couch and the television stand. Ah. He followed her through the small kitchen into the dining room, to the left of the front door. A dark wood table and chair occupied the space. This is the dining room. Again, if you don't want this stuff, I can get rid of it for you, but it's real nice stuff. She opened another door. This one led to the unrefined portion of the basement. And this leads out. You can put a washing machine and dryer in here, we've got hookups. Or you could ask the people in the first floor apartment if you can borrow theirs. She patted a fire engine red front-loading washing machine. I'll see. The people upstairs are really nice. A man and a woman, young couple. They have a black lab dog named Coda. Oh, okay. Adrien nodded as Bertha brought him from the concrete basement back to the laminate flooring of his apartment. What did I miss? Oh. The bedroom and bathroom. This way. Still holding her little dog, Bertha skipped through the apartment, opening the door off the living room. Here we are. A full-size bed with blue sheets occupied half the room. The bathroom door was ajar along with the closet doors. The third door was closed. Very nice, Adrien replied, the pre-programmed response flowing from his lips. Bertha was exhausting. Her energy was boundless to the exact dichotomy of her snoozing dog. Bathroom. She pushed the door open, showing Adrien a crisp white room with clean tiles on the floor. This is the closet, and this is a little extra room. Some people have used it for storage. I remember one person even used it as a bedroom. I couldn't do it, too small. She shivered for dramatic effect. Storage could be nice. Adrien continued his pleasant but non-committal responses. He looked along the edges of the walls, hazel eyes traveling over the fine details of the building before he exited the place, Bertha leading the way. So what did you think? It's fine. I have a money order for $2,250 ready for you. Adrien pulled out his wallet. Oh, perfect. I've got your application upstairs. Let me go grab it. Bertha left Adrien alone in front of the basement apartment, on the skinny sidewalk leading up to the front door. Besides a few passing walkers, the neighborhood was quiet. The sounds of the city were distant hums around the sleepy little street. In front of Adrien's old hatchback sat Bertha's sleek black sports car. On the side of the house, directly in front of his door, sat an unremarkable mass-produced compact car. The first-floor residents owned it. Further down the street were more vehicles parked half on the curb in front of their respective houses. The houses had character of their own. Bertha's home was painted a bright blue, had 2 levels, a balcony, and a basement. The house next to hers was bright yellow, wider than it was tall, and featured a stretched covered porch. The house across from Bertha's was pink, and the next house down was a light shade of purple. The multicolored houses continued down the street, like a mixed bag of springtime jelly beans. Bertha returned with papers in her hands. Sorry I took so long. Did you get a chance to call your folks? Yes. Absolutely. I told them all about the place. Adrien's perpetually frowning features worked into a smile. His creased forehead smoothed and dented eyebrows curved, framing soft eyes. Great. Are they going to help you move furniture, or do you want to keep the stuff already here? I had them coming with furniture, but this stuff is so nice I can't throw it out. Exactly how I felt. Anyway, so here's the lease. We already talked about it through email, but I wanted to go over a few things with you again. If you're 5 days late on the rent, it'll be a $25 fine on day 6, and $5 every day afterwards until you catch up. I will maintain the yard, both spraying for pests and keeping it mowed. I will also pay for the water. The electricity and gas you have to pay for. What did you say your job was again? Me. I'm a repairman. Really? You're so tiny. Wait, what does a repairman do? Like a handyman. I have no formal training on anything, but I'm really good at fixing things around the house. Oh, nice. So it's okay if I call you if the house has an issue? Sure. I'm building up my client base here, so I'd love the extra work. Adrien forced another smile and plucked the lease from Bertha's hands. They moved back inside the chilled apartment, and the older woman searched for a pen in the kitchen, opening and closing all the drawers. Adrien scribbled his name and the date. Bertha scribbled her signature under his. Now if you'll hold on one more minute, I've got a copier upstairs. I can make you a copy of this right now. The worry lines disappeared from her face once she had his signature. You can start moving in if you want. Sure, but here. Do you want my money order? Adrien opened his wallet and pulled it from his wallet. He thumbed the pale blue paper in his fingers. It curled at the corners and curved in the center from being folded. Oh, right. Bertha took the money order from Adrien, awkwardly juggling the paperwork and the dog. Welcome home, she smiled. Her smile dazzled, and Adrien's heart ached. It turned over in his chest, revived by the mothering tone in her voice and her comforting words. Thanks. When Bertha and Peppy jogged back upstairs, Adrien wandered to his car, lifting the trunk. He shouldered his suitcase and stacked the box of trinkets on the box of books before picking them up, muscles bulging on his lean arms. He set the boxes on the counter inside, leaning his suitcase against the bottom cabinets. On the second trip, he grabbed the file folder and his bag of snacks. After a short break, Adrien began unpacking. By the time the gray-haired woman returned, Adrien had unpacked his travel bag with the contents spread across the cheap counter surface. His snack bars occupied a corner of the counter, while a collection of different pill bottles occupied another corner. He pushed the sagging travel bag in front of the bottles. Bertha knocked despite Adrien leaving the door ajar, and she poked her head inside. Can I come in? Sure. I left Peppy upstairs. So, did you make a decision on the furniture? She placed a stapled copy of the lease on the clear kitchen counter beside the stove. I'll keep it. No sense in tossing it, after all. And I'll tell my family to keep mine for now. Sounds like a plan. Bertha handed him the single key. I have a copy upstairs somewhere, if you ever need another copy. There's a coffee shop about 2 blocks away on Fair Street. She motioned to the left. The closest grocery is the natural food store about a 5-minute drive from here. If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to call me. You stay upstairs, right? It's my place, but honestly Peppy stays there by himself most of the time. The dog's blind as a bat and doesn't like new situations. He thumps around up there, mostly sleeps. I take care of my mother on the weekends, and on the weekdays, I work for an attorney. I'm less than 10 minutes away either direction though. Ah. He didn't have the energy for another smile. She didn't notice. Well? I'll leave you to move in. I'm sure it's been a long day for you. It has. Thanks for everything. He walked her to the door, hanging in the doorframe as she stepped over the threshold and followed the sidewalk to her black sports car. She waved back at him before walking around her vehicle and sinking into the driver's side. Part 1. Chapter 1. Welcome home. Scott Robinson's twin brother Sean grabbed him in a hug as soon as he stepped out of his vehicle. His charcoal-haired mother and bald father looked on, arms roped around each other. They stood in front of his house, the one he closed on before his mandatory bi-yearly vacation. This year he kept it modest, traveling to Hawaii and spending the month becoming several shades darker while reading money-managing ebooks and catching up on corporate finance weekly. It's good to be home. Better if you didn't ship me off for a month vacation twice a year, Scott chuckled, slapping his brother on the back before letting him go. I was hoping you'd get laid. Whatever happened to college when you were the cool brother and I was getting your runoffs? Sean's laugh matched Scott's. So did his eyes. Dark, almost black irises cradled by a bright white sclera. And his nose, lips, chin. Identical. Their parents differentiated between them by personality. Sean had been a shy child, charming only when one got to know him. Scott had always been outgoing. Captain of the soccer team, basketball team, football team, and president of the debate club. He was the founder of the first ever personal finance club in high school, and dedicated member of the Harley Foundation for young black investors in college. Their friends differentiated between them by hair. Sean had grown long dreadlocks that framed his square face and strong jaw. Scott's hair was stylishly short. Occasionally, Scott let the top grow, but he always had the bottom and sides clean and edged proper. Life happened. Me preferring men also happened. Unless you're still interested in my runoffs? Scott grinned. Ah. Well, I mean, I'm down for it, but I do prefer tits a little bit more than dicks. Anyway, it's good to have you back in town, but work still doesn't start up again until tomorrow. Sure. The brothers approached their parents. Hey, Mrs. Cheryl, Mr. Nathan Robinson. Scott hugged his mother, kissing her cheek, and bumped his shoulder to his father's chest. How was your trip, sweetie? Cheryl returned the kiss. It was fine. What did you do? Nothing really. Read on the beach, had a few spa days. Played sports. Scott shrugged, good to be home though. I missed your good southern cookin'. His voice twanged as they moved inside. Good thing you stayed out of trouble. I heard gay men have the highest chance of getting AIDS because of unnatural sex practices, Nathan grunted. I usually wear condoms, Dad, but thanks for thinking about my personal health. So, I was hoping we could grill tonight. Scott squeezed his father's shoulder as he glanced between the other two family members. Yeah. We were going to, Sean confirmed. Sean and their father moved into the kitchen, digging in the stainless steel refrigerator for already marinated meat. Mom promised us a pie for dessert tonight, so stay out of the kitchen. Don't hover and ruin it for everyone. Yeah, whatever. I don't ruin it. Scott's heart softened as he joked with his brother and looked upon everyone's smiling faces. He was full, satiated by the love radiating from all of them. You did when we were 4. And 7. And 9, because you didn't like to be alone. I'm grown now. Plus you're the mama's boy. You're the one who wanted to marry the woman. Sure, because my mother is the perfect woman. Sean kissed her cheek, strolling past her into the backyard. What are y'all fussing about now? She tipped her head for the kiss, rubbing Sean's shoulder before looking at Scott. My sweet potato pie you promised us all. Did everything else get delivered? Oh yes. Bubba had them put everything in the living room for you to sort through. The couch set was delivered right after you left. The rugs took a while to get in along with the new light fixtures. It's all there though. She waved a weathered hand towards the living room. Cool. Then, I'm going to go check everything out. Aha. I'll send Bubba in to help you move furniture in a few minutes. Thanks, Mom. Scott kissed his mother's forehead, hugging her around the shoulders before jogging into the living room, eyes sparkling as he surveyed his presents. He started by uncovering his leather furniture, peeling the plastic off the rich dark hide and smoothing his fingers over the tight stitching. His long L-shaped couch came with a complimenting loveseat and 2 classic wingback chairs. He purchased 2 side tables and a long coffee table at the suggestion of the young furniture store employee. Also at her suggestion, he purchased 3 coaster sets, a corner bookshelf, a full-wall entertainment stand, and an over-the-armrest drink holder. From the hardware store, he purchased a new center light fixture for the living room, 5 new inset lights for the vaulted ceiling, and 2 lamps. He also purchased a rug to cover the original, faded hardwood floor. Everything he purchased so far had been for the living room, except a rustic chic ceiling fan he bought on a whim many years earlier. The fan was for the large master bedroom to the back left of the house. His bachelor pad futon mattress and a plastic dresser currently occupied the room. He tucked the rustic ceiling fan in the empty closet and returned to the living room after changing from a casual button-down shirt and jeans to a t-shirt and a pair of joggers. When he returned, Sean had begun rolling his new rug across the floor. "You know, man, I don't know where you're going with all this. Next thing I know, you'll be painting one of these walls purple." "I thought about it," Scott smirked. "Maybe this one, here." He leaned against a lone center column, breaking up the large living room. "Why the hell is it even there?" "Support. If this wasn't here, then the ceiling could fall in or something." "Ha!" Sean squinted at his brother. "I'm sticking to insurance." "You probably should." Laughing, Scott adjusted the placement of the rug and stepped back, resting his hands on his tight hips as he surveyed the placement. "What? You don't like it here? This is the center of the room." "I know, but the furniture girl suggested I have it off-center to make the room more dynamic." Sean scratched his head, putting one hand on his slender hips. He wore joggers too, cuffed at the ankle, and casual loafers. "Whatever, man." "Hey, I was thinking we could invite cousin Jared. You know Jared's family lives out of town and all." "Yeah, sure. Is he still dating Serena? The one with the weave?" "No, I think they broke up." "Hang on." Sean fished his phone from his pocket, sending text messages to the other 2 men. Scott fussed with the rug, shifting it to the left and to the right. He lifted one side of the couch, squatting and lifting with his legs, and placed the first leg on the rug and the second off. He did the same to the other side. "How about you? Still shopping around? Trying before I buy. Tell me you scored on vacation at least once." "Okay. I scored a few times." Scott moved a wingback chair to the edge of the rug. "You answered too quickly. I think you're lying." "I found a few guys on a hookup website. Obviously nothing lasting, but they were good company. Kind of vapid but cute and horny, I guess. The whole hookup thing is old now." "Old? Hooking up is old?" Sean shook his head, a hollow laugh slipping past his lips. They moved the other wingback chair, and Scott placed a side table between them. The other side table went between the couch and love seat. "Yeah, I mean, I'd rather wait for someone to settle down with, someone not particularly interested in the zeros of my bank account. If their eyes get wide when I say I'm a CFO, then I'm not interested. Make sense?" "It does, but can't you wait until next year to settle down? If Mom finds out you're looking to settle down, she's going to expect the same from me. And then kids. I don't think you get to schedule it. Shit, with my luck you'll find someone first anyway." Scott placed the coffee table in the center of the rug. "What are you going to do with your ridiculous light fixtures?" "I'm going to call someone to put them in." "You know anyone? Like an electrician?" "No, it shouldn't be anything major. I just don't have time to get it done. Man, it goes against everything in me to pay for a handyman. Look at it this way. It'll take you all day and still be wrong. It'll take them less than an hour to do it." "Yeah, pretty much." Scott rubbed his head. With the furniture in the living room finished, the boys moved back into the kitchen. Scott hovered around his mother, taking in the spiced scent of baking sweet potatoes and resting his chin on his mother's shoulder. His back hunched. "Smells good," he complimented. Sean went straight outside, joining their beer-bellied father at the grill. "Thank you." A pleasant smile touched her lips. "You still thinking about going back to the university?" "Yeah. No reason not to take some classes, add another bachelor's degree, or even go for a master's in business." "You already have a master's in finance, you need one in business too. Well, no, I don't need one in business, but it would be nice to have, wouldn't it? Plus, it absolutely doesn't hurt. Though, I was also considering teaching finance at the local community college. If I teach, I can also take classes. Do they have a spot for you? Scott's mother retrieved the sweet potatoes from the oven. She peeled them, mashed them, and seasoned them. She added a dollop of butter and several rapid shakes of cinnamon, nutmeg, and ginger. They have an adjunct professor spot for the semester. Nothing monetarily impressive, but I don't need the money. True, but it doesn't mean you should accept a low wage because you don't need it. Someone else might, and you might make it hard for them to get it later. True. I'll think about it. I also considered doing community finance classes to bring awareness to our life insurance policies as viable options for a retirement plan. Also a good idea. His mother spooned out some pie filling and presented the spoon to her son. He swallowed the orange goo, groaning, "Ah? So good. You should do whatever feeds your soul." She scooped the filling into a graham cracker pie crust. His mother was stable, unswaying in her advice. After smoothing the filling, she tucked the pie into the oven and wiped her hands on a clean white dish rag as the doorbell rang. It's probably Dennis and Jared. Sean invited them. I'll get it. Scott moved to the door while his mother joined her husband and other son outside. Hey man. Welcome back. Jared, a brawny man a few inches taller than Scott, lifted a case of beer. Scottie. The shorter, heavy-set man grabbed Scott in a hug. Nice place you got here. Bubba had me come over and help him unload some of your weird light fixtures and tables. You're weird, you know. Thanks for your help, I know. Come on in. After the hug, Scott stepped aside, taking the beer from Jared. Anything interesting happen while I was gone? Not with us. I'm dating the same girl. Jared shrugged his meaty shoulders. Nerd here is still single. Gets more action from his computer games than he gets in real life. Your brother's been on a few dates with this chick though. He didn't tell you. Hey. Shit, he didn't tell me either. Dennis blinked. He told me he was playing the field still this morning. Scott placed the case of beer on the counter, tearing into it and transferring the individual cans to the refrigerator. Fuck. Jared snagged a beer. Maybe he wanted me to keep it a secret. Probably. How'd you find out? Caught him setting up a date. Man, he looked so gay, no offense, on the phone with her, grinning and shit. Right. Maybe he doesn't want to mention it until it's serious. Already seems serious to me. How serious is serious exactly? Scott tucked his hands in his front pockets, shoulders brushing his ears. Serious is when you have the relationship talk and make the whole thing official. After he pushed his glasses up on his nose, Dennis grabbed a warm beer too, nails tapping the aluminum top. Yeah, no one has the talk anymore, kid. It's organic. At first you're talking, and when it feels right, you're exclusive. Right, well. If he didn't mention it directly, we shouldn't make a big deal out of it. How are your classes going? Scott tipped his head to Jared. All right. Got some terrible professors this semester. My behavioral neuroscience professor is a bitch. She assigned homework before the first day of school. Exactly how is she allowed to control my time before the semester even starts? No idea. How close are you to finishing? I'm excited about having you available to our customers more. It's easier to talk about death when there's a psychologist right there. Yeah. You just don't want me to quit, Jared scoffed. Scott grinned. Oh hey. Either of you know a handyman or repairman or something? I have to put all these light fixtures up, but I don't have time to mess with it all day. It's cheaper for me to pay a guy to come out and do it. Oh, I know one. Dennis dug for his phone in his pants pocket. Both men paused to look at him. Jared knit his dark eyebrows as his mouth dropped open. Scott hid his surprise much better, lips quirking at the corners. What? I know a repairman. He lives in my neighborhood. Cool guy, real easygoing. Aha, Jared rumbled, is he a nerd too? Don't think so. Actually, he might be. I don't really know. His name's Adrian Davis. Dennis rattled off his phone number. Hang on, I'll send you the contact. What did you need a handyman for then? My landlady called him to fix some tiles in the bathroom. She heard of him from her friend. He came and got the job done in a couple hours. He could probably pop over today and work on the ceiling fixtures if you wanted. Huh. Pacified, Jared drank his beer as Scott saved Adrian's number in his phone. Everyone's outside grilling if you want to join them. I'm going to give this guy a call and see what I can get scheduled. Scott moved past the men into the quiet living room and called Adrien. He put the phone to his ear when he heard it ring. Adrian Davis. A tired voice exhaled into the phone. Tenor. Or deep alto. Hello, Scott's baritone voice rumbled back. You're a handyman? I am, yes. How can I help you? I've got some light fixtures I bought for my new house. I could put them in myself, but I'd probably do it wrong and it would take all day. So, I was wondering what kind of availability you had. I can come look at the project in about an hour, if you'll be home. Yeah, I'll be home. I'll give you a price when I can see how much work we're looking at. Adrian's tired voice seemed a little less tired. All right. Well, I'll see you in a little bit. Yes. Oh, what's your name and address? Scott Robinson. I'll text you my address. Perfect. Adrien ended the call. Scott sent Adrien his address before he put his phone back in his pocket and joined his family in the backyard. He spied them out the window as he walked through the kitchen. Sean chatted with Jared, his father chatted with Dennis. His mother was looking over the meat while the men conversed around her, a pleasant smile on her face. He joined his mother beside the covered grill. I'll take over the meat, Mom. Scott recovered the utensils from her hands, brushing the marinated meat with more barbecue sauce. I called a handyman. He'll be here in about an hour. Today? Yeah. It's fine. Today isn't special or anything. He touched his mother's back. Yes, but you got back a few hours ago. Can't it wait until tomorrow? I mean, yeah, I guess, but he was available today. Scott chuckled, a lopsided grin touching his face. He prodded the meat before closing the grill and floating closer to his father and Dennis, listening in on their conversation. Dennis had recently upgraded his computer with customized specifications, something about an advanced processor, an exceptional memory card. His father, who had been considering a new laptop, paid rapt attention to Dennis, one knuckled hand on his hip, his belly hanging over the front of his belted slacks. Dennis' father had never been around, and Dennis had been casually adopted as the third brother. He was the favorite brother, the brother who didn't play sports or bring home women and men. Jared, the twins' oldest friend, and Sean talked about women, cars, and growing their business. Jared was an integral part of the business, despite only working part-time. He was the philosopher, and he was skilled at speaking to people. He convinced others to invest in their future. Sean and Jared developed the original idea for their company when they went searching for a black-owned insurance company and couldn't find one. They pulled Scott in once they had a viable business plan and were ready to get started. Scott, having played college football for his full 4 years of college, had saved every stipend he'd ever received while working hours in the summer to pay for the few expenses he had. Sean and Jared pitched their small business idea to him 7 years ago over a shoddily rolled spliff and a case of watery beer, the only thing Sean and Jared could afford after purchasing rolling papers and cheap weed. Shake weed, the crumbled leftovers at the bottom of the bag once the full green buds were gone, was great for making cannabis-infused butters, decent for rolling alongside tobacco, but terrible for smoking in a bong. Still, it was also good for muscle aches, and Scott had a lot of them from playing 4 seasons of football. His shoulder still throbbed when it was too humid outside. They needed $100,000 for startup costs, and they had 20 pages of a 5-year plan aimed at doubling their investment. The business plan was painfully modest, but workable. They asked for $50,000 from Scott and offered him a position as the chief financial officer. They even had his pay planned, and it wasn't competitive. They asked for the rest from their parents, getting $25,000 from Scott and Sean's parents and $25,000 from Jared's parents. Jared started as the second chief executive officer, alongside Sean as the first. After 4 years of working, he returned to school for psychology. Nathan, Sean and Scott's father, took his position. As the business grew, they added Dennis as the chief operations officer because he was good at organization, and because Scott was happy dealing with the finances. Scott flipped the hamburger patties on the grill, painting them with thick sauce as the doorbell rang. The melody played through the backyard speakers. "I'll get it," Sean offered, patting Scott's shoulder. "You keep an eye on the meat." "Aha." Scott waved his brother on, and Jared approached the grill. "How's it coming?" "All right." "Hey, I'm between teaching at the community college or doing some free finance community classes at the office. What do you think?" "Teaching at the community college would give you a second paycheck, but having free classes can get people buying more of our annuities and life insurance policies. It'll drum up more business in the long run, and we're giving back to our community." "Not much of an answer, you know." Scott smirked. "All right. I do the free classes. People like free, and since the information is good, they'll put a higher value on us." "Cool. I'm kind of excited about it. At least if we do a free community class, I know everyone there wants to be there. If I teach at the college, I get paid, but the class is required." "Exactly." Jared pinched off a corner of one hamburger, revealing a rich pink interior. "Not done yet." He ate the corner anyway. "Hey Scottie," Sean yelled from the kitchen, standing beside a man in gray overalls and a long-sleeved shirt. "You know a guy named Adrien?" "Yeah." Scott yelled back before pausing and shaking his head. "Can you watch this?" He handed the utensils to Jared and jogged into the house. Adrien stood beside Sean, weight resting on one leg and thumbs hooked in the pockets of his overalls. Steel-toed work boots rooted him to the floor, and wavy brown hair framed a diamond-shaped face. He had sharp cheekbones and an intense jawline marked with stubble. Scott smoothed his short hair, taking a break from Adrien's features before looking back at him and wetting his lips. "You know him?" Sean jerked his head to Adrien, dark eyes focused on his twin. "Yeah, he's the repairman. Dennis gave me his information." Scott shrugged and looked at Adrien again. They were the same height, but a strong wind could knock Adrien over. "Yep." Sean nodded, patted his brother's shoulder and went back outside. "Sorry." Thanks for stopping by. I'm Scott Robinson." Scott extended his hand. Adrien had a strong handshake, stronger than expected, and his hazel eyes bored directly into Scott's. He lingered in the handshake, squeezing Scott's rough palm after their hands stopped moving. "It's no problem. Nice to meet you, Scott." Adrien's voice was softer in person. A shadowy smile touched Adrien's lips, and his sharp cheekbones colored red against his creamy skin. "Cool. Let me show you the stuff I want put up." Scott shuffled past the man into the living room, broad shoulders bumping the door frame as he avoided touching Adrien. "Of course. So I want this light fixture here." Scott uncovered the modern circular piece. "Along with these new inset lights for the part over there." "Okay, I can put those up for you. Anything else?" "Yeah." Scott led him to each room, mentioning lighting changes along with little quirks. The light switch was cracked in the bathroom, and there were a few tiles missing. The water pressure wasn't hot enough all through the house. Adrien's neutral expression lifted by percentages into a smile. The repairman giggled when Scott strolled around to the kitchen and discussed a backsplash. "What's funny?" "I'm sorry. I believe subway tiles for the kitchen would be fine." Adrien's hazel eyes sparkled. "But what's funny?" "I want to laugh too." Scott scrunched his eyebrows. "Nothing. It's just, Adrien licked his lips, redness bloomed on his cheeks again. He glanced away from Scott. You're clearly a sports guy. I was expecting you to brag on how you could do this all yourself. Instead, you're discussing tiles for the kitchen wall. Well, I can do it myself, but probably not as good as you. Likely not. It is my profession, after all. The amusement hadn't faded from Adrian's eyes, though his lips returned to a neutral frown. Got a question? Scott snapped his fingers. Why be a handyman over, say, an electrician? Usually money. I'd say most handymen are handy because they had to be as children, or they enjoy home improvement. His explanation was routine. Which one are you? Adrien smiled, light and airy, and returned Scott's question with one of his own. How soon do you want everything completed? No rush. Maybe a week. You should purchase the tiles you want for the backsplash. Adrien chuckled again, moving into the living room. He crouched down in front of Scott's light fixtures and observed them with furrowed eyebrows. Scott hung in the doorway, arms folded as he watched the other man slice open the box and dig through the packing materials. Adrien leaned over the boxes, feet planted on the ground and bending forward onto his knees. I will. Say you like barbecue. We have extra if you're hungry, I guess. I have some tools in my car. I can put these up now, and the one for the bedroom. Adrien glanced up, startled at Scott's offer. Yes. Yes, sure. I do. I'll do this first and then eat. All right. What do you want? I'll save a plate for you. Whatever you have. I'm not picky. Adrien squeezed one of the boxes as Scott nodded. I'm going to get my indoor ladder and tools. Not sure whether to linger or to leave Adrien to his work, Scott stayed in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room. Adrien shuffled back inside with a ladder over one shoulder and tools on his belt. Not many, but enough to say he knew what he was doing. The slender man worked methodically, unboxing the items and placing them within reach before flicking the lights off and ascending the stairs. Can you flip the breaker switch for the fan, please? Cool. Yeah, sure. Scott strolled down the hall, opening the aluminum breaker box and flipping the switch marked living room. The house sighed, and Scott returned to the main room. The sun spilled into the room, illuminating it for the repairman who waited as the inset lights cooled. He picked at his nails with his multi-tool, avoiding Scott's eyes. When the lights were cool to the touch, he removed them using both hands, one bracing the light and the other disconnecting the wires. He surveyed the replacements after descending the ladder, working fast but thorough. Scott enjoyed watching him work, enjoyed watching him move around the room with a certain light grace. Adrien finished with the lights, securing the last one in the ceiling and catching Scott's eyes. You didn't have to watch. Adrien folded his ladder. Does it make you uncomfortable? No. It's only uncomfortable when you comment on my technique as I'm working. What do you do? Adrien cleaned up his mess around the inset lights, putting the old lights in the empty boxes. I can throw those away. I'm a financial officer. Scott unfolded his meaty arms, approaching Adrien. He took the collection of boxes from Adrien's skinny arms, fingers brushing his creamy skin. Ah. Adrien turned his head, eyes closing and cheeks warming again. Thank you. A financial officer? Yeah. In a family business. Scott lingered in front of Adrien, breathing in the heady scent of sweat and light cologne. The smell of pine wafted from his wavy hair. So you're built with muscles and a brain? Pretty much. Played football in college. Obviously. Adrien smirked, his lush lips spreading across his slender face. And basketball and soccer. Scott's lips twitched, his tongue pressed against the front of his teeth. Of course. Impressive. And you managed to procure a degree in finance at the same time? Indeed. A Christmas miracle. Are you going to dispose of those, or shall I? Adrien's hazel eyes glanced down at the containers before flicking back up to Scott's face. I got it. All right. I have time to do the main light in here, too. How long does it take? About an hour. All right. Scott nodded, moving into the kitchen. He disassembled the boxes, flattening and folding them for recycling. When he returned to the living room, Adrien had moved and climbed the ladder again. He balanced himself a few rungs from the top, his thin hips pressing into the front of the ladder kept him steady. His tools spread across the top of the ladder, a screwdriver, pliers, and other tools Scott didn't recognize. The curve of his back and his sagging overalls left a hollow space between the denim fabric and his loose shirt. The light from the window seeped through, cutting a clear line where his body ended and his overalls began. He picked up a tool unfamiliar to Scott while unscrewing a light bulb. He poked the tool in the light socket for mere seconds. It was some sort of routine procedure, like lacing shoes or tucking in a mouthguard. His tawny brown eyebrows knit together in concentration as he stepped higher on the ladder and picked up the screwdriver. "Can I talk while you work?" "Sure." "Yes." "How long have you been doing repair work?" 8 years now." Adrien pocketed tiny screws. He didn't look a day over 25 years old physically, but his eyes brimmed with experience beyond his years. A concoction of pain and hard times brewed in his hazel eyes. "And your rate was how much again?" "I feel like you told me, but I can't remember anymore," Scott admitted, mahogany cheeks deepening in color. 70 an hour. Adrien balanced the dusty fan on his frail shoulder as he clipped the wires attaching it to the ceiling. He carefully walked down the ladder, tools in one hand and the fan in the other. Setting the old fan aside, Adrien opened the box containing the new living room ceiling fixture. His hair spilled over his shoulders, and he tucked it behind his ear. He checked the fixture for damages, observed the cords. "And how long has it been?" "About an hour and a half." "You know you're supposed to dust these things, right?" Adrien tipped his head to the old fan, brown under a layer of gray particles. Amused, he propped the new fixture on the top of the ladder and climbed it again. "Yeah. I know. Sorry, I've been on vacation the past month. I closed on the house right before I left, and this is unnecessary information." "It's fine. Where did you go on vacation?" "Hawaii." "Oahu." Scott jammed his hands in his pockets, pacing the length of the rug, before he squinted up at Adrien. "I've heard it's gorgeous there." Adrien's reply was mechanical, the generic reply given when the other person hadn't been traveling and, likely, had no money to travel. "It's okay. Nothing real special." "What did you do on your vacation, if I may ask?" "Not much. I caught up on a lot of reading and relaxed. My brother calls me a workaholic." "Your brother?" "The cute one who answered the door." Adrien scraped the color-coded cords with the pliers, exposing the copper wires inside. "Hey now. We're twins." Scott grinned. "But he's the cute one." You look older." "Maybe it's the muscles." A rare smile touched Adrien's features, giving him a boyish, youthful glow. "Is cute really important, though? I'm providing healthy conversation, after all." "I suppose you are. What sort of things does a financial officer read?" Adrien fussed with the fixture, clipping wires and peeking in the hole to the ceiling. He reached his hand inside the hole, a look of frustration painting his features. "Magazines about finance, books about business. I did read a novel, but I prefer more practical reading." "Is everything okay?" "Ah. Makes sense." Adrien glanced up the hole again and then at Scott. "Yes and no. I could install it like it is, but your electrical box is plastic and it's not secured to a joist either." "What?" "Your light fixture. It costed a lot of money, right?" Scott shrugged. "Yeah. Well, right now you have the bare minimum of proper hanging materials. It would be like practicing on a field without water and a place to sit. It'll do for now, but it will wear out very fast." "Ah. Yeah, okay. So how do you fix it?" "It's not a big deal. I may have a joist and box in my car. Otherwise, I'll run by the hardware store." "Should I come with you?" Scott frowned. Adrien chuckled, tugging his lips into a half-smile. It will be faster if I go alone. Be right back. Adrien slipped outside, and Scott stood there looking after him, heart demanding his return. The back door opened and closed, dishes clattered on the counter, and Sean joined Scott in the living room, bumping shoulders with his brother. How's the repairs going? Meat is almost done, but we thought you'd be back outside by now. What's the hold-up? Nothing. I was making sure he didn't need any help or anything. Oh, okay. Well, did he? No, he knows what he's doing. He's outside checking his car for a joist or something for the ceiling. Says it'll last longer if he changes it. They always want to replace everything. Is he charging you extra for it? I don't know, he hasn't said. Huh. Anyway, Jared and I were thinking about hitting the park and getting in on a pickup game after we eat. You in? Adrien returned with a square metal rod and metal circular thing in his arms, giving a purse-lipped nod to Sean. You find what you were looking for? Sean asked first. His voice was louder than Scott's and more playful. Yes? Adrien's cheeks didn't change colors when he looked at Sean, and the little bit of warmth in Adrien's voice evaporated. Excuse me, I'll get back to work. Scott's lips curved downward when Adrien's icy shell encased him again. Right on. Sean nodded a confirmation. You going to join us for the pickup game later? Why yeah. Yeah, I'll be there. Cool? Sean knocked his brother's shoulder again, a grin spreading on his face. Hey repairman. You play? I'm sorry, play what? Basketball? Oh. Adrien's eyes traveled to Scott. His high cheekbones colored. I don't. Sean looked at Scott as well. Too bad, I guess. Well, if you're ever interested in learning, this guy here is more than a dork with a big house. He could have gone pro. Professional. Yeah. Scott shook his head at Sean. Stop, he rumbled. Professional in basketball. He liked football better, but if he practiced more, absolutely. Yeah, I liked football better. Scott chuckled. You sucked at both. I remember tryouts. They asked if we were really brothers because you tripped over your feet so much. He don't gotta hear about me, Sean scoffed. He prefers to hear about you. I'm going to leave y'all to it. Thanks. I'll go to the game tonight. Sweet. Say, you want a plate of food? We made a lot extra. Sean snapped his fingers and pointed to Adrien. Mr. Robinson already offered me a plate. Adrien ducked back into his work. He affixed the metal circle to the square rod and tucked it into the hole left by the ceiling fan. A trip down the ladder, and then back up with the new fixture again. Well, good. Sean went back outside. Scott let the silence continue between them. The room was empty without Sean's booming personality taking up space. Sorry. Next, my mother will be in here asking if you want food, I promise. Or your wife. He attached a mounting bracket to the electrical box and connected light colored wires to finish the installation. No wife. Girlfriend? And no women. Scott cleared his throat. Adrien's fingers around the light fixture spasmed. The glass jingled. Oh. Redness washed down the back of Adrien's neck, over his hidden shoulders. It cleared as quickly as it started. I see. I'm going to fix you a plate. What do you want? We have hamburgers, ribs, greens, lima beans, sweet potato pie, coleslaw, potato salad. Adrien installed the light bulbs to the fixture. A hamburger is fine. With coleslaw and greens if you don't mind. Do you want to try the pie? No, thank you. I'm not big on sweets. Scott nodded, beckoning Adrien into the kitchen. When Scott headed for the back door, Adrien paused at the island. I will take measurements of the area you want the backsplash in. The repairman produced a soft tape measure from his pocket. Sure thing. Scott stepped back outside, joining his family again. His mother and father were sitting at the patio table, while Jared and Dennis stood around them. Sean manned the barbecue, though most things were resting on the side. Got everything squared away? Sean asked. Yeah, going to make him a plate of food. You could take him out to dinner instead, you know, if you're interested in him. I could, but if I do, I'd have to find a new repairman. So far he seems competent, so I don't want to blow it. Scott picked at the meat, eating some before grabbing a plate and placing a seasoned hamburger patty on it. He placed buns on the side of the patty and carefully added coleslaw and greens next to it. What's this about the repairman? Nathan grunted. Is he slacking off? No, Dad. Scott rolled his eyes. Nah, Scottie's got a little crush. On the repairman? Oh, come on, son, you can do much better than some jobless construction worker. You need a man with a name to himself and knows what he wants in life. Thanks, Dad. I'll take your suggestions under advisement. Someone clean, too. I don't want you to risk getting AIDS from some slut who's been up and down the block hot in the ass and finally wants to settle down with a good man. Right? I'm saying we raised you with a lot to offer, and I don't want you throwing it away. Sure, Dad. Scott shook his head, waving his father off. Smirking, he looked at his brother. So, you're going to go for it, right? I might. Either way, we can't discuss my dating life until you tell me about your secret girlfriend. Aw, damn. Who told you? Jared told me. He said he caught you on the phone with her setting up a second date. You know you have to bring her by the house. I'ma kill him. Sean snorted, squinting his eyes towards Jared. It isn't meet the parents serious yet. It's not? Well, at least let me meet her then. Sure. I'll let you when it's a double date with the guy in there. Until then, bro, not happening unless you're planning on stalking me. What is she, a tattooed stripper? No, we're just enjoying the relationship with no strings. As soon as you open it up for the world, there's pressure to stay together. We're not ready for it yet, Sean explained. Now take his plate in there. I guess. At least you found someone as weird as you, huh? Scott smirked. He hopped back into the kitchen from the backyard. Adrien had, true to his word, taken measurements of the wall behind the counters and notated the measurements on a small square of yellow paper. He paused when Scott approached with the plate of food, spinning on his heel. I wrote down your measurements. Adrien shifted his position in front of Scott, his weight transferring from one lean leg to the other, knee bending inside his worn overalls. I made your plate. See, can you cover it for me? I'm not hungry right now, but I will eat it later. He slipped the pencil in his overalls. Sure. Would you rather me give you cash or a check? Scott wrapped shining aluminum foil around the paper plate. He added plastic wrap on top of the foil, securing both in a bunch underneath the plate. Either one is fine. Yeah, but I asked you what's your preference. Adrien wet his lips, cash preferably. Perfect. Scott thumbed through his wallet after Adrien told him the total and handed him several crisp bills. Don't worry about change. Adrien's creamy cheeks colored again as he accepted the money and tucked it into the pockets of his overalls. Thank you. I should be going now. You have your game and your family. He handed Scott the piece of paper with the measurements and rushed from the kitchen. Scott studied the eerily accurate numbers, quirking a dark eyebrow, until he heard the front door open and close, and he noticed the plate of warm food still on the counter. Shit. Scott grabbed the plate, running from the door. He caught Adrien at his car, still packing away his things. Hey, Scott exhaled. Adrien jerked back, jumping when he heard Scott's voice. You forgot the food. Oh. Adrien glanced at the carefully wrapped plate before taking it, brushing his fingers against Scott's. His fingers were icy, but the contact burned. Adrien shivered, avoiding Scott's face. Scott sucked in his breath. His heart throbbed. Yeah, the brawny man rumbled, sighing. He swayed forward, heels leaving the ground. Then he rocked back on them as his weight distributed evenly again. Adrien didn't move right away, and Scott reveled in the lingering moments, the sweet silence. Thank you. Adrien's voice croaked. When he turned away, the wind caught his hair and his curls set sail. They tickled Scott's face, a tender touch over his rough skin. You're welcome. Adrien jumped in his hatchback, stored the plate on the passenger seat, and brought the vehicle to life. The backlights flashed as he shifted through gears, and Scott stepped back onto the sidewalk as he drove away. When his vehicle turned the corner, Scott went inside. His family had migrated in from outside. Their cheerful laughter greeted him, and they were all in the living room with plates of food in their hands. Their drinks rested on his designer coasters. I wasn't sure about this light thing, but it looks real good. Nathan shook his open beer towards the newly installed light fixture. Much better than I expected for a bachelor, but I guess homosexuals know fashion. Scott forced a smile. Thanks, Dad. How's the food? It's good, but you didn't make any of it. I saw Sean manning the grill while you hung around the air conditioning, bothering the repair guy while he was working. I don't think he minded. Scott prepared his own plate of food. He didn't. The guy couldn't wait for me to leave the room when I popped in. But he was working, though. He didn't stand around and then overcharge Scottie. Sean sank down into the leather couch. I told you he's a good guy. Scowling, Dennis sipped his glass of water. He's real quiet, but he knows his business and works pretty fast. Yeah. He's going to add a backsplash to the kitchen. I've been meaning to get to it, but hiring a repairman is way easier. He'll paint the walls next, interior and exterior, right? This should be a drinking game. How many things can Scott make up to get him to come over? Sean grinned. The house doesn't need painting, Scott grumbled. His ears warmed, and he picked at his food as he returned to the living room with his family. I think I'm missing something. Jared eyed Scott. Scottie's got a thing for the repairman, Sean replied. Now I'm sad I missed him. Scott's mother's face fell. You know, your father and I met in an unconventional way, too. He was a trash man, and I had recently finished college. She patted her husband's leg. The boys all glanced at the ground, knowing they couldn't avoid a mother's story. She didn't need coaxing, but their father smiled at her anyway. My friends told me he was no good. Why would someone want to date a man who picks up trash? Every Tuesday and Thursday, he'd get my trash and greet me on my way out. For a month, wasn't it? Damn near. Scott's father had a deep belly laugh. My mother finally sat me down and asked why I wasn't interested. I told her I didn't want to date a man who picked up trash. She said, well, honey, you know he has 3 things going for him. He's got a good job, he goes to it like he's supposed to, and he has the confidence to talk to you when he's handling trash. Scott's father laughed again, now roping his arm around his wife's shoulders. Tell it, baby, he encouraged. There's not much more to tell. You nearly fainted when I struck a conversation with you. It still took you another month before you outright asked me to dinner. 30 years and 2 children later, you're still my favorite person. She beamed at him, love filling her eyes. Fantastic, but what does it have to do with Scottie and the repairman? I think the moral of the story, Dennis paused, adjusting his wristwatch, is to go for it, even if the timing isn't perfect. Auntie Cheryl doesn't have the perfect meet-up story, and she turned Uncle Nathan down at least 4 times before giving him a shot, but he was persistent. You're saying Scottie should border on creepy to get the guy's attention? Sean lifted both eyebrows, wrinkling his smooth forehead. No. I am saying the timing may not ever be perfect, but if there's something there, he should put himself out there for it. The moral of the story is, take your mother's advice and don't snub someone because of their job. Cheryl smiled at her son. I wasn't, Mom. I figured it would be awkward since I'm paying him to do my repairs. If I drop him as my repairman so I can talk to him, it's uncomfortable. Or if we're talking and we end it, it's uncomfortable again. You're going to break your brain. Sean finished his beer and went into the kitchen for another. You're going to be heavy during this game later if you keep drinking. Y'all are going to park later? Dennis perked up. We are, but why do you want to go? Jared asked, his tone lifting at the tail end of his words. Well, I thought I could play a game or two. Can you even play basketball? This isn't a video game, you know. Jared's lips tugged into a smirk, his eyes glittered. I've played before. I want to get in better shape, but I hate going to the gym. So, I want to play with you guys. I'm not going to stop you. Sean returned to their conversation with a bottle of water in his hands. It's the best exercise. Scott agreed, relieved the conversation had shifted from his personal life to diets and exercise. The actor Miguel Costa released his workout and eating schedule, and it seems really doable. I'm thinking of doing it for a few months, Jared contributed. I saw it on his social media. It looked pretty good, Dennis agreed. By the end of the conversation, all 4 of the younger men had agreed to challenge themselves to work out and eat like a movie star for the entire next month. As a result, they all made a second plate of barbecue before heading to the park for the pickup game.
I hope you're enjoying the story so far. If you are, please subscribe to my channel and give my video a thumbs up. Thank you.
Chapter 2. The money from Adrian's initial collection of jobs went to pharmaceuticals and a routine doctor visit with a new practitioner he found in the phone book. He sat in the doctor's office for a full hour, slender legs crossed and book in his lap, until he was directed to a room. He waited in the room for another dragging 30 minutes before the doctor breezed in. He asked Adrien a series of general questions. Adrien didn't smoke, didn't drink, and he wasn't sexually active. He told the doctor he was also homosexual, and the doctor sighed, pulling out his rolling chair. He looked Adrien in the face, his judgmental blue eyes feigning understanding as he asked follow-up questions. The speech on homosexuality, AIDS, and proper protection extended for 10 minutes. Adrien watched the seconds and minutes ticked by. The conversation circled around to Adrien's current medications, and Adrien passed over the half-empty bottles. The doctor notated the previous brands and dosages in his files, suggesting a round of new patient tests. Adrien declined the tests, providing the doctor with a list of his current medications and supplements and his plan for obtaining medical insurance in the new city. He left the office after they set up a follow-up appointment. He drove to the pharmacy next, refilling his medications for a month. With $30 in his pocket until later in the week, he browsed the little convenience store while he waited for his prescription. He purchased air-popped popcorn and a clear soda, leaving him with $23.16. He returned home with his snacks and his medicine, taking his spoils inside. While he let the hatchback cool, he cut his generic brand prednisone tablets and hydroxychloroquine tablets in half, stashing them in the cabinet in front of a mass of generic painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs. He wiped the debris off the counter and walked back outside, digging in his trunk for supplies. He placed a container under his hatchback and unscrewed the oil drain plug. Dark oil rushed from the bottom of the vehicle as he lifted the hood and emptied the oil filter too. "Hey there." Someone tapped the side of Adrien's hatchback, an unknown voice greeting him. Adrien glanced to the side, spying a black medium-sized dog first and a pair of hairy legs next to the animal. Hello? Adrien stood upright, rubbing his hands on his jeans with a light frown. "I'm Cody." Cody, a stocky-built redhead, shifted the dog leash to his left hand and extended the right for a handshake. "I live upstairs with my girlfriend Grace. This is Coda." The dog wagged her tail at the sound of her name. "I'm Adrien. Nice to meet you finally. Bertha's told us almost everything about you." Cody's lips smirked under a mass of facial hair. "She's a talker," Adrien agreed, looking around and taking in a deep breath. "Ah man, yeah." Cody combed through his red curls, shifting his position again. He bent one leg and rolled his shoulders, blue eyes checking their surroundings before he regarded Adrien again. "I wanted to ask, is Coda loud during the day? Grace works for an interior designer, and I'm in grad school, so she's left at home all day. I never hear her." "Awesome. So you're a mechanic?" Coda eased down into the grass, her front legs first and then her hind legs, kicking her legs out from under her. Her tongue lolled, and her soft panting added a second layer to the conversation. No. I'm a repairman or a handyman. Adrien leaned against his car, hooking his thumbs in his belt loops. Changing oil is routine car maintenance, everyone should know. Cody's forehead wrinkled. Really? I've never even looked under the hood of a car. Except one time when I had to replace the battery, and I put it in wrong. I couldn't figure out which side was negative or positive. I mixed it up the first time I put a battery in too, when I was younger. Oh, this happened last year. Adrien tipped his head, brain working over an acceptable response. Yeah, I know. I need to stick to academics. Cody gave a hollow laugh. You work for a company? No, I work for myself. Oh, okay. How long have you been doing it? A while. 8 years or so. Oh wow. I've been in college nearly 8 years. Crazy. Cody's eyes grew wide. His dog's eyes drooped. You know, I'm kind of glad I ran into you. Our washer stopped agitating, and the dryer just isn't drying as fast as it used to. Are those some things you could look at? I'm not really sure who else to call. I can take a look. If it's something simple, I'll fix it for you. If it's something more complicated, you may have to get an electrician or an appliance repairman specifically. Awesome. Cody's easy expression stretched into a smile. Adrien's eyes softened, his lips twitched, then he turned back to his vehicle, opening a new bottle of oil and dipping his finger inside. Cody rocked back on his heels, humming lightly. Adrien moistened a new oil filter and screwed it onto the engine. Cody cleared his throat, and Adrien's lips curved down at the corners. Yes? Adrien turned his head, hair falling over his shoulders. Oh, I thought you were coming now. Well, Adrien shook his head, give me about 5 minutes. I'm almost done with this, and then I'll be inside to check your washer and dryer. Oh, okay. I'll go get her settled back upstairs, then I'll meet you in the basement. Perfect. Cody wiggled the leash, and Coda hoisted her round body to her slender legs and trotted alongside her master. Adrien raked his tongue over his teeth as he watched Cody ascend the stairs to his apartment before he went back to work. He finished screwing in the new oil filter, and he crouched down, wiping around the drain plug and replacing it. He filled the car with clean amber oil, checked for leaks, and tested the oil levels. He waited for a few minutes, then tested the oil levels again. Satisfied, he dropped the hood of his vehicle, slamming it closed with a sigh, and disappeared inside his little apartment. He cleaned up, taking the waste with him. He tossed it in the trash can and washed his hands, closing his eyes. It was a minute or 10 minutes before he opened his eyes again, turned the water off, and walked out his dining room door into the warm basement. Cody was leaning against the red washing machine, tapping on his phone. There you are. I was getting nervous. I'm sorry. Adrien forced the exhaustion from his voice. Let me look at the washing machine first. Adrien opened the door, starting his assessment. What started as a simple check quickly became several pieces of a washing machine arranged on the floor. After tightening the pieces to no avail, he switched to checking wear and tear on them. How old is your washing machine? A couple years. We've had it for 4, but we got it used from this old lady. Adrien's golden eyebrows knit together. He went through several rounds of removing one piece and testing the machine until he narrowed the project down to a few specific replacement parts. What do you think? I think the transmission is okay. The drive belt looks okay but could be replaced. The reason why it's not turning could be your drive motor coupling, your directional cogs, or a few other unlikely things. None of these individual parts should be over $10. My suggestion? Replace them all. Where do I get the parts? You need to get your model number and go down to an appliance store or order them from the internet. Either one will work. And how long will it take them to arrive? Depends on the shipping you pick. Overnight if you're willing to pay, a week otherwise. Adrien reassembled the washing machine, wiping his now sweaty forehead and looking sourly towards the dryer. I'll look them up tonight, Cody promised. Listen, I need a moment. I've been busy all day. Do you mind if I take a break and look at your dryer a little later in the evening? Sure thing. I'll go ahead and look up these parts. Just come knock on my door when you're ready to do the dryer. Thanks. Adrien rested his tools on the dryer and retreated to his apartment, collapsing on the couch and falling into a deep sleep. His exhaustion overwhelmed him, his bones ached, his muscles bruised, and his breathing labored. He slept well through the afternoon, until the sun was setting behind the trees and the midday heat had evaporated. Stabbing pain in his knuckles woke him, and he rolled over, tucking his face in the crook of the couch. Adrien floated in and out of sleep as his phone screamed in his pocket before he dug in his pants and put the phone to his ear. Hello? This is Frances from the pharmacy. Frances' sterile voice filtered through the phone as if her job was on an assembly line in a hot factory on a warm summer day. She sounded as tired as Adrien. I'm looking for Mr. Davis? This is he. We're having a problem processing your insurance. Can you bring your information by again? I don't have insurance right now. Oh. She gasped. Adrien closed his eyes. Without insurance, you have to pay for your transferred prescriptions out of pocket. I understand. I already picked up my prescriptions earlier. You did? She shuffled through papers. Oh, so you did. Well, I guess I called you by accident. A fake laugh filled the phone. It's okay, Adrien murmured. Thank you for calling. He hung up during her parting speech and was back to sleep clutching his cell phone. A second later it rang again, and Adrien groggily answered. Hello? Hello. Hi. This unfamiliar voice belonged to a man. I'm looking for Adrian Davis. A repairman? Yes, this is he. How can I help you? I need my light bulbs replaced. Can you do that? Of course. I'm busy this evening, and I have a few appointments tomorrow morning, but I can squeeze you in first thing. Say 8 o'clock. Sure thing. Do you already have the light bulbs you want installed? Yes. I purchased them, I just can't put them in. Okay. Perfect. So, should I give you my address? Can you text me your address? Well, and no. I can't. Okay. Hang on. Adrien muted the cell phone while he dragged himself off the couch and into the kitchen for a piece of paper and a pencil. He rubbed sleep from his eyes, sighed, and put the phone back to his ear. Okay, ready. The man relayed his address and basic instructions on the location of his condominium. He confirmed the time of the appointment, thanked Adrien, and ended the call. Adrien tapped his pencil on the counter. Damn it, he muttered. Adrien retrieved a few tiny pain pills from the cabinet, downing them with a tall glass of water. He splashed water on his face and rolled his shoulders. After a quick pep talk, he left his apartment and walked around to the front of the building, ascending the stairs to the first floor and knocking on the middle apartment's door. Loud voices called through the house after the doorbell sounded, and a breathless woman wretched opened the door. Hi. She had a red cup in her hands, a rosy color to her cheeks, and a glassy glitter in her eyes. Are you one of Cody's friends? Coda trotted to the door behind the woman, tail swaying back and forth. No, I'm Adrien. I live in the basement apartment. Oh my God. Are we being too loud? I told him to turn the music down, the woman fretted. Hang on. No, Leaving the door wide open, she pranced through the house screaming for Cody. Coda kept wagging her tail at Adrien, so he squatted down and extended a hand to her. Hi there, Adrien murmured. Are your parents silly? Do they drink weird stuff and smell funny? He scratched under the dog's chin and her eyes lidded, a grin spread across her face and her ears relaxed. Cody and the woman stumbled back to the door. Oh hey man. What took you so long? Grace, this is Adrien, he's looking at our washer and dryer. Cody had the same glassy-eyed expression and a similar red cup in his hands. It stank of liquor. I got distracted, but you guys are busy, so I can come by tomorrow. No. I mean, don't worry about the dryer, but come on in. Can I get you a drink? We have trash can punch, wine, beer, all kinds of stuff. I don't know. Adrien knit his eyebrows together, studying the pair. Aw, come on. Seriously. You're new in town, right? Come in and meet some people. Cody motioned inside his apartment full of stylish people standing and sipping drinks. I guess, he resigned, I'll have a beer. Awesome. Get this guy a beer. Cody yelled through the house. Grace stepped aside, letting him in and closing the door behind him. Coda accompanied Adrien into the kitchen. The beer sweat in his hand as he observed fellow young people in their natural habitat. Collections of people had different conversations going, and the hosts, Cody and Grace, traipsed around the room making sure everyone had what they needed. Adrien strolled through the apartment, observing the layout more than the people present. He bumped into one giggling couple in the hall. The girl blushed at Adrien over the man's shoulder and dragged her partner into one of the empty rooms. With a blush of his own, he turned away from them as they changed locations. The short hallway led him back to the main room. You look familiar. A brawny stranger approached Adrien. He pointed his first finger at him, leaving the other 3 fingers and thumb gripping his red cup of orange liquid. You go to school around here? No. Huh. Did you go to school around here? High school or something? No, I moved here a few weeks ago. Damn, you look like someone I used to know. What's your name, gorgeous? Adrien, his lips twitched. Adrien. I'm Hunter. They shook hands, and Hunter smoothed his fingers over Adrien's knuckles. It hurt. So, how do you know Cody and Grace? Hunter leaned into Adrien as he spoke, his alcoholic breath stinging Adrien's nose, but cooling his flaming ears. I live in the apartment downstairs, Adrien blurted out. In other words, I don't know them. Hazel eyes sparkled at his own quip. Huh. I mean? Never mind. I am fixing their washer and dryer. Oh. Oh yeah, they told me about you. Well, Cody did. He's my friend. We're in school together. He told me you were changing your oil earlier, and the landlord had you do a couple things too. This is true. So, how did you get into fixing things? I was too broke to ask someone else to fix them for me. Excuse me. I see my friend over there. He jerked his head to a curvy, stylish girl standing alone and slipped past Hunter. The girl downed the last of her drink as Adrien approached. Do I know you? She smiled easily. No, you don't. I needed to get away from the guy over there, and I said we were friends. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here. Oh? Hunter. She peered over Adrien's shoulder. Yeah, he's a sleazeball. Is he gay? Bisexual, in the closet. Figures. Why? Did he hit on you? Yes. Adrien shrugged his shoulders up to his ears and shivered. I know the feeling. So what's your name? I'm Ivy. I'm Adrien. She nodded, and they bonded over silence, her with her empty cup and Adrien with his half-drank beer. Ivy deposited her cup on the closest counter and put her hands on her hips. Okay, so I have a proposition for you. You obviously need friends, and I need someone who's cool to hang out with. You seem cool. I like the lack of forced small talk. I have 2 tickets to this band Pixie Attack, wanna go? What kind of music? Feminist rock, of course. Just say yes. It'll be fun. I'll make it fun. Okay. He bit his bottom lip, eyes darting around the room as he weighed the pros and cons. Yes. When is the concert? Next weekend on Saturday night. Exactly 7 days from today. Where do you live? Here. I mean, in this complex. I live in the basement. Weird. Is it haunted? I don't believe so. Too bad. Anyway, it's done. I'll see you in 7 days dressed for a rock concert. Be ready to partay. She chuckled. She wasn't drunk like the rest of the house party-goers. Okay. Oh, one more thing. What's your favorite food? Why? Because we're going to have it after the concert, duh. So what is it? Hot dogs. Gourmet though. Not the processed store-bought ones. Done. Now. Give me your number. Adrien opened his mouth in protest but then paused and shook his head. He rattled off his phone number, a light smile on his face. Finally, I got a smile out of you. Ivy's grin lit up her face and she hugged his frail body. I'll be in touch, okay? You take care. With a kiss to his sharp cheekbones, she moved into the kitchen. Alone for a second time, Adrien glanced around. Hunter, now surrounded by a flurry of women, met his eyes and grinned. Cody nudged Hunter's shoulder as he whizzed by him with drinks in his hands. Adrien pulled his phone out of his pocket and stared at it, scrolling through his contacts. He landed on Scott's name and thumbed across the entry. They had amassed a series of calls over the last few weeks. Adrien missed some, but most were brief as they exchanged plans and details of the next project. Each time he called, he greeted him with a friendly hello. He asked Adrien how he was doing, and listened to Adrien when he told him. He ended the calls with a promise of future conversation. If Adrien missed his call, he left a sweet message, hoping Adrien was having a good day. Adrien saved those messages, occasionally replaying them when his day wasn't going well. Adrien's heart fluttered when Scott's baritone voice caressed his ears, dancing in his chest when Scott called, and weeping when he didn't. He tucked his phone away and swam through the crowd after Cody, touching his shoulder. I'm going to get out of here. I'm still rather exhausted. You snuck up on me. Bleary-eyed, Cody gave a liquid smile to Adrien. Sorry. Thanks for the beer. Adrien shook the bottle at Cody. I'll look at your dryer this week. Promise. Sure thing, man. Look at it whenever you got time. I don't have to be there to see it, just leave me a note with the details. I will. Adrien left the party and poured the beer in the grass, tossing the glass bottle in the green dumpster posted at the curb. Inside his apartment, he shed his clothes and crashed into his bed. He fell asleep immediately, but tossed and turned the entire night as his bones ached and throbbed. Rolling out of bed the next morning was excruciatingly painful, knives stabbing his muscles, thin skin stretching over rigid fingers. He rushed through his morning routine, downing pill halves as he pulled up his overalls and stuffed his stiff feet into dense work boots. He text messaged the light bulb client first and arrived at his home in record time. The air was still crisp with morning dew, and it made Adrien's bones ache even more. He pressed the doorbell and waited, leaning his stepladder against the house. When the door creaked open, he blinked, seeing no one at eye level, and he directed his attention down. I'm Adrien. T, the handyman you called yesterday. I'm Kyle. I'm sorry, I didn't say it on the phone. Kyle wheeled himself backwards with strong arms and spun in the wheelchair, backing up to let Adrien in. It's okay. Who had been changing your light bulbs before? I usually have friends do it, and before I did them myself. Kyle closed the door and moved around Adrien with a dancer's grace. I see. Sports injury. If you were wondering. I wasn't. Adrien's cheeks burned, and he fumbled with his ladder, popping it out in the living room where the first blown bulbs were. The ceiling fan had 3 bulbs, and only one was illuminating the room. How many bulbs need replacing? 2 here, and what else? The ones here, 1 in the kitchen, 1 in the bathroom, and 1 in my bedroom. Let me get the bulbs for you. I want specific ones in each room. He went into the kitchen and opened a low cabinet, returning with several boxes on his bony legs. Why did you wait so long? Because I wanted it to be an hour's worth of work if you came all this way, Kyle chuckled. I'm excited to see again, but I bet this place is a pigsty. Kyle handed Adrien a box of light bulbs. Soft white, a warm yellow hue. Oh. Adrien stepped on the ladder and replaced the bulbs. Kyle watched. You know, I always took my legs for granted until I got injured. First, I was embarrassed by it. You know, having to learn everything again and having help all the time, even for little stuff. Understandable. Alternative ways of life besides being completely able-bodied are rarely discussed. Adrien screwed in the light bulbs, squinting as his eyes adjusted to the brightness. Exactly. I woke up paralyzed and realized I didn't know how people in wheelchairs use the bathroom. It's something you don't even think about until you're in the position. I mean, not like knowing they use the bathroom and not knowing how, but I guess I thought people in wheelchairs didn't do it. Or something, I don't know, man. Adrien glanced at him after he screwed in the second light bulb. It's the able-bodied curse. Do you know how paralyzed people use the bathroom? Kyle's green eyes fixed on Adrien, challenging him. Yes? Adrien offered a crisp, brief reply, putting the used bulbs in the wastebasket. The kitchen, you said? Yeah, I have some in the kitchen. Adrien folded his ladder and hoisted it over his shoulder as Kyle wheeled into the kitchen. I had a professional career planned. It's always at the top of your game when you lose everything. The edge in Kyle's voice softened as he spoke of the past. Recruiters were damn near stalking me until I got injured. Adrien unscrewed the light bulb cover in the kitchen, dusting dead insects from the inside and placing it on the counter. Took me about 5 years to come to terms with being paralyzed forever. Forever's a long time when you're not even 20 years old. I can't imagine. Adrien's ambiguous reply carried him through changing the kitchen fluorescent bulb. Kyle continued the conversation on his own, lamenting over the glory days of high school, how difficult it was to attend college with a home care assistant stopping by his dorm room, adjusting to the new method of using the bathroom, and even having accidents in public. Kyle shifted between resenting Adrien and appreciating his company. Adrien recovered the kitchen lights, cleaning up after himself, and continued through the house. Could you do it? Do what? Adrien walked into the wheelchair-accessible bathroom with the ladder. Could you be paralyzed? Well, I'm not paralyzed, but I suppose if I had an accident and I was paralyzed, yes, I could be paralyzed. Not what I meant. I mean, could you deal with the struggles a paralyzed person has? Adrien squeezed his swollen knuckles, rubbing them. If I were paralyzed, I would have to, wouldn't I? He scrunched his facial features. It would take adjusting, of course, and I am not saying it would be easy, but it would be my new life. He chose his words carefully as he grabbed 2 soft white bulbs and screwed them in over the sink. I guess. The man fell silent, hands in his lap. Adrien ignored the pile of catheters on one side of the sink and the one-time use enemas next to a stack of gloves on the other side. Where next? The bedroom is the last place. You're not curious as to what those items are for. Suppositories and catheters. I know what they're for. Adrien slipped past Kyle, again depositing the used light bulbs in the trash. Kyle rolled down the hall, leading the way into his bedroom. How long have you worked as a repairman? On and off for several years. Is there anything else I can help you with after the light bulbs? Not today. Kyle drummed his fingers. Well, actually, there's something you could help me with in the future. There are some changes I wanted to make around the house. Nothing requiring electrical or expertise, just more rails and changing the tiles in the kitchen and bathroom to anti-slip. Can you do those things? Absolutely, Adrien sighed. A smile ghosted his lips. Whenever you purchase the materials for me, I can be around to install everything for you. How long would it take, you think? It's a pretty big job, so probably all day unless I bring help, but then the rate changes even if the project is done faster. Would it be cheaper if you brought help? No, it would be about the same, but the project would get done in half a day instead of all day or more. And the person you bring will know what he's doing? Of course. It would be more work on me if he didn't. Adrien exhaled in a hollow chuckle. He laughed, but it was neither musical or comforting. It was more like a cough. Well? I like you. You don't waste time with the job, you seem competent, and this clearly isn't your first rodeo. Is the hourly rate the same for laying tiles as it was today? If it's only me, the rate is the same. If I bring a partner, it's more expensive, but less than double. You get a deal on making it a two-man job. When Adrien finished the last light bulbs, he cleaned up after himself and looked at Kyle. I'll have to think about it, the man admitted. Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you? Adrien asked again, despite Kyle's answer earlier. Kyle thought about it, head tilting on broad shoulders as he looked around the room. No, I don't think so. I need to order the supplies, and when they arrive, we can schedule an appointment to get everything installed. Correct? I imagine the best price for non-slip tiles will be online and may take a few weeks to arrive. You should order them as soon as you're able. What do you mean as soon as I'm able? Adrien raked his fingers through his hair, lips pursing. I mean when you have the funds. I realize you may not be financially able to make the purchase this evening, is all. Right. With a discerning eye, Kyle opened his wallet and gave Adrien crisp bills for his service. Keep the change. Thank you. Adrien's fingers closed around the money, joints screaming as his fingers bent. He pocketed the money. Don't hesitate to call me for anything else you need. Hopefully I'll have friends and family to change my light bulbs next time, Kyle grumbled, wheeling himself to the door. He opened it for Adrien, and Adrien stepped over the threshold, forcing a smile. If not, you can always call me. We'll be in touch. Yeah, about the tiles. Kyle closed the door as Adrien returned to his car, struggling with the door handle, fingers cramping around the metal. Once inside, he sank into his seat and relaxed as he checked his appointment list. He wasted an hour traveling from Kyle's residence to the next place where he was greeted by a tired-looking woman with 3 kids running in circles around her. She suspected her son Charlie had stuffed her kitchen sink full of dirt, as it had been bubbling murky brown liquid all morning. Shooing her children, she guided Adrien into the messy kitchen, apologizing for the collection of bright-colored sippy cups. She hovered over him as he disconnected the pipes under the sink, and a rush of brown sludge drained into a bucket he had brought inside from his car. While it drained, Charlie raced into the kitchen. He showed Adrien his toy collection, asked about his slightly pink skin, and offered to let him keep the red car which matched his car outside. His mother's cheeks colored. Come on, Charlie, leave the nice man alone. He's fixing the sink you clogged this morning, she cooed. No. Charlie screamed, throwing his hands in his hair and screwing up his face. Charlie, please. He's a busy man. No. He can stay. He's not bothering me, I promise, Adrien yelled over Charlie's wails. I like hearing about his car collection. The mother whispered an apology, as Charlie quieted down and resumed talking about cars. With Charlie occupied, the mother settled the other 2 children, feeding them a snack and turning on their favorite show, Rainbow Pony Adventure. Charlie gagged when the theme song played. I hate this show. Why? Adrien's soft voice was magic on the sour child. Because it's for girls and talks about being nice and helping others. I'm the only boy, and I'm always doing girl stuff. I was the only boy too. Adrien dug in the drain, adding more gunk to the lumpy water in the bucket. Did you hate it? For a while, until I realized my sisters needed me. Here. Help me dump this. Adrien picked up the bucket, adjusted his overalls, and walked outside. Charlie followed at his heels, his mother smiling. Adrien dumped the pail into the gutter. How many sisters do you have? 2 younger sisters like you. Do they get annoying? Of course. Adrien came to life while talking to Charlie, his features relaxing and a boyish smile taking over his face. The pain in his joints faded as Charlie's youth seeped into his bones. They used to play dollhouse every day and demanded I be the daddy. I hate playing dollhouse. Charlie cried, watery blue eyes following Adrien with awe. Adrien returned to the drain, replacing the bucket and turning on the faucet. What are you doing now? Charlie stood on his toes, his chin pressed into the lip of the counter. Charlie, why don't you get your stool so you can see over the counter? His mother stood in the doorframe, arms crossed over her pear-shaped body. Okay. The freckle-faced boy scrambled through the house. Thank you for being so patient with him. The woman sighed, dropping her arms to her side. It's been so hard without his father around, and he doesn't have a lot of men come through. It means the world to him, you just talking to him like you're doing. And letting him help. It's no problem, really. Adrien shrugged as Charlie toddled in with a wooden stool in his hands and overalls on his body. He dropped it next to Adrien and stepped up. Okay, ready to work. Adrien chuckled, hazel eyes softening. All right, Assistant Charlie, we have to test the drain for any more clogs. We do it with the pipe still disconnected, so it can go straight in our bucket. Charlie nodded. What happens if it's still clogged? We snake it. We put a snake in it. The boy's eyes bulged. No, Adrien chuckled again. It's a tool. I'll show you. Adrien spent quite a bit longer at the woman's house, showing Charlie exactly how to unclog a drain. He explained all the steps, and Charlie helped him reassemble everything. Charlie's mother teared up, shielding her eyes from Adrien when he stepped away from the unclogged sink. I should pay you for babysitting. She laughed, the sound rattled in her throat as she dug in her purse for her wallet. Charlie had disappeared, taking his stool with him after a gentle reminder from Adrien. The boy settled with his sisters on the couch, one arm wrapping around each of their shoulders as he watched the flowery cartoon with them, promising them a game of dollhouse afterwards. It's nothing. There's no charge for helping a child. Adrien flicked a glance at all three of them, then looked back at the woman. Really? Thank you. She scribbled a check for the hours he worked, folded it, and handed it to Adrien. You're a lifesaver. Charlie, come tell Mr. Adrien bye. Oh right. He disentangled himself from his sisters and dashed into the kitchen. Adrien crouched low as Charlie surprised him with a hug. Thanks for cleaning out the drain, Mr. Adrien. You're welcome. Hey. You're not going to clog it again, are you? No, sir. Charlie looked down at his feet. The skin under his freckles turned a deep shade of crimson. Good. You should apologize to your mother. And help her out now and again. Adrien smirked, squeezing Charlie's shoulder. Yes, sir. Cool, now I'll see you round, okay? Okay. Charlie hugged his mother in passing before he climbed back on the couch. Adrien stole another break in his car, rubbing his temples and digging through the hatchback for sunscreen. He slathered it on his face, down his neck, and over his hands. Then he closed his eyes, resting his head back on the seat. He had 2 more appointments for the day, installing kitchen cabinets for an elderly woman and starting Scott's kitchen backsplash project. With Scott's grinning face behind his eyelids, he drifted in and out of sleep, chest rising and falling with pained breaths. He fought his eyes open sometime later, a groan in his throat as he saw the time. After text messaging the elderly woman, letting her know he was on the way, he called Scott. Scott Robinson. The man answered, his deep voice vibrating the phone. Adrien's face warmed as soon as Scott's voice hit his ears. His heart pounded in his chest and he picked at the peeling leather on his steering wheel. Hi, it's Adrien? The repairman? Hey, Adrien. What's going on? Scott's voice relaxed. I am going to have to reschedule for today. I'm running a little behind. Oh? Hey, it's fine. Everything is okay though. Yes. Everything is fine. Jobs have taken longer than expected. All right. I guess it happens. What day do you want to reschedule to? Ah. How is Thursday for you? Thursday is great. Okay. Then, I will see you Thursday. Adrien smiled as he ended the call, replaying the man's voice in his mind. His heart swelled, pressing against his ribs. The drive back across town to the elderly woman's house went from a 15-minute drive to a 45-minute drive because of rush hour traffic. Adrien browsed radio stations as he sat in bumper-to-bumper traffic, inching across the freeway. He called her once he exited the busy road and turned onto a quiet neighborhood street. Their conversation was brief. He parked in her driveway behind a small sedan and walked up her crowded sidewalk path, stepping over potted aloe and roving lantana. She yanked the door open when his foot touched the raised porch. "Hi there." Salt and pepper waves framed her round face and plump cheeks. "Hi. I'm Adrien, the repairman." "Of course you are. My, you're so young." She stepped aside, allowing him entrance into her little cottage full of trinkets and Catholic saint statues. She led him into the tiny kitchen and explained the situation. She wanted the current oak wood cabinets removed and replaced with the blonde wood cabinets stacked by the door. She offered Adrien water. He declined and picked at the cabinets. She offered him water again. He accepted, putting a bottle of water to his lips before he set to work. The job's requirement was energy, and Adrien finished half of the job before his body required a break. He stepped back, surveying his work and mopping his sweaty brow. The sun had begun to set, the light spilling into her little cottage had changed from harsh to soft, and Adrien knew he wouldn't finish the project all at once. He promised the woman he would be over first thing Monday morning, after apologizing, again, for his late arrival. She blessed him, hugged him, and sent him on his way with cash for half of the project. He used his last bit of energy driving home and falling into his bed, asleep before he hit the sheets. The throbbing pain in his body woke him as the clock struck midnight, and he downed a handful of medicine with a glass of water. He replayed the day, reflecting on every encounter he had and what he could change about each. With a smile, Charlie's voice rang in his ears, Scott's voice following. His heartbeat stuttered. Long deadened nerve endings reconnected, and electricity coursed through him. The current grew as his skin recalled Scott's touch and the feeling of his warm breath on his neck. He imagined Scott's strong arms around him as he fell asleep again. Sunday was a day of sleeping, lounging, and eating. A warm shower soothed his muscles, and a hot dinner soothed his bones. He wafted in and out of sleep until Monday morning. Barely refreshed, he dressed in uniform and returned to the old woman's house to finish her kitchen cabinets. Then he stopped by the bank, depositing funds and checking his balance, watching the number grow steadily. His afternoon clients were easy, simple jobs people were afraid of doing rather than jobs requiring expertise. He returned home by dusk and spent the evening bundled in blankets in front of the television watching old Western reruns. He spent all of Tuesday bookkeeping. Adrien wrote down the work he'd done since moving into his basement apartment on his quiet street north of the main city. He separated his clients into categories: one-time clients, clients with future work, clients with regular work. Scott and Kyle flitted between the latter two categories. By Thursday, most of his joint pain and stiffness had been beaten back by a structured diet and supplement of painkillers. He warred with himself, demanding his brain remember the time Scott's appointment started as he buzzed around his apartment getting dressed. He wore his favorite long-sleeved shirt, one that hugged his slender form, under his overalls, splashed water on his face, and added oil to the ends of his hair, making it shine. He fretted over supplies, packing his table saw, buckets, cleaning products, an electric mixing tool, and various other tools. He overpacked his sturdy hatchback. Scott lived between the major city and Adrien's home in an old, wealthy neighborhood with a huge front yard, winding sidewalk, and a homeowners association. Adrien backed his car into the driveway beside Scott's crossover vehicle. He nibbled his bottom lip as he approached the front door and pressed the doorbell, studying the neatly trimmed hedges around the sidewalk as he waited. Scott answered after a few moments, gray sweatpants hanging on his virile hips. His muscles stood out in sharp relief, weaving together under his deep brown skin. Hi. Adrien shrugged his shoulders up. Hey. Scott wiped sleep from his eyes, muscles flexing under dark brown skin. This is a couple days project, and I have to move the stove, Adrien blurted out. Sure. No problem. I have all the supplies in the kitchen. Okay. Question. Am I allowed to help you, or am I instructed only to watch? Have you laid tiles before? No, but I want to. Adrien smiled. Let me get everything started, and then you can help me with actually placing the tiles. All right. Scott's face lit up, a puerile glitter in his eyes as he tramped into the kitchen after Adrien. Adrien checked Scott's purchases first, opening the stacks of subway tiles and checking the pre-mixed adhesive. Did you use my measurements? Yeah, and I bought 10% extra. I read you should buy extra for filling in gaps. Did you purchase grout and pre-sealer? I got gray grout to add contrast to the white tiles, and yes, I got the pre-sealer too. Scott slipped his hands in his pockets, rolling his shoulders back. His broad chest expanded, exposed skin stretching taut over his body. Adrien glanced back at Scott, redness igniting his face again. He wet his lips. Good. I'm going to get some things from the car, and then start measuring and laying a guide. You wait here. Adrien carted things from his hatchback inside Scott's house. He brought in a tile cutter, his trowel, his level and measuring tape, and spacers for between the tiles. Removed the light switch cover, he wiped the wall down with soap and water, patting it dry. He measured various points in the kitchen with a slight scowl. Is there anything I can do while you finish up preparations? Scott moved further into the kitchen, coming up beside Adrien. He smelled of cinnamon and sweat, and the spices burned Adrien's nose. The sweat set his nerve endings ablaze. Adrien's heart thudded against the aching bones of his ribcage. Ah, yes, actually. When you lay these tiles, you vary them by half every other row. So we need some tiles cut in half before we get started. I have 2 already done since I used it for the measurement. Right, and this tool here helps me cut the tiles. Scott approached the tile cutter. How do I use it? It's a scoring tool. You end-mark it and run the blade lightly over the surface, then break it. Let me show you. Avoiding Scott's bare skin, Adrien reached over him. He slid a tile under the little scoring wheel, aligned it, and slid the wheel across the glossy tile. The tile broke in 2 clean pieces with minimal pressure. Ha! Easy. I can do this. Scott leaned over Adrien's shoulder, reaching around him as he grabbed another tile. Adrien froze between Scott's arms, closing his eyes as the circle blade scratched the tile and Scott pressed the pressure bar. The tile snapped in 2. Perfect, Adrien whispered, tucking his elbows into his body and putting space between their bodies. He slipped out of Scott's loose grasp. Is this take a CFO to work day? Scott looked up from cutting tiles, his easy smile playing on his features. Sort of. I wanted to do it myself, but no one else knows how to lay tiles, and no one's interested in learning besides me. So here we are. I see. Your father isn't handy. Adrien double-checked his measurements and disconnected the stove. He moved Scott's kitchen tools and decorative items to a surface across the room. Not at all. He worked as a garbage man when he was younger, but then he got a desk job, worked for about 35 years and retired. I see. He covered the counters with trash bags, taping them at the sides. What about you? My parents? Yeah. Scott accented his words with a snap tile, turning one into 2 and setting both tiles aside. Don't snap any more tiles yet. Those are enough for now. Adrien opened the pre-mixed adhesive, breaking the moisture seal on the bucket and ripping the top off. As he dipped his trowel in the adhesive, Adrien felt the weight of Scott's eyes and his gentle curiosity. They weren't handy either. Huh. So where'd you learn all this? Adrien scooped a dollop of the gray putty on his tool and scraped it on the wall. You want a very thin layer of adhesive, so it won't seep out the corners. His quick motions left a light stripe through the adhesive. He grabbed 2 full-size tiles and 2 half tiles and placed them on the wall starting in the corner, the beginning of the backsplash. We can do this 2 ways. I can put the adhesive, you come behind me with tiles, then I do the spacers. Or the reverse. You can do the adhesive, I do the tiles, you do the spacers. What do you feel most comfortable doing? When you break it down into steps, each step is pretty easy, but I think I'd rather handle the spacers and the glue rather than the hard part of placing the tiles. Scott placed his hands on his slender hips, pushing them forward a few subtle inches as his back curved and his shoulders relaxed forward. Adrien glanced at Scott, cutting his eyes down to his crotch and the subtle outline of his cock through his pants before his attention traveled back up to Scott's face. You want to put 2 spacers on each corner. Even the short corners. The repairman dug in his pocket, dropping a handful of spacers in Scott's hand. He secured them in his own pocket. Are you not going to find a shirt? Oh? Should I? Scott paused, trowel in hand. Adrien suppressed a smirk, glancing at him and then looking away again. He studied the glossy subway tiles as he laid them, leaving space for the plastic pieces later. The adhesive is difficult to clean off skin, so perhaps you should. A flush of red rushed to Adrien's cheek, across his slight shoulders and up the column of his neck. Hang on. Scott rested the trowel against the bucket. He returned in a sleeveless shirt. Low cut at the neck, his curly chest hairs remained visible, along with the ripples of his abs and the dip of his navel. The shirt bunched at his hips where the puffy band of his lounge pants started. How's this? Better. Adrien shook his head, the corners of his lips lifting. Scott slathered adhesive on the tool and spread it along the wall. Thin layer, Adrien reminded him, voice airy as he studied the sharp lines of Scott's body, the slope to his lower back and the swell of his ass. The soft cotton of his lounge pants stretched over him and relaxed on their way down his leg. Adrien's eyelids fluttered, and he sucked his bottom lip before moving forward and laying the tiles, pressing them into the wall with nimble fingers. How's this? It's perfect. His cheeks blossomed with color again. Scott scraped the adhesive down the length of the wall, giving Adrien plenty of space to lay tiles. He applied the spacers as instructed, 2 per corner until he met Adrien's other side. They danced around each other. Adrien tracked Scott with his hazel eyes. He watched his movements, but he observed Scott more. He memorized the 2 halves of his face, the sharp beard on his angular jawline, the professional haircut showing off the natural curls on his head. Yeah? Good. So about my question you avoided. Scott slapped more adhesive on the wall, dragging the tool across the firm surface. Which? Adrien's head tilted slightly, exposing his neck to the other man. The one about your folks. I answered. I said they weren't handy. Right, but you didn't say what they did otherwise. It was a lead-in question to learn more about you. Oh. Adrien arrived at the light switch. He squatted down, taking expert measurements, and shaved off the top eighth of one tile before neatly laying it under the light switch. The tile on the right side laid well. The tile on the top required measurements again. Adrien used a different tool and cut 2 notches into the tile before laying it. He added spacers to the area around the light switch. My mother was on disability. May I ask what for? Adrien's slight shoulders shrugged. She was severely overweight with a variety of health problems. I'm sorry. Adrien shrugged again. Disability is a fixed income. I was one of 3 children, so we weren't able to call people to fix everything for us. What do you mean was? Adrien's mouth went dry, arid like the desert plains in the middle of the summer. He rolled his tongue around his mouth, counting his teeth. I still am. Scott worked in silence after Adrien's reply, an unreadable expression on his features. The silence had become deafening. The spare scrapes of adhesive to the wall rang in Adrien's ears. He missed Scott's voice when it was gone, and his brain cycled through potential conversational topics, but dismissed them before they passed his lips. How are you going to do the corners? Scott's baritone voice seemed unaffected. Adrien checked for tiny inflections, changes in the overall mood of his tone. He avoided his eyes as he neared the stopping point for the first few rows. Measure what's left, mark it with a marker, slice and flip the tile. Genius. Indeed. I'm sorry. If I said something, Adrien cautioned, a glance up at Scott, looking over his shoulder as the man fitted the spacers with a concentrated expression on his face. Said something like what? To offend. Adrien tapped his nails on one of the tiles. Do you know why they're called subway tiles? Nah. Do you? The slender man nodded. They were in the New York subway. The small size makes it easy to curve them around surfaces. They're not really small, I didn't think. Adrien chuckled, but the amusement didn't reach his eyes. Comparatively, they're small. Huh. Did you live in New York? I did. Are the tiles like this still there? In some places. You've never been? Weirdly, no. I always figured it'd be too big of a city for me to enjoy it. People everywhere, and I've heard they're mean. Well, they're not nice necessarily. They keep to themselves. And the accent can seem crude. Scott grinned. Why were you in New York? Adrien opened his mouth, lips quivering on an answer, before he stopped himself and glanced sidelong at Scott. For the experience. He finished another 3 rows of tiles. The next step is pre-grout. We need to clean the tiles, let them sit overnight to a few days, and then we'll come back and do the grout process. We still have the side over there. Yes. On this side, would you like to lay the tiles and I do the adhesive and spacers? Adrien shuffled around Scott's muscular body, a whiff of Scott's natural scent tickling his nose again. Adrien's heart ached, and it was a new feeling. It grew like a flower, planted deep and spreading roots before breaking the surface with fresh green leaves. Sure thing. Scott moved the bucket of adhesive to the other wall, then returned for the heavier box of tiles. Adrien carried the lighter box, the tile cutter, and a slight smile. A knot grew in his throat. He swallowed. I'll get started. Adrien slid the adhesive over the wall and placing the first tiles. What are your weekend plans? Got anything fun scheduled? Actually, yes. I'm going to a concert. Pixie Attack. Have you heard them? Oh man, yeah, I have. Scott winced. What? They're bad. No, they're okay. They have an awesome producer, but the lyrics. Well, they're kind of radical. What do you mean? Feminist. I mean, there's definitely nothing wrong with their music. I'm saying it's too political for my tastes. I see, she mentioned it was feminist. What music do you like? I like this artist Key. Her music is playful but sultry at the same time. I could play it for you if you want. Sure. Scott rushed from the room, returning with a phone dock and speaker combination. He nestled his phone in the dock, tapped the screen, and music wafted from the speakers. The producer is Wolf. I think he actually produces them both. Oh. Adrien spread the adhesive on the wall, long swipes and rhythmic scrapes. Yeah. Scott crunched his dark eyebrows as he laid the tiles. This is right? Aha. Adrien smiled. He followed him with spacers. I like this sound. Yeah. It's nice to hear non-violent music, you know? It's music. Scott mouthed the words. He took his time with the tiles, placing them, adjusting them, and moving on. Adrien adjusted them again when he put the spacers between them, waiting for Scott before continuing. Adrien buzzed around him, slathering more adhesive on the wall when Scott neared the end of his tiling. I think this looks pretty good. Adrien placed the last of the spacers. It does, he agreed. We make a good team. Scott grinned, squeezing the smaller man's shoulder. What's next? We clean up. Adrien collected the supplies. But most everything should stay here. It's yours, of course. Yeah. So, you want to grab a bite to eat? What? No. Adrien's face ignited, red swirled on his cheeks. His ears warmed, and the heat traveled down his body. His armpits tingled with sweat. No, I should go, I think. I'm exhausted. He stepped back from the supplies he'd collected, bumping into the counter. Trembling hands fumbled with the supplies, piling the tools in one corner and the buckets in the other. He snapped the bucket closed, rinsing the trowel, and gathering his tools in his arms. Let me help you. Scott grabbed the tile cutter and Adrien's measuring tools. His soft fingers brushed over Adrien's pale skin. Adrien gasped and dropped the items in his hands. He jumped backwards, stubborn redness staying on his cheeks. I'm sorry. It's fine, really. Scott picked up the heavy supplies and carrying them to Adrien's car, leaving Adrien the lightweight supplies. The room temperature dropped when Scott left the kitchen, and Adrien followed after him. He stopped in the doorway as Scott loaded the back of his red hatchback. Adrien wet his lips, stepping over the threshold and joining Scott. "You all right?" Adrien checked for anger in Scott's voice, for new reservations, for annoyance. He found none. "Yes?" "Listen. Have fun this weekend, okay?" Scott leaned against the car. "I'll see you next week to do the pre-grout and grout?" "Yes. Tuesday." "Yeah. Oh shit. Hang on." He dug in his pocket, handing Adrien folded bills. "This should be enough for the work today." "Right." Adrien pocketed the money. "Thanks. I'm going now." Adrien backed up, tripping over his feet as he climbed into his vehicle. Scott stepped back on the sidewalk, hands in his pockets. Adrien revved his vehicle to life, peeling out of the driveway. He watched Scott out of his rearview mirror until Scott was a speck, and his vehicle turned the corner. Part 2. Chapter 1. Adrien worked on Cody's appliances on Friday, starting in the early morning, taking a break at noon, and finishing up in the afternoon once the temperature had dropped. Cody hovered periodically through the day, bringing Adrien the washing machine supplies and asking questions about the process. He feigned understanding until the repairman requested the wrench, and Cody passed him a screwdriver. With pressed lips, Adrien dug in his tool bag for the wrench while Cody yammered on about his next social gathering. Adrien was invited, and Hunter was curious about him, if he was single or even interested in men. Cody had told Hunter he didn't know, but could inquire. Adrien grunted a response as he reassembled Cody's washing machine. "So are you?" "Am I what?" "Are you gay or homosexual or interested in men, you know?" "Oh. I'm not interested in Hunter," Adrien clarified, voice soft but clear. "He and I have been friends for years. I was one of the first people he came out to." Cody leaned against the washing machine as Adrien assessed the dryer. He cleaned the dryer lint, reminding Cody to change it after every cycle or it could catch fire. Then he pulled the dryer from the wall and continued cleaning it as Cody winced and chuckled. "Really, you should get to know Hunter. He's pretty cool." "No thank you." Adrien pushed the dryer back into the wall, dusting his hands off and looking at Cody. Both should be working well again. Dryer needed a cleaning. "You need to take better care of it, especially with the dog hair," he explained, tone lacking intimacy. "All right. I'll let Grace know. How much do I owe you?" Adrien half shrugged. "You know what? Don't worry about it. It's on the house." "Hey, thanks. You know, if you want, you can use it sometimes. I mean, you're one person and it's no big deal." Cody smiled, pleased at his offering. "Ah. Well. Thank you." Adrien mirrored his smile, by obligation. "I only wash once a week since it's just me." "No problem, man. So, are you going to be at our party tomorrow?" "Ah. And no, actually, I'm going to a concert with Ivy." "Ivy? You're friends with her?" Adrien nodded. "Oh ha." Cody stewed over the new information, before releasing Adrien from the conversation. Adrien disappeared back inside his small apartment, pausing in the kitchen and taking 2 painkillers with a glass of water before lying down for the rest of the night. He dipped in and out of dreams, some fantastical, some eerily realistic, and some a mix of them both. The roar of incessant knocking and the shrill voice of his landlady woke him the next morning, wreaking havoc in his fantasy world and clawing him back to reality. "One moment." His voice cracked when he yelled, and he threw his blanket back, feet hitting the cold wood as he stood from the couch. He wrapped the blanket around his shoulders, and his shirt clung to his sticky skin. He raked his frizzy hair into a ponytail. Bertha stood on the other side of the door. "Adrien. I was getting worried. You never called me back about doing the grass. My usual grass-cutting man is out of town, and the neighbors are complaining about the grass height. Can you cut it?" "I can. Do you have a lawn mower?" "I think there might be a push mower at my mother's house. One of the old ones. Will it work?" Adrian's eyelids drooped, and he wrapped the blanket tighter around his shoulders, leaning against the doorframe as the woman spoke. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you?" "No. You didn't. It's about time for me to get up anyway." His heavy eyelids fluttered. "When do you want the grass cut?" "I can bring the lawnmower down here and stick it in the basement this evening, but it's Saturday, so I assume you have plans?" Bertha implored, her blue eyes reminiscent of a mother's inquisitive gaze. "I do, yes. I don't know how people who work for themselves make friends in a new city. When I was young, most of my friends came from my job. We met men through our friends too. We didn't use dating apps or whatever you call them. It was the best way, because you already knew their history." Adrien nodded to her words. Behind her head, the sun scorched the ground, bleaching the starved green grass and turning the asphalt into black lava. "Anyway, listen to me talk about the old days. I heard you fixed Cody's washer and dryer, and now they work better than new." "I don't know about better than new. Maybe better than most used." "Don't be modest. If you did good work, be proud of it," Bertha encouraged, rocking on her heels. Her little dog wasn't in her arms, so they swung by her sides. "Better than most used machines," Adrien repeated, a little smile playing on his face this time. "Well, all right. I just wanted to ask if you minded cutting the grass sometime next week. I'll pay you what I pay him, and I'll drop the lawnmower by." "Thank you so much." She hugged Adrien around the shoulders, attaching her white diamonds perfume to his blanket and his skin. When she left, he closed the door, took several more pain pills, and went back to sleep on the couch until the heat of the day passed. Through a haze of grogginess, he coordinated with Ivy about their night plans. Or rather, she planned the night and he agreed to her plans. Ivy arrived at his place 2 hours before the event, dragging a suitcase inside his apartment and dropping it by the door. Adrien sat on the corner of the couch after letting the front door swing closed. "You look exhausted," she chirped, tousling his damp hair. "Yeah, sorry. Long week." He hugged his blanket around his body, jutting his chin towards the suitcase. "What's inside?" "Clothes for me and probably clothes for you too." "What were you planning to wear?" "You can't wear overalls and a long-sleeved shirt to a concert." She held shirts up to her body, discarding each one after a minute of surveying herself. "I can't? What if I wore one side unhooked?" "Oh, honey. Grunge is so out of style and you're way too cute for grunge." She tossed him a pair of jeans. "What do I do with these?" "Try them on. They're relaxed fit. They should have room for all your bits." "Oh, okay." Frowning, he slipped out of his lounge shorts and stepped into the jeans. They sat low on his hips, showing the thick band of his briefs over the waistband. "Wow. They fit well. How did you know my size?" "I'm a personal stylist, personal shopper, and I have a lot of queer clients. A brand sent me these as a sample, and I wasn't really feeling them, but I thought they'd look cute on you." "And they do." Thanks." Adrien ducked his head a little. "So what's the deal with the long sleeves?" "Nothing wrong with them. I just want to know if you're hiding scars or something." Ivy dug through her suitcase, tossing clothes out but not putting them back in. Adrien leaned against the couch again. Sun protection. My skin is very sensitive." "Huh. Figures. Your skin is like porcelain. So of course it's very sensitive. Long sleeves it is. Here, try this. The button down first and then put the Henley over it." She threw Adrien more clothes. "What? Oh my God. You don't know what a Henley is." "I know. This is a button down. By deductive reasoning, I assume this is a Henley." He held up the heather gray long-sleeved shirt. "Bingo. I don't understand the name either. Put those on and tuck in the front." After giving his instructions, she busied herself getting ready, peeling off her t-shirt and turning her back to Adrien as she snapped open her bra. Ivy was refreshing. "All right. So here's what I know about you so far. You're shy, introverted, a repairman, and single. The last one, I'm assuming. Why, yes. Pretty much. Adrien buttoned the shirt slowly, joints frustrated by the amount of work required. Perfect. Well, I'm not shy. I'm extroverted, and I'm a personal stylist. I'm also single, and we're going to be best friends. Ivy announced. Her voice colored with a childishness, a splash of youth, despite them being well into adulthood. Okay. You were supposed to at least smile. She laughed. You're so serious. Sorry? Nope. Never apologize. With a new shirt on, she skipped over to Adrien, finishing the buttons for him. She left the top 3 unfastened. I like how this shirt highlights your form. You're so skinny, but you're still muscular. Sometimes clothes don't do skinny men any favors. She crossed an arm over her ample chest as Adrien pulled the Henley over his head, adjusting the seam under his arms. When Adrien was dressed, she fixed his collar around the Henley and smoothed the creases of the shirt. I think it looks good. Adrien raised a dark eyebrow. It looks great. Ah. I'd be into you. I mean, not because you're looking for someone, I'm saying you look good. Speaking of though, are you looking for anyone? And no. Not really. I refuse to use a dating website or program. I guess if you know anyone you think I'd like, you can set me up. Well, what do you like? Ivy was still cycling through outfits. Oh, booties or loafers? I don't know. Booties. Not for me, for you. She chuckled. Oh. The other ones. Ivy handed him a pair of dark gray loafers. These are things my clients didn't like, so you can keep them. Now about men. I am not sure. Okay, fine. I'll ask questions and you tell me answers. Profession? White collar or blue collar? I don't mind either. But not another mechanic. I think white collar. It's different. Adrien wet his lips, a little color finding his cheeks. I get it. I think blue collar is sexy because I don't know anyone who works with their hands. Except you, of course. My last boyfriend was a business consultant. This time I'm going for a construction worker, I think. Okay, masculine, feminine, or in the middle. The redness on Adrien's cheeks darkened. And masculine. You want a masculine white-collar man? Ivy paused with a shirt stretched over her chest and turned to Adrien. You know white-collar means they work in an office somewhere, right? Maybe some play sports when they're out of the office. Ivy pursed her lips. Oh yeah, sure. I'll see if I can find a sports-playing accountant for you. I'll get right on it. She giggled. What else? She glanced around Adrien's house. You're not materialistic, so I'm guessing you don't want a man who's dressed to the nines. Not particularly. I want a man willing to learn new things. Good trait. What about traveling? I've never really traveled for fun. Well, you moved here, right? Why'd you move here? She changed clothes again, finally settling on skinny fit jeans and an oversized shirt. She tucked her jeans into burgundy booties. Adrien shrugged for a fresh start. Deep. We all need them sometimes. Okay, let's get going. I'll drive. She jingled her keys and grabbed Adrien's arm. Yes, Adrien murmured, walking alongside Ivy. He climbed in the passenger side of her sleek sedan. So here's the plan. We'll stay for at least 3 songs. If we want to go afterwards, we can go to a bar or something and hang out. It's up to you, Ivy explained. Adrien nodded to her plans. They rode in silence otherwise. The local radio station filled the car with alternatively upbeat music and slow mellow tunes. Adrien fidgeted during the drive, drumming his fingers as he stared out the window. His heart pumped heavy in his chest. Ivy squeezed her sedan into a parking spot, leading Adrien to the open concert space and weaving through the crowd until she found an ideal viewing spot. Here we are. Have you ever been to a live concert before? No, Adrien admitted, hanging close to Ivy as people crowded the area. The band was superb and feminist as Scott described, and the crowd was filled with like-minded women in shaven and braless. They waved their hands in the air and swayed their bodies to the time of the music. Ah! Can you dance? Ivy couldn't resist the upbeat tunes either. Her hips danced as she laced her fingers with Adrian's. Not particularly. Oh, honey. It's easy, she giggled, raising Adrian's hands above his head and twirling herself under them. He did little dancing, letting Ivy stay in control and move gracefully around him. They danced to 4 songs, 3 fast-paced and 1 slow dance, before searching for water in an empty bench. Ivy stood, still bouncing around to her favorite band, as Adrien sipped the water and relaxed against the bench. His eyelids drooped. You're tired. A little, but we can keep going, Adrien promised, rubbing his rosy cheeks and finishing the water. He pulled himself to his feet and accompanied Ivy back to the front of the crowd. They danced to 3 more songs before Ivy walked them back to the car, chatting gleefully about the concert. The concert wasn't over. Adrien linked arms with her as they walked, frowning. I know, but you're exhausted. I've heard all the songs before anyway. I am. I could have gone home, and you could have stayed. True, but if I stayed, what kind of friend would I be? Ivy smiled. How do you feel about coffee, and maybe a pastry? Favorably. Done. The pair swung by a 24-hour coffee place, ordering coffee and snacks, and then returned to Adrian's basement apartment. Piled in the bed, they watched television and ate until falling asleep together. Chapter 2. The office secretary popped her head into Scott's private office. Her dark curls framed her frowning heart-shaped face. Mr. Robinson. The light bulbs blew in the conference room, again, she pouted, nails drumming the hollow wooden door. The office was comprised of 3 private office rooms, a small pool of cubicles, and 1 large conference room on the other side of the building. The room was either haunted or had faulty electrical wiring, as it had gone through several bulbs by the time the spring rolled into the beginnings of summer. Okay, call the maintenance man, Leslie. He's on vacation this week. Oh, right. Well, is it imperative we get the light fixed? Kind of. Your brother has a conference meeting this afternoon. He's not here right now or I'd tell him, but it's an important meeting with a new corporation. She winced. Okay, well. Who's here? Mr. Jared Elwood and Mr. Dennis Robinson. All right. Well, can you go around the office and make note of any other issues? I will call a repairman to get these things fixed before the conference this afternoon. Yes, sir. The woman skipped back to her desk as Scott rose from his. She sank down in her cubicle chair for a few seconds before bouncing up again with a notepad and pencil in hand. Scott left his office, tapped Jared on the shoulder at his cubicle, and then went to Dennis' office, knocking before letting himself in. Oh, hey, Scottie. I didn't know you were still here. Dennis looked up from behind a dual-monitor computer. He pushed his glasses up on his nose, though they slid back down again. His face had shrunk in his gradual weight loss. And Jared? Yeah, I'm leaving soon. I have a gym appointment with my personal trainer after lunch, Jared explained. He was more muscular too, his meaty shoulders straining the seams of his shirt. Well, with all the home repairs, I've been out of the office a lot. The home repairs, Dennis confirmed, squinting down at his computer. He refreshed his email, checked the website numbers, and peeked at his phone. Jared looked around the room, sucking his teeth. He picked at a spot of peeling wallpaper, thumbing it in his fingers. What? His 2 colleagues looked at each other, having a silent battle, before Jared scowled. He crossed his arms and turned to his longtime friend. Here's the thing. We think there's more than a repair situation going on. I'm not fucking him. Right, but in the last month or so you did the kitchen tiles, did a stripe of tiles in the bathroom, ripped and laid new carpet. I don't know, man. You see him every week for something. The changes to the house are necessary. I was actually going to call him here to fix some things since our maintenance guy is out of town. What things? Jared sighed. The light in the conference room is out again, and I figured he could take a look at it and let us know if we have a bigger electrical issue on our hands. And I also had Leslie make a list of things in need of repair. So, you want to call him for something simple, but then you don't want him to know it's real simple, so you're making a list of other things he can come for too. Scottie, Dennis interrupted. He used the same chiding voice Jared had. Have you considered maybe asking him on a date? First, no. Scott pointed at Jared. I don't want to waste his time. And second, I tried asking him to eat, and he freaked out. What do you mean he freaked out? Gay guys don't like dates? Jared asked. I don't know. I suggested it, and he said no. And he still comes to do all your repairs. I'd probably stop coming if I knew some guy was into me, and I wasn't interested. He could need the money. Dennis shrugged. Right. Whatever his reasoning, I'm not questioning it. He's cool and chill and good at the job, so I'm calling him to do the repairs around here before the conference later. Aha, Jared grunted. Dennis, will you be available tonight for the public seminar I'm hosting about retirement? Sure. What's the conference about? There's a new small corporation looking to give benefits to their employees. They're black-owned and probably hoping we'll cut them a discount. Will we? Possibly, Scott admitted. It'll depend on how Sean feels about the company, and if they're trying to do right by their customers and employees or trying to get something for cheap. Fair enough. Keep us posted. Jared slapped Scott on the shoulder. Oh, and good luck with the repairman. His face split into a grin as he passed Scott and jogged out of the room. He could be afraid to hurt his income by dating a client, Dennis suggested, wide eyes focusing on Scott. Especially one who wants his whole house renovated. I guess. Anyway, I have a little more work to get done before the seminar this evening. Do you mind doing the social media last-minute posts about it? I think Leslie is going to get refreshments, or my mother will. Of course. Is there anything else? Just thinking about what you said. And wishing there was a way to change it, him not wanting to lose a client. Yeah. Not everyone's a CFO in a business who owns a big house, you know. I know. If you wanted, I might try again in a different setting. A situation where there's no monetary exchange. Such as? If he's a repairman, he's a small business owner. Show him you're invested in his business, maybe suggest some business seminars or something. Huh. Not a bad idea. Thanks. I'll think about it. It's too bad you're single, man. You'd be a good boyfriend. Thanks, I think. Dennis pushed his reading glasses up on the wide bridge of his nose, a lopsided smile touching his face. It's a compliment. Scott chuckled. Are you going to the gym later tonight? Was thinking about it. Why? I might come with. It's been too rainy to be outside the last few days. Cool. Sounds like fun. Dennis' smile stretched wider, his dark eyes sparkled. Scott nodded, retreating back to his office. He text-messaged Adrien and asked if he were available to come by his office for a quick handyman job. Adrien replied with a phone call. Hello, Scott answered. Hi. Adrien was breathless, winded. What's going on? Not much. We've got a conference tonight, and we've been having issues with the lighting in there. I was hoping you could swing by and take a look. Yes, sure. Hang on. Adrien muffled the receiver, but not his voice or the other rolling masculine voice. Adrien explained the situation, claiming its urgency and apologizing. The other man said he understood, and suggested he walk Adrien to the exit. Adrien declined politely, and then removed his hand from covering the receiver. I'm sorry. He spoke into the phone. It's okay. Did I interrupt something? No. Well, yes, and I should thank you for it. Adrien's breath became more winded. The rhythmic ding of his car's safety system filled the phone. I'm about to be on my way now. Well then you're welcome I guess, Scott grumbled, chewing his bottom lip. Were you on a date? Yes. Oh. Scott sensed Adrien's blush through his words, the little quiver at each syllable, the reluctance in his tone. A terrible one. Adrien continued. Oh. Scott's inside swirled with emotions, his dark eyes flickered green. And it wasn't going well. He squeezed the phone in his thick fingers. Not particularly. Text me your address. I'm on my way, I will talk to you in a moment. Adrien ended the call, and Scott growled. After sending Adrien his location, he squeezed the phone tighter and inhaled a deep breath, forcing a slower heart rate. Scott paced his gray-carpeted office, the fluffy flooring molding around his box-toed loafers with each step. He cycled through emotions like a carousel, gliding through a wave of jealousy, a pinch of anger, and a touch of desire. When 10 minutes had passed, Scott adjusted his clothes, retucking the front portion of his shirt, smoothing over his slacks, and grabbing his blazer. He threw his blazer over his shoulders and left the office, taking the stairs to the first floor. As his shoe hit the ground floor, his cell phone dinged, and Adrien's red hatchback rolled into the parking lot, settling between two sleek sports cars. Adrien climbed out and grabbed a ladder from the back before approaching Scott. A shy smile lit up Adrien's face. Hi. His usual greeting. Scott's dark eyes studied Adrien, traveling down the effortless waves of his golden hair. Adrien's limbs were long and slender, his neck stretched for miles and curved into bony shoulders holding up his overalls. The neck of his long-sleeved shirt bunched at one side, showing a peak of his sharp collarbone. Hey. You came from a date like this? No, I had this in my car. Just in case. Adrien's pale cheeks filled with color. He chewed his plump bottom lip. Oh right, Scott grunted. We're on the 3rd floor. He led Adrien inside, opening the door to the stairwell. Okay. See, can we take the elevator? Sure, yeah, no problem. It's the ladder and 3 flights of stairs, the repairman stammered. It's fine. You don't have to justify it to me, but I'll carry the ladder if you want. If it'll help. Adrien sucked on his bottom lip as Scott made his offer, hazel eyes floating to Scott's face after surveying the lavish front lobby. Could you please? No problem. Scott rested the ladder on his strong shoulders and blocked the elevator door with his body as Adrien entered. With a pained sigh and a flash of a frown, Adrien leaned against the railing of the elevator, hands gripping the cold metal. His skin stretched taut over his knuckles. They rode in silence to the 3rd floor, and the elevator stopped with a jolt. When the doors opened, Scott walked Adrien to their section of the floor, opening the glass door to the office. And this is where I work. It's nice. Very professional. Grinning, Adrien stepped in front of Scott into the room. The agents working in the main room glanced over their cubicle dividers at Adrien and Scott, giving half-hearted waves as they spoke in soothing tones into their headsets. Yeah. The conference room is back this way. My secretary made a list of everything in need of fixing around the office, so if you have the time, tools, and feel up to it, you can tackle those. Of course. Scott hadn't noticed how soft Adrien's voice was until the handyman was out of his element. They weren't one-on-one anymore, they were 2 men in an office with a steadily humming air conditioner and dripping coffee maker. Adrien's voice faded against the constant background noise in the office. Scott opened the door to the conference room too, and flicked on the lights. They popped on one after the other, a wave of blue light washing over most of the room except where one long fluorescent light had blown. Here. Scott sat the ladder down. Thank you. Listen, I have some things to finish before tonight. I'm going to send my secretary with the list, and when you're done you can stop by my office, so I can write you a check for your time. Right. Of course. Wait, which is your office? The middle door. If you need me for anything, text me, okay? Adrien nodded back straight and with a schooled neutral expression. I shouldn't, but if I do, I will. Great. Scott gave Adrien a smile before he exited the conference room. After a stop by Leslie's desk, he disappeared into his office, collapsing in his aerodynamic bamboo desk chair. He answered the influx of emails that had arrived in his private inbox while he was talking to Adrien, setting up appointments with corporate clients and soothing the minds of individual clients anxious about their end-of-life finances. Scott had prepared speeches. He had a consoling collection of words, making even the most stressed person calm. After he finished answering emails, he confirmed the payroll, double-checking the money deposited into the business account and the numbers for all the money leaving the account. He paid Sean, Dennis, and himself by salary. He paid the rest of their employees by the hour and left the bulk of the money for business growth. Sean wanted an upgraded facility, a private office building, rather than sharing a complex with several other businesses. He didn't appreciate the competition, he said, of every other door on the floor. Dennis' only request was a discounted gym subscription for the entire office. He had considered upgrading all the desks to standing desks or even treadmill desks, but he abandoned the suggestion after trying it for himself and noticing a drop in his production level. He also didn't enjoy standing all day. Scott scrolled through vacant buildings when he heard a knock on his door. "Come in," he called. Adrien peeked in his office. "Hi." Scott glanced away from his monitor and to the creak of his door. It needed fixing too. "You're finished?" Scott inquired. "Yes. You should probably call an electrician out here, or perhaps ask the other businesses if they're having any lighting issues. However, I changed the bulb for now." Adrien was a foreigner visiting a different country, out of place but amazed at the new environment. His hazel eyes drank in the room, flicking from one side to the other while Scott stayed focused on him. His grace was captivating. Adrien combed his wavy hair behind pink-tipped ears before letting his hands fall to his slender sides. "I'll set it up for later in the week." "All right. Your office is nice," Adrien murmured. "Thank you. How much do I owe you?" Scott motioned to one of the plush chairs across from his dark oak desk as he retrieved a checkbook from one of the drawers. He twisted open a fountain pen and scribbled the amount when Adrien whispered it. Adrien barely filled the chair, hugging the left side and leaving space on the right. He crossed his slender legs and rested his hands in his lap. "So date, huh?" Scott tore the blue paper from the checkbook, tapped in a notation on his computer, and then focused his attention on Adrien. "Why, yes. It was nothing. My friend set me up with someone." Adrien pocketed the check. "Oh, okay. You know, you didn't have to end the date to come here." "I realize, but he was boring anyway." "I'm sorry." Adrien shrugged. "Don't be. Why'd your friend set you up?" "Ah. She's obsessed with helping me meet someone. I told her what sort of men I am attracted to the night of the concert, and ever since she's been trying to find the right man." "Has she come close?" Scott tilted his head, memorizing Adrien's profile, the shy way he glanced to the side and the elegant slope of his body. He was a handyman, but at this moment he resembled a model posing as one. His hair had slipped from behind his ear, framing his face again, and his hazel eyes housed an intensity under all of his softness, a weak flame determined to stay kindled. "Not particularly." Adrien exhaled in a hollow laugh. "Well, maybe I can help. What sort of men are you interested in?" Scott's cheeks dimpled in a smile. Well. Adrien shifted, one shoulder shrugging as his face filled with blood. His creamy skin darkened, and he rubbed his hands down his overalls. "Just, I should go." He bounced to his feet. "Oh. Okay, let me." Scott stood and walked to the door after Adrien. "And no, it's fine." Adrien touched the door handle, and the door flung open. "Scottie, Dennis told me the conference room light was out." Sean stepped into his brother's office, looking up only after he'd bumped into Adrien. "Oh hey. Shit, I didn't know you were here." He tilted his head, raising his eyebrows towards Scott. "He replaced the light." "Yes," Adrien whimpered. "Thanks. Damn, I was getting worried. They're supposed to be here in 20 minutes, and I feel like I'm losing my mind." "You got everything planned for later tonight?" "The seminar?" Sean adjusted the sleeves of his suit as he stood in the center of the door frame, trapping Adrien and Scott in the office. Mostly, yeah. Dennis says the social media interest in the seminar is huge, so it's probably going to be packed tonight. And he's picking up the packets in a couple hours from the printer. Awesome. Hey man, you coming to the seminar tonight? Sean glanced at Adrien, identical dark eyes studying the handyman's face. No. You should. It's about preparing for retirement. Adrien opened his mouth, but Sean continued speaking. Sorry. It's about preparing for retirement as a small business owner. It's right up your alley, right? Why, yes? Adrien stammered, worried eyes turning to Scott. Dude, you're freaking him out. Scott squeezed his brother's shoulder. Why don't you go wait in the conference room for your clients? Good idea. Sean nodded. It's good seeing you around, Adrien. He tipped his head to Adrien and then breezed out of Scott's office, slamming the door closed behind him. Sorry about him. He gets energetic when he's nervous. It's okay. Adrien's shoulders sagged when Sean left, and he cautioned his eyes back to Scott. Scott's heart throbbed when their eyes met. His insides bubbled. So, you could stay for the seminar tonight. It would probably be beneficial if you don't already have a plan for retirement. It's a $100 seminar because of the workbooks and information we give out, but I'll let you in free if you're interested. I don't know, Adrien whispered, lips barely moving. I'd like it if you came. Scott opened his office door for Adrien, but Adrien didn't rush out. He stared forward, eyes glazed over. His arms crossed his chest and he held his position. Scott saw the wheels turning in his brain, the battle of the decision on his face. Adrien snapped out of his concentrated stare. He fixed his eyes on Scott's lips, avoiding his eyes. Okay. What time? In about 3 hours. Adrien nodded. I'm going to go rest then before your event. He moved past Scott. His shoulder brushed against the man's broad chest as he stepped out of Scott's private office and into the lobby. His spare touch spread goosebumps down Scott's arm and across his whole body. His muscles seized and he gasped before clearing his throat. All right, Scott rasped. I can take your ladder back downstairs for you. Thanks. Carrying the ladder on his shoulder, Scott led Adrien out of the lobby into the hallway and back to the elevators. Adrien toted the rest of his tools. They rode to the first floor in silence. Adrien leaned against the metal railing with his eyes on Scott. Scott looked straight ahead, watching the numbers drop until they were on the first floor, and he carried the ladder all the way to Adrien's car, sliding it into the hatchback. Thanks again, Adrien murmured as Scott closed the vehicle's back door. No problem. I'll see you later. Scott's brown eyes tracked Adrien's car as he drove, until he was a red speck across the parking lot. The red speck paused at the stop sign before merging into traffic. When Adrien was gone, Scott hopped in his crossover vehicle and went to Johnny's, his favorite hole-in-the-wall sandwich place. Scott parked his vehicle on the street and strolled through the colorful restaurant to the outside bar, sitting down in a yellow stool and placing his belongings on the table. The bartender handed him a menu. Long time no see, the red-headed bartender teased. She winked at Scott as she dropped drinks by a couple sitting to the left of him. Do you want your usual? Scott browsed the menu, scanning it from cover to cover. Yeah, I think so. It'll be a Philly cheesesteak and a pale ale then? She snatched the menu from Scott and tucked it under the bar. So how you been? Fine, Mo. Been busy renovating my place and preparing for the seminar tonight. Oh right. Renovations with the repairman, Adrien? The cute one? I never said he was cute. Scott drummed his fingers on the counter. You didn't have to. Your face lights up when you talk about him, and well, you always talk about him. I don't, Scott grunted. Aha. So what's his deal? Does he really think your tile flooring needs retiled, and you need an accent stripe in your shower or whatever? I don't think he cares since I pay him. Look, I don't want to talk about him anyway. Scott waved a hand. Are you still thinking about starting your crochet business? Oh yeah. I've been thinking about what you said. You know, developing a product line. Hang on. She tapped her hand on the counter in front of Scott and whizzed away, taking a new round of drink orders and handing them out before returning. Sorry. Gotta do my job, you know. Anyway, I've been working on my product line and my business plan. What's on your product line so far? Well, I have coasters because they're really quick, coffee cup cozies because they're cute and necessary, scarves, hats, and the like. What's a coffee cup cozy? The thing you put around your hot drink, except you can put logos on them, crochet them, you know, whatever. Oh. I didn't know their name. Well, okay, yeah, cozies. I could even make ice cream tub cozies. Someone would buy them. Right? Mo chuckled, pouring Scott's pale ale. I'll be back in a second with your food. She smiled and retreated, busying herself with the surrounding patrons as Scott pulled his phone from his pocket. He occupied himself with refreshing his webmail box over and over again. People chattered around him, but he crunched his eyes together and stared at his cell phone. Mo delivered his food after 10 minutes, and he discarded his cell phone for his sandwich, biting into it with a soft groan. He savored every bite, chewing the recommended 30 times before swallowing the fully masticated bite of food. He picked the crumbs off his plate, downed the last swallows of his ale, and tucked cash under his glass. He knew exactly how much his meal costed, including a 25% tip. With a half wave to Mo, he stood, grabbing the items he came with, and exited the restaurant, driving the scenic route back to the office. The scenic route carried him around the town instead of through it, and the speed limit was 10 miles less than on the highway, but it gave Scott time to think. He started by organizing his to-do list, and ended with Adrien's face in his mind. Adrien's plump lips, hazel eyes, and wavy hair robbed him of any other thoughts. He twisted the leather of his steering wheel as he reflected on their past conversations, the latest first. He replayed Adrien's body language, the way his face changed colors every time Scott looked at him, and the exhaustion deep-rooted in his slow movements. Scott arrived back at the office with 30 minutes to spare before his seminar began. He didn't share his brother's performance anxiety. Instead, he strode confidently to his office and looked through his prepared notes. He checked the conference room, ensuring seats for the attendants were occupying the body of the room. Then he posted himself at the entrance of their lobby, propping the glass door open as small business owners filed in. Scott greeted everyone, shaking their hands and leaning in for hugs. He directed them to the conference room, and Dennis met them with an informational packet on the way. He missed Adrien's arrival until he was face to face with him. Adrien's hazel eyes were bright, and as if on cue, Adrien's cheeks flamed. Instead of his usual attire of overalls, he wore skinny-fit jeans and a V-neck, long-sleeved shirt. The shirt highlighted the green in his hazel eyes. "Hi," Adrien exhaled. "Hey, you made it." Scott extended his hand, and Adrien hesitated before surrendering his own. He squeezed Adrien's hand and gazed into his eyes. "I'm glad you're here." Thank you." "Me too." Adrien held Scott's gaze for lingering seconds until he dropped it and looked past the man. I was wondering what you were doing after this." His breath came in a rush and redness warmed his cheeks. "What?" Scott blinked. I was going to hit the gym with Dennis, but I can go to the gym anytime." "What's going on?" "And nothing." He sucked his bottom lip. Thanks for inviting me." "No problem. I usually greet people with a hug. Is a hug okay?" Scott rubbed his thumb over Adrien's swollen knuckles. "Why, yes," Adrien murmured. Scott nodded and inched Adrien closer to him. He wrapped an arm around his shoulders, feeling the bones of Adrien's spine against his meaty arm. At first Adrien was tense, but then he relaxed in Scott's arms, resting his head on Scott's shoulder. Adrien closed his eyes as their bodies lined up and their heart rate synced before retreated with rosy cheeks. "I'll meet you inside. Get a packet from Dennis, okay?" Adrien nodded, shivering when Scott released his hand. Adrien's arrival marked the tail end of the crowd. People trickled in waves, and once the crowd was nothing more than one person every few minutes, Scott abandoned the door and entered the conference room. He took his post in front of the seated guests and scanned the crowd for Adrien, who had taken a seat in the back right corner. Scott smiled when his eyes landed on the other man, and his heart swelled in his chest. He adjusted his necktie and addressed the gathering of people. "Hey everyone. Welcome to my Retirement for Small Business seminar. This seminar is for people who currently own small businesses or sole proprietorships and don't actually want to work until they're 70 years old." Scott gave a little chuckle. Tonight, we're going to talk about all the different ways you can begin a retirement fund as a small business owner. You can have a general savings account, a stock market portfolio, life insurance, IRA accounts, and even solo 401k plans if your business makes enough money. I trust everyone received a packet. The crowd murmured responses. Scott nodded. Awesome. Anyone who hasn't received a packet, raise your hand, and Dennis will get one to you. He paused. A few people lifted their hands, and Dennis breezed by with the information packets. So, let's start by talking about general savings accounts. This one is really pretty simple. Open an account, put the money there, and it will collect interest over time. The thing about savings accounts is consistency. I know it can be tempting to slack off, but the key is putting money in and leaving it there. Scott continued with his explanation on savings accounts, discussing the different interest rates and easy methods to save, a smile playing on his face the entire time. The first half of his seminar covered savings accounts, stock market portfolios, and life insurance plans. Scott had concrete numbers and examples displayed on a drop-down whiteboard. After his last example of a modest life insurance plan, he released them for a quick break and slinked over to Adrien. "How's my seminar so far?" "It's good. Very informative." Adrien uncrossed his slender legs and stood in front of Scott. "I had never thought of a life insurance plan for retirement." "Yeah, most people don't think about it. Hey, there's a vending machine down the hall if you want a soda. Or there's water here." "Water, please." Adrien placed his information packet on his chair and followed Scott from the conference room. Scott opened the door for him. "So, what's your retirement plan?" "I had not considered one, but I believe I am interested in creating a stock portfolio, an IRA, and a general savings account, using the one company who rounds your purchases to the nearest dollar." "All good plans. There's a bunch of IRAs to choose from, but I can help you pick the right one." Scott handed Adrien a cup of water and put his own to his lips, gulping it down. "Thank you." Adrien cradled the cup, taking careful sips. "It's weird seeing you out of uniform, but I like it." Scott smirked. Adrien hid a smile behind his cup of water. "It is weird seeing you in business attire," the repairman admitted. "But I like it." He looked away. "Yeah?" Emotions tickled Scott's insides at Adrien's compliment, and he smiled into his cup as well. "Yes. It is almost time to resume your seminar." "It is." "Right." This time Scott flushed. His cheeks darkened and his ears heated up. The back of his neck tingled. "I'll see you back inside." Adrien lingered at the water dispenser as Scott jogged back into the conference room. "Mr. Robinson," an older woman called as he stepped into the room. She shuffled over to him, dragging her feet along the carpeted floor. Scott paused, slipping his hands in his pockets and focusing his attention on her. "Mr. Robinson, is there going to be a question and answer session after your seminar is over?" "Absolutely. However, what's the nature of your question?" "Well, I've been a teacher for 25 years and I've got a teacher retirement plan, but I was wondering who I should leave my annuity to. I've got 2 children, and one is pregnant with a child right now." Scott winced. "Well, it's not a small business-related question, and it's hard to say. I don't mind answering it, though. You have the option of taking out a lump sum of money, I believe, which could be a better option in this case, because you can set aside portions for both of your children, rather than have to assign it exclusively to one person." I'll get less money in the long run? Scott nodded, but your family will stay connected. Family is much more important than a couple extra dollars. The woman stewed on his words, a wrinkle forming over her gray eyebrows, before she snorted, nodded, and took her seat again. After a quick glance around, Scott returned to the head of the room. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as the attendees scuffled back into the room, ending their private conversations. Once everyone was settled again, Scott resumed his talk. Okay guys, we're going to talk about IRA accounts. Scott's smile stretched across his face. His excitement for finance weaved into his every word. Here's the thing, there are 3 different types of IRA accounts. If you turn to page 15 in your packet, you can follow along. Scott's hands animated, palms facing the sky as he shared his knowledge with the group. There's the traditional, deductible IRA, which means it can be taken as a tax deduction in the tax year they're made. Doing it this way will lower your gross income and reduce overall taxes. There's the non-deductible IRA. The major difference in this one is not being able to deduct it on your yearly taxes, but there are some more differences we'll get to in a moment. And last, and the newest type of IRA is the Roth IRA. It's different from both traditional and non-deductible IRAs. Roth IRA income is taxed as income the year it's deposited, but at the time of withdrawal the contributions are not taxable. Scott elaborated on each type of IRA account, giving concrete examples of each one and how they can benefit people who work for themselves or have unconventional ways of making money. For the Roth IRA, he used a repairman as an example, creating a sample income and calculating the numbers based on a modest monthly contribution in a 30-year plan. Adrian's eyes grew wide, and he borrowed a pen from the person next to him, scribbling down Scott's numbers in an elegant handwriting. Scott moved on to solo 401k plans, still using the repairman as an example. This repairman had expanded his business to include several employees and a gross income of $300,000 a year. He explained the value of solo 401k plans and the benefits of regular 401k plans for his other employees. Excited by his own explanation, Scott continued well after the expected end time, extending the seminar 30 minutes before Dennis whispered to him. Embarrassed, he closed his discussion of saving plans, reminded all attendees they had an included one-on-one session with one of their agents, and thanked everyone for coming. Dennis and Sean mingled with the chattier business owners, the ones curious about the 401k plans for their corporation, and the ones interested in traditional IRA accounts, while Scott found himself in conversation with the quirky business owners. He gathered a crowd and fell into another deep discussion on the best retirement savings plans. Scott favored small growth over a long period of time. He was discussing different interest rates when Adrien joined the group around him, clutching his packet in his bony fingers and tucking waves of layered golden brown hair behind his pale ears. Scott stuttered and cleared his throat. He kept his words steady for the rest of his discussion, even as he felt Adrien's eyes weighing on him, his intense stare burning a hole into the side of his face. When the crowd dispersed, Adrien stayed. How'd you like the seminar? Scott rocked on the heels of his box-toe loafers, slipping his hands into his pockets. Your repairman example. Adrien's lips formed a shy smile. Yeah, what about it? Were you hinting at? Adrien shrugged, at your opinion on how I should save for my inevitable retirement. It was the first example I thought of, Scott confessed, chewing his full bottom lip. Though my plan came out kind of nice, if I should say so myself. It wasn't bad. Free and good advice for you. So, when are you opening up your Roth IRA account? When I have $25 extra a month. Adrien smiled more, amusement coloring his wistful hazel eyes. Fair enough. Cut back on your fast food and coffee budget. I'll get right on it. Adrien chewed his bottom lip, glancing around the room before meeting Scott's eyes. Do you want to grab a drink? He. Scottie. Adrien. Glad you could make it. Sean clapped Adrien on the shoulder. Pain ravaged Adrien's pleasant features, and he turned away from the men, closing his eyes. It was a good presentation, Adrien gasped. Thank you. Well, no, technically thanks, Scottie. So what do I think? About? About retirement, about our office building, about the floors. I've been considering rugs for the hardwood. It could bring a little more color to the place, you know. Does your whole family love renovations? Adrien tilted his head when Sean discussed the floors. No. Scottie hates renovation. Sean grinned, dark eyes sparkling like fireworks in an inky black sky. All right. Adrien glanced back at Scott. Yep. Trust me, I'm right. Anyway, Dennis said y'all were going to the gym after this? I did suggest going with him, but I made other plans. Scott looked at Adrien. Why yes, Adrien murmured. Aha. Sean looked at Adrien as well, then back at Scott. Well, you two kids have a good time, doing whatever it is you now have planned. Sean squeezed his brother's shoulder. Seriously though, good presentation. Thanks. Scott yanked Sean into a hug. No problem. Have fun. Sean nodded to Adrien and jogged over to Dennis. He's a lot. Yeah, Scott agreed. There is a place nearby, Johnny's? Yeah, we can go there. It's my favorite lunch spot. Oh. Adrien wrinkled the bridge of his nose. Then we don't have to. No, really, I like the place. We'll go there. It's a nice night out, do you want to walk? Adrien's hazel eyes lost their luster. See, can we drive? Yeah, sure. And the elevator too, right? Why, yes. If it's okay. No problem for me. They rode the elevator to the first floor, and Scott drove to Johnny's, leading Adrien to the outdoor bar. Johnny's had an enclosed outdoor seating area with mismatched tables, hanging string lights, and eclectic decorations all around. Scott sank down in a red wooden seat and patted the yellow wooden seat next to him. Twice in one day. I'm a lucky lady, the bartender greeted Scott. Oh, and you brought a friend. Hi there. Hey Mo, Scott chuckled. Yeah, this is Adrien. Adrien, this is Mo, the bartender. Ah. Your friend's cute too. Nice to meet you, Adrien. Nice to meet you too. Adrien sat down in the yellow stool, placing his hands between his slender thighs before crossing his legs. What can I get y'all? Beer. Whatever's on tap. White wine. Adrien shifted his body towards Scott. So, how was your day overall? Thanks again for changing the light bulbs again. Scott placed his black credit card on the table when Mo returned with the drinks. Scott tasted his and nodded his approval. It was okay. Adrien straightened his back, eyes scanned the room before coming back to Scott. I had the date, then going to your office. I took a nap between working and this event. Sounds pretty low-key. You still haven't really told me about this date. You want to hear about it? Sure. Come on. Tell me the worst and best part about it. Well, Adrien mused. The worst thing was how obsessed he was with the handyman fantasy. Handyman fantasy? Seriously? Scott sipped his beer. Adrien nodded. For a second date, he wanted me to go to his house wearing only my overalls and nothing more. What? Coughing, Scott swallowed, placing his cold drink back on the table. He crunched his dark eyebrows as his eyes trailed down Adrien's slender body. You're thinking about it. Maybe. Should I stop? No, you can continue, Adrien giggled, sipping his wine. He licked his lip and had another sip. The second date is kind of soon for a role-playing in the sax session, isn't it? Way too soon. A year too soon, really. Adrien wiped the sweat from his glass and brought it to his lips again. I like to take things slow. Cool. I have never had anyone to take things slow with. All right. So what was the best part? You've never had a boyfriend? No. Why not? Don't know. Haven't really been looking. Our friend Jared, my brother and I started this company right after college. Ah, I see. Adrien rested his cheek in his palm, and his hazel eyes softened. And no one in college. I had a long-standing friend with benefits. He played ball with me in undergrad. Football? Adrien lifted his eyebrows. Yeah, Scott grunted, gulping his beer again. Yep. His name was Caleb, and he liked doing it right after we won a game. Something about the adrenaline or something. Interesting. Perhaps the feeling of accomplishment and the rush of endorphins from exercising. Yeah, maybe so. Anyway, what was the best part of your date? The food was good. We ate at a vegetarian place north of here. Café Wildflower, I think. Café Sunflower, Scott corrected. It's a good place. Expensive. Yes. We went Dutch, as they say. I don't like the going Dutch thing. Call me old-fashioned, I guess. I suppose, but between two men, how do you decide who pays? The person asking for the date is the one who pays. Unless, of course, the other one wants to pay for everything. Like tonight. Adrian's hazel eyes snapped up to Scott's face. His tongue traced his teeth behind parted lips, and the corners of his lips lifted in a slight smile. It was a weak but genuine smile. Okay. Do you enjoy paying for others? I mean, sure. I do it during business meetings because it's polite. On a date, I expect the one who asked to have the funds to cover both people. It's not fair to expect the one being asked on a date to pay for their part. I see. I understand your theory, but what if someone thinks because they paid, they're owed something more after the date? If someone thinks they're owed something because they were a reasonable human being, then they're being entitled. I like paying because I don't want the person I ask out to worry about money on the date. It should be about getting to know the other person. Adrian's genuine smile grew, and he turned away from Scott. I see. What? I've never had a man want to pay with nothing attached to it, implied or explicitly stated. Why not? I don't know. It could, of course, be me feeling as if I owe him something for paying. I shouldn't put it all on the other person. Adrian's nimble fingers lined the circled rim of his wine glass as his eyebrows knit together. His lips pursed, then he tilted his head back to Scott, exposing the length of his neck. Fair. Well, you don't owe me anything for paying for your drink. And it's nice to talk to you when you're not in uniform. Though now since I'm thinking about it, the idea of just overalls is kind of exciting. Stop. Adrien scowled playfully, touching Scott's shoulder. With one side unhooked and your hands in your pockets. Or maybe holding a hammer or a wrench or something. You didn't know what a wrench was 6 weeks ago. True. And I still get it confused with a screwdriver, honestly. The businessman smiled. So, I told you about my last sort of relationship experience. What about you? My last relationship experience. I was with someone before moving here. He wasn't the reason for the move, but we ended things around the same time. Why? The simple answer is we wanted different things in life, but the longer and perhaps more complicated answer is I felt stagnant. Adrien downed the last swallow of his wine. His cheeks had gone from pale to a little rosy from the warmth of alcohol. Mo brought him another before he pushed the glass away, and he whispered his gratitude. Yeah? Yes. He was content with where he was in life, and I wanted more. Adrien sucked his bottom lip. We were in a small town. He worked at the local bank, and I was the local repairman. How long were you two together? A little over 2 years. He let himself go. Adrien flushed. Is it mean of me? He stopped showering and stopped dressing nice when we would go places. He gained weight too, but I didn't mind the weight. I can't comment. I might not shower on the weekends, but weekdays and after workout, I wash. Approved, Adrien chuckled. I can even do 3 days no shower, but he would go for longer. Much longer. And then he would want me to go down on him. Did you? Sometimes. Adrien wrinkled his nose, tasting his second glass of wine. Huh. So sometimes not showering is gross, and sometimes it's okay. It's always gross, but sometimes gross is okay. I stand corrected then. Scott laughed, rubbing his palms down the thighs of his slacks. So, he stammered, looking dolefully at Adrien, angelic against the soft backlights of the restaurant. The lights shined through his hair, illuminating the sharp features of his oval face, catching the lightest yellows of his eyes. So you do. How did your parents take your coming out? My mom didn't care, honestly. But my dad, well. He doesn't understand it. I think he accepts it begrudgingly because I'm his son, but it's been a don't ask, don't tell policy with him. A frown flickered on Scott's face, but it disappeared before Adrien could comment. I think they're detached from it because I've never brought anyone home. I see. And your brother? You two are twins, right? Yeah, we're twins. I'm a few minutes older than him. I know it probably doesn't matter, but I am. I had slept with girls before I realized I was more interested in men. Before I figured it out, he used to get my sloppy seconds. Oh. Adrien blinked, slowly processing what Scott said before laughing. And not after. I think he would if it were the right guy. He likes femininity, so the guy would have to be a bottom with painted toenails and a high-pitched voice. Figures. What about you? What kind of guys do you like? At the risk of sounding cheesy, I like guys like you. Smart, witty, patient. Scott finished his beer and declined a second one, switching to water instead. You have drive and a work ethic. You're fun to talk to, and aren't afraid of heavy conversations. What else? Attractive. A little sexy in an understated way. Kind from what I've seen so far. Adrien's lips spread into a smile. His pearly white teeth glistened in the soft moonlight. What else? Scott tapped his fingers on the counter as a hungry beast stirred inside him, fed by Adrien's little movements, the way he tossed his wavy hair over his slender shoulder and the way his smile lit his entire face. Scott licked his lips, his beast rumbling, not sure. Ah. Adrien sipped his wine and allowed the silence, letting it unravel between them. At first, Scott mulled over conversational topics, eager for more conversation, but when Adrien seemed relaxed, he relaxed as well. Scott finished his water after Adrien downed the last bit of his wine. Do you want to take a walk? Scott offered, tipping his head in the opposite direction of his vehicle. Sure. Adrien smirked, standing once Mo returned Scott's credit card. Scott signed the receipt, tucking his card away and taking Adrien's hand in his. He laced his dark fingers with the other man's as they weaved through multicolored wooden benches and ducked under sagging string lights. Shops and bars lined the sidewalk, all open late and ready for patrons. The area itself was littered with people enjoying the evening air and pleasant conversation. Scott squeezed Adrien's hand, strolling beside him and bumping shoulders as they walked. Tell me more about your family, Scott spoke finally, after they had walked several blocks past drunk couples and dog walkers and were almost to the end of the street. I had 2 younger sisters, an overweight mother, and a mysterious father. Right? The sisters and the mother on disability. Mysterious? Correct? Absent is a better term. However, mysterious sounds more positive. Oh, like a cool spin on something negative. Adrien's answer came slow. Indeed. When was the last time you talked to them? It has been a while. Another slow answer, even slower than the last, and Adrien's eyes changed from glowing to cavernous wells of sadness. Sorry I asked. Scott chewed his bottom lip as they walked several more blocks in silence. He soaked in the dewy night air and the sounds of the city around them. There's a sweets shop up ahead. Do you want to stop in? This late? Sure, why not? Perhaps because we haven't had any real food. The sweets shop has macaroons and cake which require an oven. Do they count as real food? No. Adrien's soft eyes and smile returned, and he chuckled at Scott. Okay. There's a burger place a little further. We could get something, then come back to the sweets place. Adrien weighed the options. The sweets because we should go soon. All right. With a boyish grin, Scott led them back to the sweet shop, Holly's Sweet Tooth, and tried every one of their 21 flavors of ice cream. They tried their 10 sherbet flavors and their 5 vegan flavors with a coconut milk base. Adrien settled on a small serving of the vegan chocolate chip, while Scott picked birthday cake ice cream with candy mix-ins. "You are ridiculous," Adrien observed as Scott swirled his spoon in his now multicolored bowl of ice cream. "Thank you. Do you want a bite?" Scott scooped a spoonful and presented it to Adrien's lips. Adrien eyed the melting dessert and then Scott's grinning face before sighing and opening his mouth. He grabbed the middle of the spoon, insisting on feeding himself either way. Crunching the candy in the ice cream, Adrien returned the spoon. "It's sweet." "Yeah, exactly," Scott agreed. They ate their ice cream in silence, stealing private glances at each other. The times their eyes met, Adrien's cheeks darkened, and he looked away. Scott grinned more. They finished their servings around the same time, despite Scott having quite a bit more to eat than Adrien. Scott scooped the last of the melted ice cream and candy from his bowl, and dropped his plastic spoon with a sigh. "You're full?" "Relatively. Here, I'll toss yours." Scott collected Adrien's small bowl and his own. He wandered over to the trash can, threw the items away, and approached the counter again. He ordered 10 macarons and received a tiny gift box filled with the French delicacies. The sturdy striped box itself was worth the hefty price tag. Scott met Adrien at the door, opening it for him. "You bought more sweets?" "Macarons aren't sweet. Not as much, but they're heavenly. These ones are anyway." "Macarons?" "French cookie dessert. They're bright colored with filling between the cookie halves." "I have never had one before." "Damn. Well, these are for you. I got you their summer flavors. Watermelon something something. I don't remember the rest." "Oh? Well, thank you. You are old-fashioned," Adrien teased as they strolled back towards Scott's vehicle. "Gifts on a first date. Opening the door for me. Do you do the wait 3 days to call thing too?" "Actually, no. I don't. I don't want someone on pins and needles wondering if I want to see them again." "You're a modern traditionalist." "Totally." Scott squinted, bumping shoulders with Adrien. "Speaking of a second date. How about it?" "A second date?" "Yeah. Yes?" "Perfect. You moved here a few months ago, yeah. So you haven't seen much of the city, have you?" "Correct. I have not. I went to the concert, and my friend and I have been a few places, but mostly night outings. Then we should do something during the day. Plan A or Plan B, pick one." "What are they?" "They're a surprise. So pick one and then I'll tell you what we're doing." Adrien narrowed his eyes at Scott, administering him a discerning stare. "Plan B." "Cool." Scott kept walking, but Adrien stopped and snaked his hand away from Scott's. He folded his arms over his slender chest, frowning. "Where are we going?" "What?" "Oh. Bowling. We're going bowling." Scott paused too, tickling Adrien's rough palm with his fingers. "Have you been bowling before?" "Never. I was on the bowling team in high school." Scott shrugged. They resumed walking. Their shoulders overlapped each other, Scott's broad shoulder leading the way with Adrien's pressing into him from behind. They had started their night careful of the other person's presence, but now they connected like puzzle pieces. "Of course you were." Adrien glanced sidelong back and an initially stern look shifted to a smile. "I remember. You're good at all sports." "Yeah, I kind of am. And finances. I'm good at finances too." "Yes?" Adrien slipped away from Scott when they reached his vehicle. He climbed in the passenger seat, folding himself in the chair and resting his knees against the window. Scott passed him the macarons. "Open them and let's share one." "Of course," Adrien murmured, unraveling the yellow bow on the corner of the box. They shared all 10 and licked their fingers clean before Scott dropped Adrien off beside his red hatchback. They both climbed out and leaned against their vehicles, watching the other person expectantly. Adrien rolled his shoulders, puffing out his lean chest as his hair brushed his shoulders. Scott rumbled softly, collecting both of Adrien's hands in his. About our bowling date. How's next Sunday? It's perfect. Adrien stole a look at Scott's face before studying the ground between them. Awesome. I'll pick you up at your place, or would you rather meet there? You can pick me up if you wish. I do kind of. It makes it a little more special, though I'm going to miss the ritual of your father or male parental figure threatening me with a shotgun at the front door. Adrien forced a chuckle. Even if I had one, I doubt he would spend much time defending my worth. I will appreciate you picking me up for our second date, Scott. Scott nodded, releasing Adrien's hands. Adrien circled his vehicle and opened the driver's side door. He sank into the seat, and Scott turned back to his own vehicle, hoisting himself into it. Wait. Scott, Adrien called, cheeks flushed as he leapt back out of his hatchback. Scott? Scott didn't hear Adrien's cry. It was the movement out of the corner of his eyes that grabbed his attention, and he peeked out his window. He rolled the window down at Adrien's request. What is it? Did you forget something? Yes. Well, no. Not technically. I wanted to ask a favor of you. Adrien squirmed and picked at his nail beds. Okay, shoot. C, could you? W, will you help me lay tiles at this person's place? It's a two-man job, and I don't know anyone else who's free to help. Adrien's breath came in a rush, his words butting up next to each other. Is this the third date? Scott. I'm serious. I need your assistance. Do you mind? Okay. No. I don't mind. Let me know when you want to do the job, and I'm there. Yes, Adrien sighed, breath sailing out of his lungs as his shoulders sagged. Yes. I will text you. Cool. Anything else before I go? And no. Nothing more. All right. Well. You have a good night, Adrian Davis. Text me when you get home. Old-fashioned. Sweet dreams. Scott waited until Adrien's vehicle left the parking lot before the engine of his midnight black crossover turned over, and he went home. Chapter 3. Scott excelled at bowling as he did in every sport involving balls. He achieved perfect scores, one after the other, while Adrien looked on with a surly pout. Adrien could barely keep the ball out of the gutter, between getting his fingers stuck in the holes and having awkwardly heavy balls. He knocked down his first pin on the 5th round, and Scott cheered as if he had knocked down all of them. Bowling left little room for talking, so after 2 games, they abandoned their bowling shoes and ordered a large pizza and a pitcher of beer. The beer and conversation warmed Adrien from the inside out, and redness made a home on his cheeks. I have a question for you, and I'm probably a little buzzed, so forgive me for asking if it's too personal, Scott warned, topping off his glass. Go on. Do you want kids one day? You know, with the right man. Scott groaned as soon as the words left his mouth. The center of his forehead wrinkled. Sorry, you don't have to answer. No, it's okay. It's not too personal. I do want kids. Very much. I want to have 2 children, so both my partner and I can have 1 biological kid if a biological child is important to him. If it's not? I do not know. My future partner and I can work out the details. What about you? Yeah. I want kids. It's why I thought I was straight for so long, because I knew I always wanted children. It sounds cliché, I know. No, it doesn't. It's confusing, I get it. Adrien finished his pint of beer. They played 2 more games of bowling before returning their shoes and leaving the alley. Adrien extended the date to evening activities. They visited the local fair, and Scott purchased small samples of every food available for Adrien's amusement. They tried kebabs, wraps, cotton candy, candy apples, caramel apples, and funnel cakes. Are you still hungry? Adrien groaned when Scott dragged him to another food truck. Scott ordered 3 chicken tacos with deep-fried tortilla shells. What? I'm a growing boy. I need sustenance. Scott bit into a taco. I am full. You have to eat these on your own. Ha, Scott grunted. He devoured the tacos, and they walked off the additional calories as the evening continued. Once Scott's belly was full of food, they switched to rides and games until Adrian's energy ran out like a train without fuel. Scott gave him a piggyback ride back to the vehicle, and he hit his face in the man's strong neck as they walked through the crowd. Thank you. Adrian's cheeks were still warm as they reached the car, and his feet met the ground again. His slender arms stayed roped around Scott's neck until he gathered himself and slid one hand across his broad chest. Scott's muscles jumped at Adrian's touch, and Adrien gasped, yanking his hand away. You're welcome, Scott whispered. Adrien fell asleep on the drive back to his place, his forehead against the leather interior of Scott's vehicle, and Scott scooped him into his arms again, carrying him inside. Scott tucked Adrien in bed and rustled around the house until Adrien begged for his company, stretching his slender arm out towards Scott. Is it weird of me to ask you to stay? Adrien tipped his chin down as Scott approached the bed and kissed the back of his knuckles. A little. It's only a second date, but I guess we're not strangers. I'd like it if you stayed. Then I will. But no sex, I'm not the type of man to give it up on the second date. Scott grinned, kicking off his shoes and crawling into bed beside Adrien. Noted. Adrien chuckled. The next morning, Adrien snuck away and downed 2 half pills with a glass of water before returning to bed, curling up in Scott's arms until the other man woke an hour later. Scott prepared pancakes, and they ate a quiet breakfast across from each other at Adrien's little table. Scott read the latest news on his cell phone while Adrien read the newspaper. After breakfast, Scott kissed Adrien's cheek and left. Adrien invited Scott to dinner for their third date, and they went to the opening of a new restaurant on the south side of town. The food was better than the service, but neither of the men complained. Dinner was their shortest date because Scott had early meetings the next morning. Adrien settled for a quiet evening at home, filing a new healthcare application and curling up in front of the television afterwards. Their fourth date involved laying non-slip tiles in a bathroom. Scott created a buffer between Adrien's awkward silence and Kyle's strange questions by talking about sports with the wheelchair-bound man. Scott's conversational contribution made up for his slow skills on the job. Adrien laid the tiles in record time while Scott and Kyle bickered over the best local college sports team. Both men had an alliance to their alma mater, and Adrien rolled his eyes as trivial college rivalries divided them. Scott and Adrien returned in 2 days and sealed the tiles with grout. Adrien packed grout into the crevices as Scott discussed other wheelchair renovations with Kyle. Scott connected with Kyle in a way Adrien couldn't, and by the time they left the second time, Kyle had decided on several more renovations. The weekend after Kyle's renovations, Scott and Adrien had a breakfast date, and Adrien met Ivy for lunch. Oh my God, hi. Ivy kissed Adrien's cheeks when he reached her table at the little French place around the corner from his house. Hi. Adrien kissed her in return. How are you? Oh me? I'm fine. I miss my best friend since he's always with his new boyfriend or working, but otherwise great. How are you? Adrien's cheeks colored, sorry. It's mostly working, but we see each other when we can. How many dates has it been now? I still can't believe you asked him out first. 3 official dates, but he helped me lay tiles, and we had breakfast early this morning before he went to the office. Cute. When do I get to meet him? I don't know. When do you want to? Whenever you two are thinking about getting serious. I need to meet and approve this guy before things go too far. You have to approve him. Adrien quirked a slender eyebrow, turning over the 1-page lunch menu. Yes. It's what best friends do. Have you never had a best friend before? Actually, no. Awkward. Yes, I have to make sure he's good for you. I have to make sure there are no weird red flags you're overlooking in your honeymoon stage. This seems reasonable, Adrien resigned. Of course it's reasonable. We can set up a double date for the next time you meet someone online. Burn. Okay, fine. I'm down for it. So, what else is new with you? Did you get your healthcare applications back? I did, but they denied me and suggested I apply for disability coverage. I tried them, but they denied me because I have too much ability to be considered disabled. I'm afraid by the time this next application gets through, I'll make too much. Then I will have to apply for regular coverage with a pre-existing condition. The healthcare in this country is garbage. You're going to make too much to receive coverage, and not enough to pay for everything you need to pay for. But you've been taking it easy, right? Have you had any flare-ups or close calls? I got really tired the night we went to the fair on date 2, but he carried me home and slept over. I told you about this. You did. You told me about how he's basically perfect, and he slept over and made breakfast the next morning. I still can't believe you managed to hold out all night. I would have jumped his bones for carrying me back to the car. Well? Adrien turned his menu over again. Well, what? There's nothing wrong with liking sex. Absolutely not. There's nothing wrong with liking sex with different men. Absolutely not. There's nothing wrong with liking sex with different men on the first date. Absolutely not, except then you can't complain about them never calling. I don't complain. I politely state I am annoyed by my lack of second dates. Why don't they call again? You're asking me? You're a guy. You can explain it. You're better off asking Scott. A dating book would say you have ruined the appeal of the chase. I think they label you as a slut because women truly desiring sex is disgusting to most men. Yeah. Probably, but I don't want to be damn near celibate like you. Still waiting on a real first kiss with Scott? Yes. And I like moving slow, thank you. When the server came by, Adrien ordered a small salad with a glass of water. Ivy ordered a mimosa and crepes. You're not moving slow, you're moving at a glacial pace. At this rate, you'll be married before having sex. I like an old-fashioned courtship. Sure. Does he? Well, he hasn't run off yet. The server placed a bright yellow mimosa in front of Ivy and a sweating glass of water in front of Adrien, promising their food was almost ready. Question. Why do you like old-fashioned courting anyway? Ivy tasted her mimosa. Because it's different. I know how things happen normally. People meet, they're excited, they have sex. Sex becomes the deciding factor of the relationship, rather than people realizing sex is a very small factor in it. Plus, I like the slow burn. You like to keep him horny. It's not about the sex. Then what's it about? What are your old-fashioned dating rules? Ivy chuckled. It's about everything. We don't text throughout the day, we only call once a night, we don't communicate or follow each other via social media, and setting up official dates is mandatory. You know, it could work. Or it's perfect for cheating. We're not official, so he can't cheat. I'm still reserving judgment until I meet him, Ivy decided as the server returned with their entrees. They ate in welcome silence, Adrien picking at his food and Ivy picking at hers. Neither were hungry, but they still tried the food. It was Ivy who pushed her plate away first. Okay. Let's get our checks and get out of here. I was thinking shopping. I have a few clients I need to buy for, and you actually have pretty good fashion sense for a handyman. Thank you, I think. As if cued by Ivy's display, the server strolled past their table again. In a slow, resigned tone, he asked if they needed takeaway boxes as he placed two separate receipt books on the corner of the table. Hang on, I got it, Ivy announced, slipping a $50 bill in her receipt book and passing both of them back to the tired server. Thanks. You didn't have to pay for me. I know, but I'm about to drag you shopping, so it's like a prepayment for your services. Oh, and you may try things on. You're about the same size as my client. What? Ivy fluttered her eyelashes. Not every store fits the same after all. You're terrible. Ah, I know. Giggling, Ivy pocketed her change when the server returned. There are some specialty stores down the way I wanted to check first, and then we can go to the shops on West. The overpriced collection of department stores. Indeed. Come on. Ivy led him down the street, dipping into each shop on one side and then walking back down the other side of the street, stopping in those stores as well. She couldn't resist picking out several articles of clothing for herself, citing her job as the reason for constantly updating her closet. Adrien purchased a new long-sleeve t-shirt, replacing one he stained while repainting the exterior of a house. He tried on several pairs of designer jeans for the personal stylist, each pair making her frown and shake her head. Terrible, Ivy grunted, heavily perfumed bags hanging on her forearm. Did you walk here? Yes? Then I'm getting a cab to take us over to the shops. Ivy tapped on her cell phone, calling the taxi company and detailing their vague location. 5 minutes. All right. So, I've been thinking of branching off by myself instead of continuing to work at the firm. How hard is it to develop your own clientele? Difficult. I imagine even more difficult for a personal stylist. I was thinking it would be, People always need repairs. Most people don't think they need a stylist. However, it's more something Scott's brother could discuss with you. I believe he has a degree in business. Oh? Smart. Is he single? No. Damn. Well, I had to ask. Do you think I could get an appointment with him? I feel like I do way too much for what I get paid. Probably. They rode the taxi to the indoor shopping center, and Ivy ushered him inside. I love playing dress up with you because you have the perfect little body. Right? You really should have considered being a model. Your proportions are perfect, and your face is unique but classic at the same time. Adrien ignored Ivy's praises. The first time she complimented him, he stammered his gratitude. The second time, the hairs on his neck tingled, and his cheeks warmed, but he thanked her again. At this point, he let her talk and hold clothes up to his sloping shoulders. If I branched out on my own, I'd want to do some classy website. I may need you for pictures, but you can keep all the clothes I purchase. Ivy. I came here with a suitcase, and now I can barely fit all of my clothes in my closet. You should get rid of some. She held a green Henley up to Adrien's neck. This brings out the green in your eyes. Focus on your client, please. What's his personality? Well, he's a college professor. He recently graduated, and he's trying to grow his wardrobe with his new job. He's used to wearing shorts and t-shirts to work, and now he's got to change. I see. Did he list people he wanted to dress similar to? Yes. He listed the president on vacation or a businessman on casual Friday. He mentioned he's okay with looking gay. What does he mean? Oh. He means he's okay with bright colors. Is he gay? I think so. I didn't ask. She tossed the green shirt over her arm and continued shifting through racks of clothes. President on vacation means he's okay with polo shirts and khakis. I don't like the look of khakis. It always seems too youthful to me. Scott never wears khakis, huh? I believe he mostly wears tailored suits to the office. When he works with me, he wears sweats and a sleeveless t-shirt. Ivy held up a pair of khaki pants. You know, you're right. If they were blue or black, I don't think I would mind as much, but I don't like this tan color. What about seersucker? What about what? Seersucker, Ivy sighed, dangling a pair of light gray and white striped pants. Would you wear this? No. Why not? It's too flashy. I like the flat front of them and the pockets, but I don't know. Will you try them on so I can see how they look? Ivy thrust the pants towards Adrien. Fine. He took them as his phone buzzed in his pocket. After a moment, a soft melody played, and Adrien put the phone to his ear. This is Adrien. Hey, it's Scott. Oh, hi Scott, how are you? I'm good. I was wondering if you wanted to come over for dinner. Nothing formal, we're barbecuing tonight. It's Scott? Ivy whispered, dramatically mouthing her question. Just you and your family. Hold on. Adrien nodded to Ivy and handed the collection of clothes to her. He walked a few feet away, crossing one arm over his body. Okay, back. Sorry. My family, Jared's coming over with his girlfriend. Sean invited his girlfriend. Dennis and some guys from the office will be here too. So it's a party. Nah. It's a small get-together with potentially 15 people. So how about it? I am with my best friend. We're shopping. No worries. Ivy, right? She can come too. Are you sure? Of course. She wanted to talk to your brother about starting her own business. Now she has to come, Scott chuckled. His easy laughter soothed Adrian's reservations. All right. We'll be over in a little while. Cool. I'll see you in a bit then. Bye. Adrien ended the call with a smile plastered on his face as he returned to Ivy's side. Oh, you're smiling. What happened? Nothing. He asked me if we wanted to come to his place for a barbecue. Both of us. Yes? And you said we're coming, right? Yes, Adrien snickered. Score. Then let's finish this up and head over there. She clapped her hands. Okay, so I have 5 outfits I want you to try on for me. Then, I want to try on these things, and then we can make some decisions. Ivy thrust 3 casual outfits at Adrien and pointed him to the dressing rooms. Trying on outfits with Ivy wasn't just trying on outfits. Each time he emerged from the dressing room, she snapped a photograph, checked the fit, and gave him alternative options for her least favorite parts. She didn't like the fit of the shirt on the first outfit, and insisted Adrien try on 2 alternative shirts she had pulled while he was changing. She added a jacket to the second outfit, but she couldn't get the pants right on the third. 3 hours and 10 outfits later, Ivy finalized her purchases and called a taxi. Adrien slept in the taxi, head resting his friend's shoulder as they rode to Scott's place. Hun, you're burning up. You should lie down when you get to Scott's place. Ivy combed Adrien's long hair, putting the backs of her fingers to his flushed cheeks. No, I'll be all right. You haven't told him. It hasn't come up. Sure. I think you should rest when you get to his place, or you're just going to feel terrible all evening. I'll think about it. He slipped into a light doze after his reply. When they pulled up to Scott's house, Ivy shook Adrien awake and checked his skin again. Meh. A little better than before. I had the driver go around the block a few times to give you a few more minutes of sleep. Adrien groaned. You didn't have to. I know, but you needed it. Do you feel better? A little. All right, well. If you want to leave, let me know and we'll leave, Ivy promised, chewing her pink bottom lip as she handed the driver a few crisp bills and climbed out of the vehicle. The front door to the house swung open as they hit the porch, and Scott's smiling face greeted them. Hey. Scott's eyes sparkled as he looked into Adrien's face. His easy smile stretched more, showing his perfect teeth. Scott turned to Ivy second, and you must be Ivy. He extended his hand. I'm Scott. Yep. I'm Ivy. She shook Scott's hand and entered the place after Adrien. All the cool renovations were done by Adrien. You should see the subway tile backsplash in the kitchen. I believe the bathroom patterned wall tiles are better, Adrien suggested. If you're going to show off my handiwork. I'll see it when I piss, Ivy laughed. Works for me. Come on, everyone's already outside. I bought a covered awning and outdoor seating a few weeks ago. Scott ushered them out the back door. I'm going to sit, Adrien whispered, touching Scott's back. He sank into a seat beside Scott's mother, as Scott introduced Ivy to everyone. They dipped from one group to another, and were laughing like old friends instantly. Oh hey Adrien. How are you doing? The older woman asked, an honest look of concern on her face. I'm fine. A little tired is all. Did you work today? No, he paused. Well, yes. I tried on clothes for Ivy. I'm a similar size as one of her clients. Ah. Well, we just started barbecuing. If you want to go inside and rest, you can. Cheryl patted Adrian's leg. Thank you. I think I'll be fine here. Okay. Cheryl nodded. Adrian's attention floated from Cheryl to Scott, who was manning the grill and having an in-depth conversation with Dennis. He flipped the sizzling burgers with a long spatula, eyebrows knitting together. Dennis picked at the resting meat. When Scott removed the hamburgers from the grill, he peered at Adrien and loped over, sitting on the arm of the outdoor couch. You okay? Yes, Adrien sighed. I'm fine. Scott raked his fingers through Adrian's curls. I'm glad you could make it. I missed you. You saw me for breakfast. I know, but I still missed you. Scott winked. Come on. Let me introduce you to my brother's girlfriend and Jared's girlfriend. Scott squeezed Adrian's hand, walking him over to his brother first. Hey, Adrien. What's up? Sean extended his hand, and when Adrien took it, he yanked him into a half hug. And nothing. Adrien blinked. If you're going to be around here, you have to get used to hugs. Sean grinned. Yeah. Anyway. Scott looked to the voluptuous woman beside Sean. Ebony, this is Adrien. Adrien, this is Ebony, my brother's girlfriend. Scott smiled, and Adrien waved. Hi. He leaned into Scott's side. Ebony tossed her wavy curls over her slender shoulders and stretched her hand to Adrien. He shook it. I heard you were a repairman? A handyman, yes. What the real difference, anyway? She tilted her head. Her dangling earrings clinked together like soft wind chimes. She held the neck of a beer bottle between manicured fingers. Nothing really, except repair implies only fixing things, while handy encompasses different types of jobs. Did you see the backsplash inside the kitchen, babe? Sean chided when Ebony's long eyelashes fluttered. He installed it. Scottie said he was there, but he probably gave Adrien a headache the whole time. He was very helpful. What do you do, Ebony? I'm a manager at a convenience store. Been working there since I graduated high school. Oh, you've lived here all your life. Yeah, I lived here all my life. I went to high school with Scott and Boo, but Scott don't remember me. I hooked up with him back when he was straight. Scott pressed his lips together, scratching the back of his head. Oh. We hooked up. We dated for 2 weeks, and you cheated with the captain of the dance team, who was uglier than me anyhow. I've forgiven you, though. It makes sense now since you're gay. Thanks, I think. Scott squinted. Well, I apologize if I hurt you. Oh no, I'm over it now, but you were good in bed, all things considered. Right. All right. Enough of this conversation thread. No one needs to hear about high school, Sean groused. I enjoy hearing about high school. Adrien smirked. Let's see. Even Ms. Upton wanted to sleep with him. She was the dance team instructor. Scott groaned. All right, I'm dragging him away now. I want him to meet Jared's girlfriend too. Aha. Ebony shrugged, glancing at Scott's ass as he placed a hand on the small of Adrien's back and led him away. Awkward, Scott rumbled. You're good in bed. Adrien raised his eyebrows. All things considered, yeah, I guess. Come on. I think Jared and Tiana are inside. Scott picked up a plate stacked high with browned hamburger patties and strolled into the kitchen with them. He approached Jared, Tiana, and his father, all huddled around a marinating rack of ribs. Hey guys, Scott greeted them. Adrien peered from behind Scott, tucking his hands into his pockets and shrugging his shoulders up around his ears. Hi. Adrien glanced into everyone's face once before studying the concrete kitchen flooring. Scott introduced Adrien to Tiana, and they shook hands as the men chatted around them. The conversation delved into business when Jared asked about the next financial planning seminar, and the men congratulated themselves on the success of the last one. Scott breezed through the details, rattling off the number of attendees, the number of new life insurance purchases, and how many people stopped by for private retirement planning. His father clapped him on the shoulder with compliments. Adrien attended the seminar. Oh, did he? Nathan's nostrils flared as he turned his head in calculated increments towards Adrien. Why, yes. I attended, Adrien confirmed. It was helpful, right? Jared asked. Scott's father grunted, busying himself with the ribs on the counter, brushing them with more of the sticky homemade marinade. Yes. It opened my eyes to many money-saving options, and I enjoyed watching Scott speak on something he's passionate about. Scott's lips tugged into a smile, all the muscles in his face relaxing. The doorbell rang as Adrien opened his mouth to speak more. A rush of breath passed his lips, and he closed his mouth, settling for a light smirk. Who's at the door? Scott looked between Jared and his father. Don't know. I didn't invite anyone else. Did you, Mr. Robinson? Jared shrugged. Oh. It's the Williamses. I invited them. Did you know their son Omar is an entrepreneur? He's back in town from spending some time in California. Nathan's hard look recovered at the doorbell. He put the marinade brush down, exiting the kitchen and answering the door. Omar. Wasn't he the fat kid on the chess team in high school? Jared quirked one eyebrow, wrapping an arm around Tiana's waist. Yep. Scott winced. The sound of old friends reuniting came from the living room once Nathan had answered the door, and a few minutes later, 2 gray-haired people and 1 flashy young man joined the group in the kitchen. Omar had a short curly afro and black-rimmed glasses. His bubblegum pink bow tie announced his entrance. Mr. and Mrs. Williams. Omar. It's good to have you guys over. Omar, you remember my son Scott? It's good of you to have us, Mr. Williams replied, warm laughter in his voice. Scott? The sports guy, huh? Both Mr. and Mrs. Williams gave Scott a once-over, before nodding their approval. Oh, I do. Omar's voice twanged with southern excellence, and he extended his hand to Scott. It's been a good minute, and you look much better than I remember. Damn. Oh, hi. Scott shook his hand. Hey, Omar. Omar stepped closer to Scott. Their eyes matched in color, both brown, both housing years of cultural repression and sown in sadness. This is my friend Adrien. Scott stepped backwards, resting his hand at the small of Adrien's back. Hello, Adrien. Omar didn't extend his hand to the handyman. He didn't look at the handyman, either. Instead, he stepped closer to Scott, again, positioning himself perpendicular to them. Scott, my father tells me you're a chief financial officer at an insurance firm now. Nathan resumed brushing the meat with the marinade, with Tiana hovering over his shoulder, asking question after question about the recipe. Jared eyed Omar, then grabbed beers from the refrigerator and walked into the backyard, leading the elder Williamses with him. Yeah, I am, Scott rumbled, glancing over Omar's thick shoulder to Adrien. So, what does a chief financial officer do? Omar wedged himself between the two men, and Scott's hand fell away from Adrien. I take care of the business finances, the advertising budget, the payroll. Nothing exciting. Scott danced around Omar, mouthing a silent apology to the Adrien before resigning his attention to the intruder. Ah. You're modest. I heard you also advise small business owners on ways to prepare for retirement? I just launched a startup in New York a few months ago. Yeah, I do. Oh yeah? Omar touched Scott's shoulder as he happily told him about his small business. It was a non-profit organization for struggling black LGBT youths. Omar's hand slid down Scott's muscular arm, and then he bumped their shoulders together, laughing at every word from Scott's mouth. After their discussion of finances, Omar insisted on a tour of Scott's residence, dragging Scott out of the kitchen and away from Adrien. Tiana, why don't you do me a favor and take these out to the grill? Nathan motioned to the marinated meat. Sure thing. She avoided Adrien's eyes as she picked up the tray of meat and scurried out of the kitchen, leaving Adrien and Nathan alone. I should help, Adrien whispered, inching backwards. Hang on there, Mr. Davis. Nathan washed and dried his hands with a patterned paper towel. Ah. Why, yes. Listen to me. Very clearly. Of course. I know you, and I know all about you. You're not right for my son. I will give you $50,000 to never speak to him again and stay out of his life and ours. Excuse me. Adrien tilted his head to the side, hazel eyes hardening as his gaze landed on Nathan. He doesn't need people like you in his life. What do you have to offer him? Your mother was too lazy to work, so she lived and died on disability. One sister's in jail for fraud. Your other one is in and out of rehab for crystal meth. Nathan folded his arms across his stocky chest, shrugging his shoulders and shaking his head. Disgust surged in his eyes, as if Adrien were an unwelcome bug ready to be squashed. I don't. I know you need the money. For your own so-called medical condition, Nathan spat. Adrien clenched his fists. His mouth went dry and he wet his lips. I'm not like my family, he whispered, gripping the side of Scott's marbled kitchen island. I don't care to take a chance. Omar is the type of man my son should be with. Nathan pulled a blue piece of paper from his pocket. It was folded in half once. I won't take your money. What? You're going to be in his life until he says otherwise. Spare me. And no. A knot swelled in Adrien's throat, and his attention flicked from Nathan to outside in the backyard. Omar and Scott had walked around the house and joined the others, laughing and talking with ease. Omar fit in. He looked good at Scott's side, filled out and healthy with bright eyes and an opinion on everything. I'll put this here. Nathan placed the folded check on the counter and walked past Adrien, leaving the room. Adrien's insides boiled, white-hot flame burning through his veins. Nathan's minty cologne tickled his nose as the man breezed out of the kitchen, head propped high on his shoulders. Adrien stared at the piece of paper, tears welling in his eyes. He blinked them back as quickly as they came, and his eyes darted around the room. His breath accelerated, until his chest rose with every rapid inhale and his heart pounded against his frail ribs. He snatched the paper from the counter, tucking it away as the back door opened. So yeah, I can definitely help you set up a business plan and get your money right. Sean stepped inside the kitchen, carrying a collection of empty bottles. Ivy followed him inside. Awesome. I'm glad you're willing to help me out here. I really don't know a business plan from a budget. Neither of which I've ever stuck to. Her rich laughter filled the room. Adrien. There you are. She skipped over to him, touching his shoulder. Sean's going to help me with my business plan. Gee, great, Adrien croaked. I'm glad. Honey? Ivy's smile faded, and Adrien's lower lip trembled. See, can we go? He whispered. Yeah, of course. You go ahead outside. Ivy hugged Adrien's tiny form to her body. I'll join you in 5 minutes. When Ivy released him, Adrien staggered from the kitchen to the front door, passing through the living room where he'd first met Scott. He passed under the one-of-a-kind light fixture illuminating the room, and gripped the front porch railings as lush greens and vibrant blues swirled around him. They coiled like tangled wires he didn't have the energy to reorganize. Birds screamed, chirping warnings from one tree to the other. His sight narrowed to pinpricks, and his other senses sharpened. Fresh-cut grass and hot asphalt burned his nose. The birds sang louder, but now he could decipher the nature of their calls. They echoed Nathan's sour words. Adrien. Ivy's voice focused him, rooting him in the present. The taxi's here. She helped him into the taxi and held him close to her. The drive back to his place was long and silent, with Adrien drifting in and out of sleep. Once at his apartment, Ivy ushered him inside and tucked his blankets around him after helping him kick off his shoes. He woke the next morning to several missed calls from Scott. He didn't return them. He didn't answer any of Scott's calls, and they faded from daily to every few days to nothing. Part 3. Chapter 1. Scott stopped calling after 3 weeks and deleted Adrien's number. His heart died a slower death, still fluttering with anticipation each time his phone rang. It was never Adrien, but he couldn't resist the fantastical optimism. He also couldn't resist a nagging uneasiness. He picked at his food as he sat across from his identical twin brother during their annual birthday dinner. His mother, Cheryl, rubbed his back. "What's the matter, Scottie? Is the food not good this time?" Cheryl asked. "He's upset because Adrien won't answer his calls or call him back." Sean leaned back in the booth seat, studying his brother. "Is this true? I thought you two were doing well." Cheryl glanced around the table at her three men, dark brown eyes landing on each of them in turn before she concentrated on Scott. "I thought so too, but I guess not. He hasn't called since he left the barbecue without saying goodbye." "Yeah," Nathan grunted, finishing his plate of fried catfish, greens, and cornbread. "I thought you were spending some time with Omar. He invited me to lunch once, and we discussed his startup company." "Why?" "No reason, really. I think he's a better fit for you than the maintenance guy. He has a non-profit startup, after all. He's an entrepreneur like you." "Technically, Adrian's an entrepreneur too, Pops." Sean shrugged his shoulders, plucking Scott's cornbread from his plate and eating it. Scott scowled. "I was going to get a takeaway box." "Cornbread doesn't taste good reheated," Sean explained, slathering it with soft butter. "I guess technically he's an entrepreneur, but Omar has more of a future. That maintenance guy has nothing going for him. You want someone who can grow with you, not weigh you down." "Right. Thanks, Dad." Scott frowned. Cheryl rubbed Scott's shoulders again. "He'll call," she reassured him. "Yeah, he'll call Scottie. You're beating yourself up about it. Anyway, I have an announcement." Sean rubbed his hands together. "We've got a conference in California. It's kind of soon, like we have to fly out of town in 3 days, but it's an excellent opportunity to give back to our community." "Oh. I don't have time to pack you guys snacks." "Ma, you have 2 days," Sean laughed. "Maybe you should get Omar a ticket and get to know him a little better." "No," Scott grunted. "Dude, if you took Omar with you, he'd never let you out of the hotel room," Sean teased. "Omar is an upstanding young man. I think he would love to go on the vacation with you two, and it would give him more connections." Cheryl shrugged. "I think it is a good idea." "I think it's a good idea, too. I like Omar much better than your stint with the blue-collar guy," Nathan snorted. "I'm not taking Omar." Next topic. "How long are you going to be traveling?" Nathan flicked his eyes to Sean. "It's a month-long event, and then I was thinking of staying a little longer. It's just Scottie and I going. Jared and Dennis are holding down the fort at the office." "Ah. A nice little vacation." Cheryl smiled. Scott picked at his food in silence while his family chatted around him. Sean and his father mulled over business ventures, the yearly spending budget, and new additions to the office, as his mother listened in with a polite interest. He exchanged terse looks with his father whenever he dared look up from his unfinished food. When the dinner concluded, he left alongside his brother, hugging his parents goodnight and walking through a dimly lit parking garage. The yellow safety lights cast an orange glow on their dark skin. "You're really down about Adrien," Sean observed, slipping his hands in his pockets. "Yeah. I thought things were going well." Scott shrugged. "I keep trying to figure out what I did." "Maybe you didn't do anything." "What do you mean?" "I mean, maybe it's him and not you. If everything's on his side, there's nothing you can do to change it." "I'm not trying to change it, I'm trying to understand exactly what happened. Also, why the hell does Dad like Omar so much?" "No idea. I guess he worked with his family or something. And he's the only other gay black man he knows." "Whatever. I'll see you later." Scott climbed into his vehicle and drove home. After 2 days of frenzied preparations, Sean and Scott were at the airport, dropping their bags on the way station and garnering skeptical glances from the employees. Sean's thick dreadlocks spilled over his broad shoulders as he placed his suitcase on the scale. The clerk glanced between the two men before extending her hand. "Can I see your flight information?" The boys handed her their tickets, and she looked from the tickets to them a total of 3 awkward times. She pushed her glasses up the bridge of her slender nose, and tapped on her computer and confirmed their information aloud. "Damn. Do black people not fly?" Sean muttered, glancing back at his brother. "It's your hair," Scott grinned. "Okay. Do black people with dreadlocks not fly?" "Never, apparently. Unless they're smuggling weed." Scott hoisted his carry-on briefcase over his shoulder as the clerk returned their ticket information and provided them with directions to the proper gate for their flight. "Down this way, take a left at the 3rd gift shop, take the shuttle to the other side of the airport, and then it's right there." Both men smiled, thanked the clerk for directions, and walked away shaking their heads. "We're early, and I forgot my headphones." "Seriously? I brought an extra pair." "We still do the pesky twin thing, huh?" Sean wrinkled the bridge of his nose. He stopped by a magazine stand in a coffee shop before they arrived at their gate and sat down. Scott opened his laptop while Sean slipped the extra pair of headphones over his ears and listened to music. On the plane, Scott sat in between Sean and an older woman. Sean switched from listening to music to listening to an audiobook. The woman trapped Scott in a conversation. She held up a single needle and a pair of needles, looking solemnly at the man. "Do you know what these are?" No." Amused, she puckered her lips into a playful frown and clucked her tongue. "This single needle is a crochet needle, and the pair of needles is for knitting. Do you know the difference between crocheting and knitting? One uses 2 needles." Scott tilted his head. "Well, yes." The woman chuckled. "One is thicker and uses more yarn, and the other is thinner, uses less yarn, but takes longer to create." "Oh, I see." Scott nodded as she retrieved 2 socks from her bag. The heavier sock, she said, was created using crochet techniques. The lighter, thinner sock was knit. Then she pulled a fresh ball of yarn from her bag and taught Scott 3 beginner stitches. By the end of the flight, he had made a wavy square. "Good job, man." Sean turned it over. "You made a triangle." "It's supposed to be a square." "This is definitely a triangle," Sean grinned, handing it back. The older woman chuckled, covering her smiling lips with a wrinkled hand. "You can keep the needle and the yarn," she offered after trimming and securing his square. "Ah. Thanks," Scott beamed, tucking the yarn beside his laptop. "You could make something nice for your girlfriend." Yeah, I could." Scott's easy expression faltered, but he recovered as he stood and moved into the aisle. He helped grab bags from the overhead, passing them down to the others. They rented 2 vehicles for the month, one for Scott and one for Sean, and checked into separate hotels joined by a door. The first evening, the boys spent the night catching up on projects, preparing their business information for the event, and resting. The conference itself was a whirlwind of meetings, seminars, and social events focused solely on finance and financial marketing. Despite the purpose of the conference, Sean acquired handfuls of personal numbers, which he dumped on his bed every evening to Scott's displeasure. By the Friday of the second week, Sean had become exhausted with the sly flirting, and he deposited his spoils with a frown. "I think I've gotten Melina's number 6 times, Sean scowled. Scott looked up from a free financial book he was reading. "How do you know there aren't 5 other Melinas?" The obvious. The same girl hands me a number and suggests we meet up every time." Scott flipped a page in the book. "I think I might call her." "What happened to Ebony?" "She agreed to being open while I was here. So I'm allowed to have fun." "Interesting. And you should too. Which is why I got you a number." Sean pulled a folded piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Scott. "You found a gay man and asked him for his number?" "Well, no. I found a gay man, asked him if there were any good gay clubs, then he gave me his number." Scott sighed and snatched the piece of paper from Sean. "He's going to know we're not the same person." "I'm not 12. He knows I'm not gay, and you've read 3 books in the last 2 weeks, so you need to get up and out of here at least once while we're here." "I'm happy reading books." "Do you need a pep talk to get back in the horse?" "Wrong phrasing, and no. I'm fine." You have fun with Melina. Fine, but don't say I never gave you anything. Sean enjoyed the back half of the conference, spending his free time with Melina, who had her own boyfriend back home as well. They were polyamorous, which Sean explained as being able to sleep around and tell your partner about it. After the month-long conference, Sean and Scott stayed in California for 3 more weeks. A week before the flight out, Scott resigned and visited the gay club, Sean at his side. The men plopped themselves at the bar, and the charming bartender delivered them their choice of drinks. This is nice. Sean glanced around the club, eyes lingering on a pair of dancing women. So, you're really this hung up on a dude? Yep. Scott sipped his drink, furrowing his eyebrows. Why? I liked him, obviously. Yeah, but why? Because we got along, he was fun to hang out with. We did more than go to restaurants. Look, I don't want to talk about it. All right. Well, I'm staging an intervention. Talk to 5 different people, then we can leave. And what are you going to do? Dunno. I'm here. Might as well talk to some guys. They're going to think you're interested. Yeah, I know. Who says I'm not? Sean grinned, patting his brother's shoulder. I'll see you when you've got 5 phone numbers. Scott grunted as Sean passed him and disappeared on the dance floor. He nursed his drink, staring forward until someone sank down in the seat next to him. Someone thin and pale. He crossed his legs and looked at Scott. Hi there. The man had short cropped hair. His piercing blue eyes reflected the flickering dance lights. Oh. Scott cleared his throat. Hey. You look lonely, so I thought I'd come join you. He smiled easily and his eyes brightened. Ah. Thanks. Here for business or new transplant? What? Business. Let me guess. The slender man uncrossed his legs and grabbed Scott's free hand, rubbing his palm over Scott's rough skin. His nimble fingers danced over the creases on Scott's hand. He bit his lip and his eyes danced. You are a personal trainer for celebrities. Not even close. Damn. What do you do? I'm the financial officer of an insurance company. But your hands are rough. The man tilted his head, curiosity filling his expressive eyes. I played sports in high school and college. Which? All of them, Scott grinned. Oh. I've always wanted to learn how to play baseball. Scott laughed, I bet. He gulped his drink. I'm Scott. Parker. It's nice to meet you. How long are you going to be in town, Scott? A week at least, potentially longer. Well, Parker paused before giving Scott an itinerary for his last days in town. He went through the best places to eat, the best places to dance, and the best places to learn something. Scott was most interested in the food and historical museums, and Parker provided a detailed answer to even his simplest questions. Their conversation extended to a walk, and Scott found himself walking up and down the street, letting Parker lead the conversation. Parker was talky, vibrant in a way Adrien wasn't, and Scott longed for Adrien's comfortable silence. His heart ached for Adrien's shy smile and well-placed quips. Parker released him from conversation when he received a phone call, and he put his cell phone to his ear, walking a few steps away for privacy. After the brief phone call, Scott walked Parker to his car, administered him a hug and platonic kiss on the cheek, and returned to the club. Sean met Scott at the entrance. You've been gone forever. Tell me you got laid. I was about to call you. I didn't get laid, Scott muttered. I spent some time with this guy Parker, until he had to leave and deal with something. How was it? Did it feel good? Actually, no. I thought about Adrien. Sean blinked. Okay, really? There are so many other gay fish in the sea and you're stuck on him. Yes. Let it go, all right? How was your night? Yeah. I have a lunch date with this guy in a few days. I don't know, seemed fun. So you're bisexual now? I don't think so. What counts as bisexual? Do you think the guy is attractive, and would you sleep with him given the chance? Sean considered Scott's words as they exited the club and returned to their hotel rooms. They rode home in a thick silence, Sean brooding and Scott staring out the window. "Yeah, I think I would," Sean replied once they'd gotten comfortable in the hotel again. Chapter 2. While Sean had his lunch date, then dinner date, then night on the town, Scott holed up in the hotel room most nights. During the day, he went to typical sightseeing locations. He went to the art museums first. The exhibit on Degas left on Wednesday and was replaced by an exhibit from a collection of modern figure artists. He sat through a lecture at the History Museum and then enjoyed coffee at the local coffee shop. Scott ate lunch with Parker before his evening flight back home. He sat across from the animated man, eating as Parker lamented over the current live theater pieces and begged him to stay longer. Parker deposited him at the airport, hugging him around his broad shoulders inside the lobby. "If you're ever in town again, hit me up, okay?" Parker purred, kissing Scott's jawline and sliding his hands away. When he returned home, he was refreshed but no less lonely. He established a new routine of jogging before work, working, and going to the gym after work. It kept his body busy. His mind, on the other hand, drifted to thoughts of Adrien every chance it got, remembering his soft smile and the scent of his warm pine cologne. He allowed himself those memories, hoping they would ease the throbbing pain in his heart. 3 weeks after returning from the conference, he scheduled another community finance seminar. It was impromptu and only available to their social media followers, meaning Omar popped his head into Scott's office first thing Wednesday morning of the seminar. He knocked on the door as he strolled into the room. "Scottie." Omar had picked up Sean's nickname for him. "I saw you're having a seminar tonight, and I was wondering what I could do to help." "Ah, well." Scott scratched his head. "I need to print some information for the attendees." Omar glanced around. "You could run down to maintenance and make sure they're scheduled to rearrange the conference room." Omar pursed his lips together, folding his arms over his round belly. "Okay, well, I don't know. How about I bring you lunch?" Scott blinked up at Omar, brown eyes studying him. You know what? Fine. We can go out for lunch." "Yes? I know the perfect place, you're going to love it," Omar gushed. "I'm going to make reservations for noon? Or 12:30. Either is fine." As Scott sighed his answer, Omar put his phone to his ear and left his office. Scott worked in silence for a few minutes before his door swung open again. "Listen, I've got all the information to get started with this new client. You know, the one we were playing ball with a few weeks ago." Sean dropped a file folder on Scott's desk. "How do they want to be billed?" "I think they're interested in the 6-month option before moving to the year option." "So how'd Omar get to our office?" "No idea. He's taking me to lunch." Sean quirked an eyebrow. "Well, okay then. While you're at lunch, I need you to stop by and get some of those long light bulbs for the conference room. The light is out again, and since you ruined it with the standby repairman, it looks like we're changing them ourselves." "Where's the maintenance guy who's supposed to be doing this?" "I think they said he's on vacation." "Again? He's on vacation again?" Scott grumbled. "He's a maintenance guy. If he's not doing maintenance, then whatever. I'll get them after lunch. We're going soon, I believe. At noon." "Exciting. Do you have the information packets ready for tonight's seminar?" "No. I have the files ready for printing though." "Good enough. If you send them to Jared, he can get it done for you, and we should be all set for this evening. Have fun at lunch." Sean raised his eyebrows and grinned, checking his phone for new messages as he left Scott's office. Scott snuck in a few hours of work before Omar waltzed back into his office, wearing a bright orange bow tie with a casual blue suit. "Are you ready for lunch?" Omar sang, swinging on the doorframe. "Let me finish this last email, and I will be." Scott's thick fingers danced across the keyboard. He didn't even glance up at Omar as he worked. "No, Daddy. You're working yourself too damn hard. The email can wait until after lunch." Omar covered the computer with his thick arms and leaned close to Scott. Scott leaned back, exhaling as he glared at Omar. I would prefer to finish this last email, and I need to stop by the hardware store after we eat. You don't relax, do you? I do, but today is a work day, not a Saturday. Sure, but you are half owner of this business, so who cares if it's a work day or not? You work every day, all the time. Those rules don't apply to us entrepreneurs. Scott sighed and grabbed his blazer, throwing it over his shoulders. He followed Omar out of his office and down to the parking lot. You drive, Omar insisted. Why? Because your car is newer than mine, and mine is embarrassing. What kind of car do you have? Scott rolled his eyes and led Omar to his vehicle. An old compact car. I've had it since before I moved to New York to start a business. All right. He opened the door for Omar, climbing into the driver's side. Omar gave him directions to the restaurant, and he settled his car in a parking space close to the front entrance. I love this place, Omar beamed, linking arms with Scott as he led him to the tinted glass doors. Have you ever been here before? No. Scott opened the door for Omar, ushering him inside. They approached an empty hostess stand, and Scott slipped his hands in his pockets. Omar scoffed. I love this place, but sometimes the service isn't up to par. I'm sure they're busy with something, it's lunchtime after all. You know, part of why I come here is because of how good their vegetarian burgers are, Omar explained, as a frazzled hostess dashed up to the stand, taking Scott's name and promising him a table in 5 minutes. Omar nodded to the hostess and puffed out his chest with renewed energy. It's hard to find a good vegetarian burger in most places, and this place specializes in it. People think you have to eat meat, but you really don't. I guess not. They lapsed into a brief silence, hunger overtaking Scott's desire for conversation. Omar swayed closer to Scott as the hostess returned, red hair billowing behind her. The hostess showed them to a private booth in the back corner of the restaurant, and Omar slipped into the booth across from Scott, lacing his fingers and making a basket for his chin. Think about it, all the strongest animals in the animal kingdom are powered by plants. Elephants, for example. Omar surveyed his menu. I've been considering going fully vegan, but it's difficult because of the availability of the items. I suppose it's a commitment. Oh, it is, but it's the best thing for your body and the environment. It's better than hitting the gym every night like you do. I don't hit the gym to be healthy. I hit the gym to clear my head, Scott corrected, turning the menu over and squinting at the list of salads on the other side. He frowned and turned the menu back to the front side. Oh. I see. Omar shivered. What is it? I don't know what I want to eat. Try the sweet potato black bean burger. Or try the beet meat burger. It has the pinky red color and texture of meat, if you're looking for it. What are you getting? The black bean and brown rice burger dressed with a side of seasoned sweet potato fries. I might splurge and get a dessert. I'll get the same thing as you, Scott decided, pushing his menu away. Okay. Omar fluttered his eyelashes at Scott. So, I think your father really wants us to talk. He's not trying to get us married so he can steal my family's land and money, is he? No. No, I don't think so. I've never expressed an interest in getting married. You didn't have to. I'm convinced our parents want some sense of normalcy to our relationships, so they cling to the concept of marriage. Yeah. Though, I wouldn't mind getting married. I love parties and celebrating and being the center of attention. Yep. With a beautiful custom white and blue pinstripe suit, Omar lamented, shifting his chin to one hand as the other crept across the table, brushing Scott's rough fingers. Scott pulled his hand away, resting both of his hands on his thighs. I see. So, how's your day been so far? My day? Miserable. I woke up early this morning, and besides eating with you, I've been non-stop. I had a conference call with one of my least favorite people, this business owner from New York State. He thinks he's better than everyone else because he knew he was gay since he came out of the womb, but not everyone knows they're gay from the start, honey. Hop off your tiny white horse. Ah. What was the conference call about? I think he's going to donate, but he's only going to donate to our organization, so he can have his name plastered everywhere and have his ego stroked 300 times. Omar rolled his eyes. Whatever. I almost want to tell him no about the donation, but we kind of need the money to keep running things. I can't stand him though. Well, I mean, if what he wants is recognition, let him have it. Some people need the outward validation, Scott rumbled, broad shoulders shrugging. I guess. If he needs validation, he needs to get a boyfriend or get a therapist. Validating him isn't my job. Omar killed the conversation with his firm declaration, and Scott reorganized the menus. He placed the drinks and desserts menu in front of the main tri-folded one. True. So, how often do you come here? Scott asked once the menus were in their desired order, and once the awkwardness of the previous conversation had dissipated. Not too often. It's expensive, so you know I can't have a startup and come eat a $30 lunch every day, Omar laughed. Yeah. A smile crept across Scott's face, his furrowed eyebrows relaxed over his forehead. I remember when we were still getting off the ground, it was me, Jared, and Sean in a little apartment, working and eating $5 pizzas every night. His eyes shined and his features softened more. You, really? Pizza is disgusting. Whenever I was low on funds, I asked my parents for a little bit while we were still trying to get up and running. Nonprofits are different than regular businesses because you don't just get the money you make every night. You have to decide exactly how much your salary is going to be, and it can be difficult to make a money decision when the bank account is zero. True. We were trying to manage 3 people's salaries on a little shoestring budget. It was fun though, a fun endeavor for our early 20s. We're not early 20s anymore, honey. Omar smiled. Either way, after a while we had some donations coming in, and we started selling services, not for a lot of money, but enough to keep us in operation. I'm still not making big money, but it's not always about money, it's about what you're doing for the community. Right. It's why I enjoy doing the community finance seminars. Exactly. Omar talked about the projects his organization was working on, a summer program for children, an after-school program for children, and something for young expecting mothers that are on the LGBTQIA+ spectrum. He fussed about how so many of the women stopped by claiming bisexuality and wanting their services. Omar hated turning them away, but he left the money for medical care to people who were really homosexual and more deserving of the care. Scott listened attentively, adding polite noises whenever Omar paused. When their food finally arrived, he thanked the server graciously, and he devoured the food on his plate. I mean, I get it, I guess. You're confused. You like both men and women. Omar waved a dismissive hand, but seriously. It's not too difficult to figure out what you want to do. It seems like all these straight pregnant women think they can say they're bisexual to get care, or bisexuals don't use condoms. I don't know which it is, but I'm sick of it. If you come to me claiming to be bisexual, and you've been in a relationship with a man for 3 years, you gotta go, baby girl, I'm not buying it. Why couldn't you give care to everyone? Even the straight people who come to your office. Don't straight people have enough places to go without taking over one of the few queer spaces we have? I mean, I guess. But I feel like you get more bees with honey, so to speak. You'll grow faster if you're a community organization who helps everyone, but puts a focus on lesbian, transgendered, gay, Scott trailed, frowning. You have the letters in the wrong order, and saying transgendered is wrong too, Omar sighed. Sorry. It's okay, a lot of people don't really know how to say things. They're too wrapped up in their own problems to figure out proper words and pronouns. Oh. Scott squinted at Omar, silent for dragging minutes as he stewed over Omar's words. Sorry, Omar muttered, nibbling his fries. No, it's fine. The conversation didn't recover after Omar's apology. Once Scott finished his burger, he looked up at Omar. Hey, so I have to stop by the hardware store and get light bulbs before going back to the office. Do you mind? Omar sucked a creamy orange sauce off his fingers, smacking his lips. Can I sit in the car? I'm going to answer some emails while you run inside. Okay. Scott fished his wallet from his pocket and retrieved 3 soggy $20 bills, slipping them in the black receipt book the server had left. Oh, you didn't have to pay for me. I was going to pay, Omar hinted, but only after the server collected the book and returned with change. It's fine. Grinning, Omar led them from the restaurant and they climbed into Scott's vehicle for the short drive to the local hardware store. Omar placed his phone in his lap, tapping at it as Scott parked. All right. I'll be right back, okay? Sorry. I didn't want to forget these light bulbs. Do you need anything? At a hardware store? Omar chuckled. No, I don't need anything. Scott nodded. The local hardware store was renovated from a 2-level home and had a handmade sign tacked over the rounded front door. The cashier smiled at Scott, looking up from scanning tiny packets of screws for the older gentleman in front of her. Scott smiled back and disappeared down the aisles, slipping his hands in his pockets as he browsed them. He lingered around the power tools, rough fingers smoothing over the fine yellow plastic. He racked his brain for an excuse to purchase one before, passing the open tools by and continuing through the store. As he neared the light bulb aisles, he called Sean. Hey man, Sean answered. Hey. I forgot what kind of bulbs we need. Those long fluorescent ones like you have in your kitchen. How'd your lunch with Omar go? Scott grunted. He's sitting in the car. Ended up dropping $60 on the meal. $60? Why? He asked you, isn't he supposed to pay? I wanted it to be over, so I just paid. It's fine. It's whatever. Scott turned the corner. How many bulbs do we need? Dunno? Get 3 packs. You're using the company card, yeah? Absolutely. And going to send the receipt to the building owner. They need to fix the electrical problem. I'm tired. Scott glanced up. He wasn't the only person on the aisle. On the other side of the aisle, a familiar figure picked at the smaller bulbs. Overalls hung on his slender shoulders. His long golden blonde hair was pulled back in a bun with small wisps of hair framing his sharp jawline. Tired of what? Sean's voice was miles away. What? I'll call you back. Scott ended the call, and he tucked his phone away, approaching the other person. Adrien? What? He turned his head to Scott, hazel eyes huge on his face. Oh, Scott. Redness swirled over Adrian's pale skin. He bit his bottom lip, glancing Scott over before looking away. How have you been? Scott ventured. I've been okay. You? He was bones covered with skin. His cheeks hollowed, and the long sleeves of his t-shirts billowed with extra space. Scott pressed his lips into a thin line. I've been all right. I called you. You know, on your cell phone. Yes, Adrien confirmed, clutching a pack of daylight bulbs in his thin fingers. Sadness filled his eyes. Scott's heart turned over, groaning in his chest. He peered over Adrian's head, squinting forward as silence swamped them. Omar's incessant talking stressed Scott's patience, but Adrian's heavy silence broke him. How are you feeling? I'm feeling okay, Adrien murmured, tucking golden hair behind one ear and studying the square floor tiles. Silence returned. All right, well. I'm going to say it. I thought we were going strong. What happened? Nothing happened. Adrien picked at the light bulb box. I was going to return your call. I see. As quickly as Scott's anger brewed, it subsided. His sails lost wind as Adrian's shoulders slumped under the weight of his words. He shrank with every word from his dry pink lips. Should I keep waiting for it? Your call? Adrien hummed, yes please. All right. I'll keep waiting then. What are you here for? This is a hardware store. The corner of Adrian's lips quirked up. A faint sparkle touched his eyes. Scott chuckled. Fluorescent light bulbs. Ah. The sparkle grew, and Adrien slipped past him, tapping a box of long light bulbs. He still smelled like pine. These? Thanks. Scott grabbed the light bulbs. So we're having another financial seminar tonight. You know, if you're free, you should come. Ah. I'll think about it. Adrien's cheeks bloomed with color again. It's good to see you, Scott added. Adrien stepped away from him, walking backwards to the edge of the aisle. Scott was keenly aware of the distance between them and how it widened, how Adrien's pine scent faded away. Yes. It's good to see you, too. Then he was gone. Scott cursed himself, squeezing the square light bulb box. Damn it, Scott hissed, digging his phone back out of his pocket and returning it to his ear. You get the light bulbs? Sean asked after 3 rings. Yeah. I got the light bulbs. I saw Adrien. Oh yeah? His phone broke? No, but he looked terrible. Huh. I mean, he was skinnier than before. And he looked exhausted, like he was going to fall over if the wind blew too hard. Well? I don't know, man. Me neither. Damn. Scott ran his hands over his face, sighing into his cell phone. I'm getting out of here with these bulbs right now. You don't need anything else, right? Nah. Just the bulbs. You all right? Yeah. I'll see you in a few. Scott clutched his cell phone in one hand and the light bulbs in the other as he strolled to the cash register. The line had grown, curling around the cardboard impulse display boxes. The steamy outside air warmed the front of the store. Scott tucked the light bulbs under his arm, hooking his thumbs in his slacks as he waited. 3 people ahead of Scott, Adrien squeezed a box of 4 small light bulbs and tugged at his sleeves. His weight shifted on his bandy legs. The line advanced slowly. Seconds inched by as the temperature crept higher, until a fine layer of sweat kissed Scott's hairline. It's hot as hell up here, the older gentleman behind Scott groused. And this line is taking forever. Guess they can't get another cashier up here to help the girl or nothing. The hot air is coming from the front door. Scott tipped his head forward. They need a better setup so it doesn't get so hot while you're standing in the line. Right? A fan would do, even. Or hell, give us some bottled water if we're going to have to wait in line for hours too. Scott snorted his agreement, squinting at his cell phone, as a woman in the front of the line screamed. Lord have mercy. What now? The man shook his head. Help? I need help. She screeched. Scott's attention shot up. His eyes scanned for Adrien, and his heart slammed itself against his ribcage. He saw him lying crumpled on the floor, the light bulbs in thousands of tiny pieces beside him. They reflected the white overhead lights and the yellow warmth of the sun, casting an ethereal glow on Adrien's pale face. Scott fought through the sea of people, pushing panicking strangers aside and collapsing on the ground beside Adrien. Call an ambulance, Scott's voice boomed as he touched the back of his fingers to Adrien's blazing cheeks. Chapter 3. The ride to the hospital was bumpy, and Adrien blinked in and out of consciousness. Exhaustion rooted in his bones. The 2 ambulance workers buzzed around him. One fired him a question each time his heavy eyes opened, and the other concentrated on stabilizing him. His blood pressure was taken. Needles pricked his skin. The woman reading his vitals stretched over him, and a wave of jasmine and tuberose washed over him. When did this start? The young man asked. Sandy hair framed his face, and brown eyes studied Adrien. Adrien groaned, eyes rolling back in his skull as he calculated a reply. 2 weeks ago. The last word trailed off. Everything was black until his eyes focused again. The sandy-haired man smiled. Has this happened before? Why yes, Adrien heaved. His features knit together as he focused on the man's kind face. When? Years ago. Slowly and steadily, Adrien recounted the last time he had felt feverish, shaky, weak, and sweaty at the same time. He directed the man to his wallet, which contained a list of his current medications. The man questioned him the entire ride until the vehicle slowed in front of the hospital. Adrien closed his eyes with a sigh. When he opened them again, he was in a stretched emergency room bed, a new person working around him. This person introduced herself as Mila. "Now, we've got an IV drip here because you're severely dehydrated. Are you starting to feel better?" Mila motioned to the intravenous infusion stand, a long metal pole with 2 hooks at the top. A bag hung from one and traveled down to the needle in Adrian's arm. "Why yes," Adrien murmured, hazel eyes surveying the room, eyeing the 2 empty chairs to the left of him and the cracked door to the right. "So, you want to tell me what happened?" "I fell. Right, you lost consciousness for a few seconds. Can you tell me more about it?" "I perhaps have a fever, but I was shivering and beginning to feel nauseated from standing for so long," Adrien explained. "Oh honey. You definitely have a fever," Mila chuckled in the comforting way only a nurse can. "Can you sit up for me, so I can listen to your chest?" Adrien shuffled up to a sitting position, folding his legs across each other as the cold stethoscope touched his chest. He breathed in and exhaled. She slid the stethoscope to the other side, and he did it again. She hung the stethoscope around her neck and narrowed her eyes at Adrien. "What is it?" He laid back against the emergency room bed. "Well, I can barely hear anything going in and out of your lungs. Are you having trouble breathing or having chest pain?" Adrien nodded. "Okay," Mila replied absently as she typed information into the computer. The tap of her fingers on the keys made Adrien's head throb, and he turned away from her, closing his eyes. "All right. The doctor will be here in a few minutes, and we'll see what we want to do." Mila breezed out of the room, and Adrien fell asleep. His chest rose with shallow, pained breaths as he waited for the doctor. "Hey there. I'm Dr. Patterson." A loud female voice cut through his sleep, and he cracked his eyes open. She wore a white coat with her name embroidered on the side, but he couldn't decipher the letters. "Let's take a look at you, shall we?" "Okay," Adrien whispered. He shifted forward as the woman pressed a stethoscope to his chest again. "Well, it seems like you may have a little case of pneumonia. Now, normally we'd send you home with some antibiotics, but given your pre-existing condition and the dehydration, I'm thinking we should go ahead and keep you here a few days until we're confident the antibiotics are working and we've got a handle on your fever." "Okay." Adrien sank back into the hard emergency room bed. "Give us a few hours and we'll get you to a room." Dr. Patterson patted Adrien's shoulder and breezed out of the room, leaving him to the steady drip of the intravenous fluids. He dozed again as he waited, comforted by the low rumble of commotion in the emergency room. After a few hours, they wheeled him to a quiet freezing room on the 3rd floor, shifting him from the worn emergency room bed to an equally worn hospital bed. Adrien burrowed under the sheets and returned to a light sleep. When he woke again, he sat up with a sleepy jolt and checked for his belongings. Hazel eyes scanned around until he spied his phone and wallet on the rolling table. In the dim lights of the room, he noticed a whiteboard chart on his left side filled with names. His nurse was Sarah. Her assistant was Mike. The doctor's name was Salawu. The door next to the whiteboard led to a small bathroom floored with 1-inch tiles. He saw the outline of a walk-in shower and the shine of a metal trash can. The television was on, and soft noises came from the call remote roped around the high sides of his bed. A bag with his clothes in it rested on the far counter next to the sink, and the hospital gown hung on him, providing no warmth. He curled the threadbare sheets around his body as the door to his room creaked open. "Dinner?" A young boy came in with a tray full of hard plastic containers. He paused and glanced around before placing the tray on the rolling table. "Thank you," Adrien forced a weak smile. The young man smiled back. "Have a blessed night." "You too." Adrien uncovered the food, and the sweet brown sugar scent of barbecue sauce filled the room. His mouth watered, but his stomach lurched, turning over as bile bubbled in his throat. He covered the food again, grabbing the mug instead. He uncovered it and waved it under his nose. "Weak tea." He took a tiny sip. After the boy, a nurse entered. "Oh, you're awake." Her high-pitched voice carried, ringing in Adrien's ears. "I introduced myself before, but I'll do it again. My name is Sarah. I'm the nurse from now until about 7. We've got you on an IV drip for fluids and some antibiotics for your pneumonia. We won't get your blood work back until tomorrow morning, and once the doctor looks at it, we'll figure out where to go from there, okay? Adrien nodded. So, do you need anything from me? An extra blanket, please. Sure thing, I'll be right back. Adrien sipped the tea until she returned with his blanket and tucked it around his body. Then he burrowed back into the sheets and fell asleep again. He slept through the machine beeping when the antibiotics were completed, the nurse coming by to end the beeping, and the numerous checks throughout the evening. Hours later, he woke again and dragged himself to the little bathroom in the room, rolling the intravenous pole with him. He left the door ajar as he urinated, pressing his bony ass into the porcelain toilet seat and leaning back with his eyes closed. He stayed in the bathroom until he gathered enough energy and stood to his feet, leaning into the intravenous pole as he trudged back to the bed. Damn. You're awake. Adrien squinted through the shadowy room. What? Hey. Scott stood, entangling the long IV tube and offering a hand to Adrien. How are you feeling? Adrien squeezed his hand and slipped back into the bed, adjusting the blankets. Better, I guess. They called me. Scott scratched his stubbled jawline as he studied Adrien. And said I was listed as your emergency contact. Adrien thumbed the blankets, eyes raking over the room as a warm glow slithered up his neck and over his features. It's fine. I was going to come anyway. I just had to do a few things. Scott frowned. Never mind. He brushed matted hair from Adrien's face. The real question is, why isn't your family listed as your emergency contact? Adrien pursed his lips. His jaw ticked and his eyelids fluttered. Because they wouldn't come. Saying those words aloud hurt more than the stabbing pain of taking a breath. What about Ivy? She's out of town, Adrien murmured. Scott's thumb brushed over Adrien's cheek, and he turned his head to the affection. He was desperate for it. All right. So who am I then? First cousin? Best friend? A mischievous grin touched Scott's face. I am very exhausted, Adrien reminded him. I believe the chair extends to a bed. If you wish to stay. Yeah? Scott's grin grew to an honest smile. I'll stay. You know, I figured you'd get in contact with me, but I didn't think it would be like this. I am sorry. Tears pooled in Adrien's eyes. Nah, don't be. Hey. It's fine, really. I'm happy to be here with you. Scott bit his bottom lip over more words and glanced at the mottled tile floor. Let me get some blankets and get set up here. Scott pressed his soft lips to Adrien's forehead and left the hospital room. Adrien slept through his return and into the next morning, waking when Sarah entered alongside an older gentleman. Okay, so it's almost time for me to go home. Zachariah will be your daytime nurse. Sarah motioned to the man beside her. Zachariah shook Adrien's hand. Nice to meet you, Mr. Davis, Zachariah rumbled. He looked at Scott, who was still wiping sleep from his eyes. And Mr. Oh. Robinson. Scott shook Zachariah's hand as well. Mr. Robinson, Zachariah nodded. Well, I'll be back in a few minutes with your antibiotics. With a nod, Sarah and Zachariah exited Adrien's room. What time is it? Scott groaned. Likely 7 or 8 o'clock. Adrien sat up in the bed, tucking his hands between his legs. Nurses are usually scheduled from 7 to 7. Oh, okay. So, I guess you need to cancel some appointments, right? Yes? Do you have an appointment book or something? Adrien nodded. In my car. Right. I should go get it. Scott wandered around the hospital room, digging in his pockets for his keys, and then reached for the bag full of Adrien's clothes. Are your keys in here? I assume so, Adrien murmured as Scott pulled the drawstring apart. I don't want you to leave. Ah. Okay. Scott recovered the keys, twirling them around his finger. Do you mind if my brother goes to your car then? No, I don't mind. Cool. I'll have him bring me something to eat too. Scott text messaged his brother and relaxed in the bedside chair, kicking off his shoes. So let's talk. About? Adrien hazarded a glance up at Scott, peering into his rich brown eyes. Wherever you want to start. Or I can start. Can we talk after breakfast? Scott met Adrien's protest with silence, and Adrien chewed his bottom lip. My mother passed away a couple years ago now. Adrien picked at the tape holding his IV in place. I moved here with the money the insurance company gave me after her death. All right. You told me you had sisters. What about them? Adrien shrugged one shoulder, turning his head away from Scott. They are otherwise occupied, and have always been. One is in prison, and the other is either in a rehabilitation program or living on the streets. You don't keep in contact with them? No. The youngest one, the one with the drug problem, used to steal from me. And your other sister? Another shrug. She ceased contact first. What about your father? Adrien shook his head. He opened his mouth on more words as Zachariah returned. The man knocked, peeked his head in, and then strolled inside with watery packets, a cup of water, and a small cup of pills. All right, Mr. Davis? Adrien nodded. I understand you take a daily dose of prednisone and hydroxychloroquine. I am supposed to, yes. And you haven't been? Not the prednisone. And the hydroxychloroquine. I had been splitting the pills in half. Scott glanced from the nurse to Adrien. I see. Well, no wonder your WBC and RBC are low. WBC and RBC? Scott blinked. White blood count and red blood count, Zachariah explained. It seems like Mr. Davis's body has been working hard. He added a friendly smile to his words. Right. So what happens when you have a low WBC and RBC? Sorry, I guess I'm playing catch-up here. Scott glanced between the men again. Well? White blood counts are high when someone is fighting an infection, but in Mr. Davis's case, he's got an autoimmune disease where his body attacks its own tissue and then leaves him susceptible to other illnesses. Like pneumonia. Zachariah looked at Adrien, who avoided his gaze, now staring at the television, watching the silent pictures move. Scott asked more questions, and the nurse answered them with simplified replies until Scott was satisfied with his new knowledge. All right, Mr. Davis. I'm going to give you your IV antibiotic for the pneumonia. It'll take about 30 minutes to get all the way in your system. And this is one prednisone and one hydroxychloroquine, per the information you provided us. Zachariah started the intravenous drip and mixed a pink powder with water before giving both to Adrien. How do we know when the antibiotic is done? Scott peered at the full bag of intravenous fluid. It'll beep. When it beeps, call me. This here is a little protein mix to take with your pills. Adrien gulped the pills and the pink liquid. Perfect. The doctor should be in shortly. Thank you. Adrien closed his eyes. The nurse grabbed the empty plastic cup, peeled off his gloves, and exited the room. He left the door cracked. Adrien concentrated on breathing, filling his lungs until the stabbing pain of his illness grew, and he exhaled again. What autoimmune disease? Lupus. Lupus? I've never heard of it. It's like the nurse said. Adrien cracked his tired eyes open. Except he skipped the joint pain, the inflammation, the exhaustion, the fever. His words trailed off. How long have you had it? Several years now. Okay then, why weren't you taking your medicine like the doctor wanted you to? 2 reasons. Prednisone is a steroid. It's addictive, and I didn't like the idea of taking it once a day. I was weaning myself off it. What's the second reason? Scott lifted an eyebrow. For a while, I couldn't afford to purchase more. Doesn't insurance pay for it? Yes, but I don't have insurance. Why the hell not? Because when I first moved here, I couldn't afford private insurance. I applied for government-assisted insurance, and was denied based on the money I received from my mother's passing. I applied for disability, but I am not disabled enough. I was in the process of applying again for the government assistance. Adrien chewed his bottom lip. Oh. Yes. It is difficult to afford private insurance with a pre-existing condition. The rates are much higher with higher deductibles. I suppose it ends up worth it after a few months, but in the beginning, it is an incredible expense. Right, Scott sighed. Damn. Why didn't you tell me you had a disease? Because it never came up. First you were a client, and then we were talking. Yeah, but most people don't hang around when you say you have an autoimmune disease, and you're exhausted all the time. Adrien folded his legs under the sheets. I guess. People, especially men, want to hear that you're game for everything. It's unappealing to need a nap every afternoon before dinner. Is it? I like naps. Well, it depends. Do we nap together? Or separately? Adrien chuckled, shaking his head. You and me. I suppose we could nap together, but we have to be in a relationship to nap at all. Interesting, Scott rumbled. What's going on with our relationship, again? I thought we were in one or getting close, but then you stopped answering my calls. I was going to call you back, I said. I was. What was stopping you? Adrien shook his head, but before he could reply, the IV machine beeped, and he pressed the red nurse button on the bedside remote. Nurse's station, how may I help you? The receiver rasped. The IV machine beeped again. Oh. Beeping. I'll send a nurse. The line went quiet again. It's complicated, Adrien whispered. We've got plenty of time to discuss it, Scott reminded him. The nurse breezed back in, trailed by a boy holding a tray of food in the same hard plasticware as the night before. The boy placed the food on the rolling table and left. We're going to keep you on fluids, because I know you may not feel much like eating. Of course. And you said the doctor will be in soon. Yeah. Probably after you take a bit of breakfast. Okay. Is there anything else I can get you? Zachariah looked from Adrien to Scott. No, but is there a cafeteria or something? Yeah. It's on the lower level. When you get in the elevator, you'll see it as LL. Scott nodded. All right. Press the nurse button if you guys need anything. Zachariah left the room, and Adrien uncovered the food. Sweating eggs, stiff grits, 2 curls of light-colored bacon, and a biscuit decorated the plate. 3 packets of jelly rested next to a plastic fork and knife set. Adrien's lips twitched. Not hungry? Scott asked. Not particularly. Adrien sliced into the eggs, scooping the fluffy yellow substance onto his fork. His mouth watered as he chewed. It doesn't look too bad. I mean, I could make better, but for a hospital breakfast it could be worse. Scott stole a piece of bacon, the other piece of bacon, and pinched the corner of the biscuit. Adrien swallowed his first bite and shooed Scott's greedy fingers away. Okay. I'll be back. I'm going to run down to the cafeteria and get something, and hopefully I'll meet Sean downstairs too. Scott kissed Adrien's forehead and paused. The chaste forehead kiss spread warmth through Adrien's face. His cheeks and the tips of his ears burned. Okay, Adrien breathed. His heart pounded, and he watched the door long after Scott had left the room. Adrien willed him to return as fast as possible, but the next person in the room wasn't Scott. It was a dark-skinned man who came by the side of Adrien's bed, eyeing the unfinished food. Mr. Davis? His thick accent butchered his words. Yes? I understand you were admitted to the emergency room after an accident yesterday afternoon? After a nod, Adrien relayed his best memory of the previous evening. He remembered talking to Scott in the hardware store, and remembered standing in the unforgivably hot checkout line at the front of the store. He vaguely remembered the ambulance ride, admitting he slept through most of the evening afterwards. The doctor nodded. Well? Our tests show you have a viral pneumonia infection, which means the antibodies will not help. However, it is more important for us to get your lupus flare-up under control before you leave here." "Yes," Adrien agreed. "Try to eat as much as you can. The fluids are all right, but food is better," the doctor added as he spun on his heel and approached the door. Adrien was alone and half asleep when Scott returned with his black planner notebook and a plastic bag of food. "What did you purchase?" "Southern breakfast, a few snack bars, and a bottled water. Sean brought me your planner, and I got you a fruit and vegetable smoothie." Adrien tilted his head. "Well, so you can drink some nutrients instead of try to eat." "Yes? I already called and rescheduled your appointments for 2 weeks out." The only person upset was Kyle. Scott sat the planner down on the counter next to his bag of food and passed Adrien a bottle of thick green liquid. "Thank you." "Did the doctor stop by?" "Yes." "Well?" Adrien fished through his tray for a straw and dunked the straw into the juice bottle once he broke the freshness seal. "He wants to get my lupus under control before I leave." "How long will it take?" "A few days." "And then resting and taking your medicine properly." "Yes." "All right." Scott popped open a polystyrene foam container packed with food. "So, tell me again how calling is complicated." Adrien bit the inside of his cheek. "Did I do something to upset you?" "No. You are perfect. You are perfect." "Okay, then what?" Adrien sipped his drink and drummed his fingers on the table. "Your father." "Sure. What about him?" "He doesn't want us to be together." "Funny, he's not in our relationship, so he really doesn't have a say." "Do you want me to talk to him?" "What did he tell you?" Silence reared her head again, and Adrien's words caught in his throat. A knot swelled, tingling, as he felt the thud of his heart all through his body. He said he knew me. And I was no good for you. He doesn't make those calls in my life." "What else?" He offered me money. To stay away from you." Scott growled, "What did you do with it?" "The money?" "And nothing. I have the check at home still." Adrien's shoulders shrugged up to his ears, and he shrank down even smaller in the bed. "I was going to destroy it or donate it." Scott pushed his food away, rubbing his hands over his face and studying Adrien. "Did he threaten you?" "I don't believe so, no." "You don't believe so?" "I don't remember. I was scared." Scott clenched his fist. The muscles in his strong jawline ticked. "I don't know what to say." "I'm sorry." "Don't be. It's not your fault." Scott's words were painted with red-hot anger. "I was afraid he was right, and if you knew the truth, you wouldn't want to be with me." "What truth?" "About my family, about my disease. About everything. He knows. I don't know how, but he found out about everything." Adrien's heart accelerated, reacting to Scott's deliberate movements. "Fine. Your father hates me. It's in his eyes." "Probably, but it's not his call to make. He's going to have to get over it because I like you. Very much. Finish your drink, I'm going to get some air." Scott packed his food away with a soft rumble and strode from the room, leaving Adrien to silence and the soft voices from the bedside remote. Nurses, assistants, and various other hospital staff came in and out of Adrien's room while Scott was gone. The doctor didn't return, but the hospital had a person for everything. There was a person who delivered his food trays, a different person who collected them, a person who emptied the trash and cleaned the floor, and a person who restocked all the items in his room. The discharge consultant stopped by and hovered beside the bed as they discussed home care plans. She scribbled a tentative date on the dry erase board inside his room and promised another visit. Adrien drifted off to sleep in late morning, after the kitchen worker had taken his breakfast tray and before his lunch tray was delivered. With the intravenous fluids and the steroid medication working through his body, he breathed easier and drowned in a deep, dreamless slumber. He roused to the smell of food and his cell phone vibrating, rattling the plastic tray on the table. Adrien blindly reached for his phone, lifting it in sleep-heavy fingers. It clattered on the ground. With a groan, he opened his eyes and shimmied down the length of the bed. His fingers scraped the cold floor until he found his phone and snatched it up, answering the call. "Hello?" he groaned. "Adrien. Oh my God, I've been calling you over and over again. Scott called me and told me you were in the hospital." Ivy's shrill voice assaulted Adrian's ears. "Why yes." He pulled the phone away from his ear, resting it on his bony shoulder. "He called me last night, but the time difference is so wacky, I couldn't call him back. Honey, I told you to go in before." "I know." "Okay, so what happened? Why'd Scott call me?" "I fainted. In the hardware store." "The one on Main Street or the one downtown?" "The one on Main Street." Adrien rolled his eyes. His lips quirked into a smile. "The one on Main Street is always hot inside." "Okay, now start from the beginning." "Of course. On one surprisingly chilled day in March, a tiny baby boy was born. He would be the oldest of 3, but for now he was the only apple in his mother's eye. Not that far back." Ivy laughed. "Start it when you arrived at the hardware store." "Ah. You should have been more specific. I was searching for light bulbs for the client from hell, and various other items, when I ran into Scott." "Is he still sexy?" "More so." "Was he mad?" No, he wasn't. He asked why I didn't call, and I said I was going to. He accepted my answer. I helped him pick light bulbs for his office." "Wow. You two are boring. I was hoping he'd grab you into a kiss and your leg would pop or something." "Well, Ivy, this isn't a romance novel. It's real life. No one's leg pops after a kiss." "Whatever. When I meet the right guy, my leg's going to pop and it's going to be perfect. And he'll have a big dick," Ivy purred. "Of course. So anyway, then what?" "I got in line, and I remember thinking how hot it was. Then really, the next thing I remember is waking up and hearing Scott's voice." "Ah. I'm okay waking up to Scott's voice. Is he staying there with you?" "I asked him to." "Ah. You guys are cute. I'm glad he's not angry." "I think he was later," Adrien paused. I told him about his father and the money." "Oh shit. What did he say?" "He said his dad can't make decisions about his relationships." "Good answer. So, what are you guys doing? Are we getting back together, or what?" "We haven't discussed it." "What do you want to do?" "I want to be back with him, but I am afraid I've ruined it." "Well, first, you didn't ruin it because he's spending the night in a hospital room. I've been in them, they're uncomfortable, and the mediocre food is overpriced. And second, use your words and tell him what you want." "I don't know." "I'm sorry." "Okay, I'll play. Let's do a pros and cons list. Cons first. His father. Technically not under his control, but he said his dad's opinion didn't matter. We'll hold him to it. Next. He makes money from selling people services they do not need. People need health and life insurance, and he caters to small, minority-owned businesses. He also does tons of community seminars. Not a problem. Next. Adrien grumbled, "Fine. Maybe I'm not ready." Bingo. Why not? I don't know. I haven't dated someone since I was diagnosed. It happens. Why not? Honestly, it's not the same after you're diagnosed. Men want to have sex. Often. And I don't have energy to keep up. I need a nap, or sometimes I don't feel up to it. My bones hurt. I have a fever. Unsexy things. So you're implying Scott's going to be all about the sex? He's been fine doing your slow dating thing. Why do you think he won't understand? I mean, he might understand. I suppose I am afraid of him not understanding. So you're afraid to jump because you might fall. Everyone falls when they jump. Aha, but some people have someone to catch them on their fall. I think Scott would catch you. You should ask. What? Ask him if he'll catch you if you jump. You sound ridiculous. Ask him. Okay, honey, it's late for me and I have things scheduled for the morning. Concentrate on getting well. I miss you. I miss you too, bestie. Mawa. Bye. Adrien ended the call and sank down in the hospital blankets. The day dragged on with the nurse's assistant stopping by periodically for vitals and the nurse administering medicine. Scott returned to the room just before dinner time. He tiptoed in the room, but Adrien saw the hallway light spill into his soft-lit room. Your food smells lovely, Adrien offered, raising his eyebrows. Oh hey. I figured you'd be asleep. I feel rested. Oh good. And hungry? A little. I got this chicken and ranch wrap from the cafeteria. Do you want a bite? Yes, please. Scott sat on the corner of the hospital bed, and Adrien sat up, inching closer to him. He used the plastic bag as a place setting and laid his food out on top of it. I got another fruit drink for you. Strawberry banana this time. Thank you. Adrien set the drink on his table. Scott opened a bag of chips and peeled the shiny wrapper off his pre-sliced burrito, offering the smaller half to Adrien, who thanked him softly again. Adrien picked at the meat as Scott bit into his food. Huh. Better than I was expecting. Scott ate chips in between bites of his half of the wrap. Scott? Can I ask you a question? Yeah, of course. Scott took another bite. If I jumped, would you catch me? Yes? Wait, why are you jumping? How high are you jumping? What are you jumping from? Are you going to tell me before you jump? Adrien smiled, nibbling the corner of his half of the wrap, and chuckled at Scott's questions. He squeezed Scott's shoulder. It's figurative. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll catch you. Okay. Adrien studied Scott for a few moments, chewing the inside of his cheek. Then, I was wondering something. Are you single? Scott coughed. Why, yeah. Yeah, I'm single. Adrien nodded. Good. I would like to start over. You and I. Huh. Maybe not over. Can we start from where we left off? Oh yes. We can start where we left off. Where did we leave off? I know this makes me old-fashioned, but I want us to be official. Not just talking. I want to be your boyfriend. Adrien blinked, looking up at Scott. Why yes. Please. I also want to kiss you. I have pneumonia. I'll take the risk, Scott murmured, putting his meal down and stroking Adrien's cheek. His thumb brushed across his lips, and his rough fingers caressed his jawline. Scott searched Adrien's face before gazing into his eyes. Can I kiss you? Adrien shivered down to his toes, sucking in a quick breath at the question. Scott watched him as he waited for his reply. Adrien knew his answer. It was a resounding yes, but the reply was lost between his brain and his slightly parted lips. His cheeks burned when Scott's lips tugged into a smile. Why yes, Adrien murmured, and Scott leaned in closer. Adrien abandoned his half of the burrito, dropping it onto the makeshift plastic placemat over the bunched blankets. Scott's approach was slow, calculated. He closed the distance between them gradually, until Adrien felt his steamy breath against his lips. He paused there, and Adrien's eyes fluttered. A frustration grew inside him, a latent desire bubbling to the surface. Scott teased his lips. His thumb parted them more and swept across them before their lips connected. With his hand supporting Adrien's chin, he closed his eyes. Warmth spread between their sealed lips. A brewing fire kindled between them and spiraled through Adrien's body, overriding his brain, his muscles, and his nerve endings. Adrien moaned. Scott's velvet lips were achingly gentle, and his kiss was downy soft, ending as gradually as it had begun. Adrien whimpered at his retreat. His closed eyes fluttered open, and he focused an accusing glare at Scott. Scott stroked Adrian's jawline, lips twitching in a smile. I'm not done, Scott rumbled. A shiver ran down Adrian's spine again as Scott's hand floated from his cheek to the back of his neck, fingers disappearing in his wavy, neglected hair. Scott kissed him again. This time he lost some of his gentleness. He gripped Adrian's hair as he meshed their lips together. Soft harder and then soft again. He brushed his lips across Adrian's, kissing the corner of his lips, then his hollowed cheeks and prominent jawline, creeping up to his ear and purring into it. Adrien curled into him, burrowing his face in Scott's neck, drowning in patchouli and cinnamon. Scott's hand trailed down Adrian's back, fingers dancing over the prominent bones of his spinal cord, before settling at his lower back and inching him closer. Scott roped both arms around him, and Adrien relaxed there. Tight muscles turned to jelly. Tears sprang to Adrian's eyes, and he tucked his face deeper into Scott's neck. Scott combed through his hair idly, tucking the golden brown locks behind his ear. Scott held him in silence until the overnight nurse knocked on the door and introduced herself with Zachariah at her side. Chapter 4. The long hospital days came to a close after an argument on where Adrien would recuperate. To Adrien, the only choice was his little basement apartment, but the doctors, nurses, and Ivy all thought Scott's place was better. Adrien staged a silent protest before he resigned and watched Scott pack his clothes the afternoon after being discharged from the hospital. He folded his legs and curled up on his bed as Scott dug through his closet. You wear overalls every day, why do you have so many clothes? Scott scowled, putting his hands on his hips and sighing. What do you want me to pack? Long sleeves, Adrien replied with a chuckle. Ivy gave some of them to me. The things her clients rejected. Okay, long sleeves, Scott grumbled, folding designer shirts into a duffel bag. Ivy will be back in 3 days, then you can go to her house. I'm sure she's more fun than me anyway. Doctor says you should probably take it easy for at least another week, and then you can slide back into your schedule. I heard him. Adrien picked at his nails. In the meantime, I was thinking we could work on your online presence. The 1950s Filofax isn't working. It works fine. It works okay. You could have customers pay early for services if you had an online website. How? Adrien tilted his head. Well, if it's routine stuff. Like laying tiles in a bathroom. I mean, I get it, bathrooms aren't all the same size, but as long as it's not a master bath, the price is pretty standard, right? Floor tiles, yes. See? You could work up a price, and instead of doing the pricing dance, they know what to expect. Plus, you have plenty of customers who will write recommendations for you and let you take pictures of your work. I suppose yes. I'll have Sean and his girlfriend help you. I don't know a damn thing about websites, but apparently she does. Ebony? The one I met before. Adrien arched an eyebrow. Oh no, not her. They broke up a while back. He's dating someone new now. Ah. Adrien slipped off the bed and approached Scott, pressing his front into Scott's back. Thank you, he whispered and brushed his soft lips against Scott's neck. You don't have to thank me. Scott tucked away another shirt before turning to Adrien, placing his hands on Adrien's slim hips. Plus, I like seeing you in my house, and I've run out of renovation ideas. Adrien's cheeks colored, perhaps removing the carpet from the bedrooms and adding hardwood throughout? Wait. You don't like my carpet? Not particularly. Adrien flashed Scott a charming smile. Interesting. Well, I guess we can rip up the carpet for our next date if you want. Perhaps. Or we could be like a normal couple, and I could make dinner or something. I believe I would rather rip up carpet, Adrien teased, resting his chin on Scott's shoulder. You are feeling better, aren't you? Yes? Scott threw Adrien's bag of clothes over his shoulder. Anything else? Medicine is in the car, tools are in the car. You don't have any pets, do you? No. All right, then we're ready. Indeed. Though, how do you feel about pets? Like dogs? Scott glanced sideways at Adrien. Ah, do you have a dog? No, but I'm considering it. Like a lab or something. Hardwood flooring and Labradors are a bad combination. What about an old Labrador? They're kind of lazy, right? Scott mused. Perhaps. Adrien shook his head as he climbed into Scott's vehicle. Scott tucked his bag in the trunk and drove from Adrien's basement apartment to his place, parking beside Adrien's red hatchback. They unloaded and stored Adrien's new round of medication in the kitchen. Scott stocked the orange pill tubes away and started dinner while Adrien leaned against the counter. He turned on the stove, digging 2 frozen aluminum pans out of the freezer. My mom tried to prepare casserole for you because she thought you'd like it. I do like casserole. What kind? I think this is supposed to be string bean casserole, and the other is chicken quinoa. The chicken quinoa sounds lovely. Right. Okay, yeah. I'll make this one. Scott put the aluminum casserole dish in the oven and looked at Adrien. So how long do you cook it for? Perhaps 45 minutes to an hour. That long? Damn. Scott stared at the dark oven until it radiated heat, and he saw the layer of yellow cheese begin to thaw. He moved Adrien's bags into the bedroom as the food cooked, and once it was ready, they sat across from each other in Scott's breakfast nook. Scott insisted Adrien sleep in his room despite his protesting. Scott made his bed on the couch. By day 3, Adrien had a burst of energy in the morning, which led to a nap in the early afternoon, and another wave of energy in the evening once the sun had set behind the trees. When Scott pulled into the driveway after working at the office, Adrien greeted him outside. His long-sleeved shirts didn't hang on him quite so much anymore. Hi, Adrien breathed, approaching Scott's crossover vehicle. Hey. How was your day? Fine. Ivy's supposed to get back today, right? Yes. She said she met someone and invited us out to dinner tonight. Sounds like a plan. When do we have to leave? Now. Unless you wish to change clothes. Nah, get in. Where are we going? To this expensive burger place. Her boyfriend is vegan. Adrien moved around the vehicle, climbing into the passenger seat. Designer skinny jeans hung on his form and the neck of his shirt slid to one side, but his hair shined. His hazel eyes were bright as he cast a smile to Scott. The vegetarian place downtown. Yes. Have you been there? Yeah. It's not bad. You'll like it. After Scott's promise, they traveled in comfortable silence, stealing private glances at each other. Scott studied Adrien's profile, the happiness filling his eyes and the soft smile playing on his lips. He memorized the patient curve of his cheekbones, down his hollow cheeks into his square jawline. Scott pulled into the familiar parking lot, turning off his vehicle and glancing at the building. I came here with this guy, Scott offered. I'm not sure if it was a date or not, but it was terrible. I'm sorry. Adrien was nonplussed. Me too. Scott stole a kiss, his lips meeting Adrien's forehead, before jumping out of his vehicle and accompanying Adrien to the door. Couples mingled around the entrance, some holding square guest pagers while others were waiting for the rest of their group. Scott and Adrien strolled through the crowd, meeting Adrien's best friend inside. Ivy trapped Adrien in a tight hug and then grabbed Scott for a hug as well. The man standing beside her shifted his weight from one skinny leg to the other. Oh, sorry guys. This is Benny. Benny, this is Adrien, my best friend, and Scott, the guy he secretly wants to play house with but won't do it. Adrien's cheeks bloomed with color and he leaned into Scott. It's nice to meet you, Benny, Adrien and Scott said in unison. Benny shook Adrien's hand and then Scott's. Nice to meet you both, he drawled with a thick French accent. Shall we request a place to dine? Sure, I'll do it, Scott proposed, placing a hand at the small of Adrien's back as he stepped away from the trio. They chatted out of earshot as Scott requested a table for 4, preferably inside at a booth. Yes, he was willing to wait. The last name for their table was Robinson, he told the host. They were seated within 10 minutes with Adrien and Ivy sitting next to each other, leaving Scott and Benny the other side of the booth. As Ivy and Adrien jumped into rehashing everything since she left for her trip, Scott and Benny stared at each other. "Well," Benny started. "You like sports?" "I do. Football. Or as Americans call it, soccer." "Soccer, yeah. One sport I've never played." "What about basketball?" "Key. I played for a team in university." With a common ground, Scott and Benny talked about sports for as long as Adrien and Ivy talked about everything else. They ordered, ate, and spent the evening strolling downtown until Adrien was drained. Unwilling to end the first night back with his friend, they returned to Scott's place and continued talking over drinks and dessert. Scott curled his arm around Adrien, kissing his bony shoulder. "So how'd you two meet?" Scott glanced from Benny to Ivy. "Oh, we met on the flight over. It was long, and I fell asleep on his shoulder. Then it turned out we were working in the same area, so we started hanging out. I invited her to," Benny paused as he chewed over the correct English word, "the theater. And then to the museum, and then the one restaurant with the really good snails. It's true what they say about French men." Ivy giggled, a hand running down Benny's chest. She pressed her ample body into the man's side, resting her cheek on his shoulder. "What do they say about French men?" Scott narrowed his eyes. "French men are more emotionally perceptive, flirty. They go after what they want." Adrien smirked. "I see where this is going," Scott chuckled. "I'm listening." He squeezed Adrien's side as Ivy and Benny recounted more of their time overseas, and Benny's plans for living in America. They discussed job opportunities alongside planning their next outing together. Benny and Scott made a sports date for the following week while Adrien and Ivy planned a shopping trip, and with more hugs and kisses, Benny and Ivy left for the night. Adrien gave Ivy a parting hug and closed the door behind them, leaning against Scott's front door. "I am happy for them," he confessed. "First I was on the fence, but she seems happy." "She does. He does too. And I like him, he's pretty cool for an emotional French guy or whatever." Adrien hummed, studying Scott's lips as he spoke. "Sleep with me tonight." "Sleep with you?" Scott rumbled, his body reacting to the invitation as his mind processed the request. "Why, yes. I'm too tired for more, but I want to be close to you all night." "All right." Scott planted a kiss on Adrien's lips, sliding his hands down the other man's shoulders and lacing their fingers together. He touched his cheek to Adrien's, nuzzling him and taking his scent into his lungs. "I'll be in there in a minute." "Let me clean up," Scott whispered, squeezing Adrien's hands. "Okay," Adrien breathed, slipping past Scott and sauntering to the bedroom. Scott bit the meat of his middle finger as Adrien passed him, nostrils flaring as he watched his hips drop with each casual step. When Adrien disappeared, he groaned, biting his finger harder. Brawny hands snatched up the empty beer bottles and wine glasses as he calmed himself down, crushing the cans and rinsing the glasses before exiting the kitchen for the night. With a deep breath, he approached his bedroom, knocking on the cracked door before stepping inside. "Hey," Scott rumbled. Adrien looked up from a paperback novel resting on his thighs. "Hi." He folded the corner of the page and placed the book on the nightstand. "I was wondering if you preferred your shower at night or in the morning." I prefer mine at night." Adrien slid off the bed and peeled his long-sleeved shirt over his head. "Damn," Scott murmured, eyes widening. His lungs gasped for breath as he drank in Adrien's form. His eyes trailed down the column of Adrien's neck to his curved shoulders. A light dusting of hair accented the center of his chest, forming a diamond. A string of hair connected the diamond on his chest to the spread of hair peeking over his low-slung pants. "At night." "Yes," Adrien confirmed, voice shivering on his lips. His fingers unfastened the button of his jeans and slipped between his fair skin and the rough denim, sliding them off his hips and letting them pool on the floor. Scott whimpered, wetting his lips and gripping the doorframe. "Adrien," he breathed, rolling his eyes to the ceiling. "Are you going to join me?" He stepped away from his jeans and peered around the room. The familiar flush of red touched not only his cheeks, but also his shoulders and the center of his chest. "Oh yeah." "Just, yeah," Scott stammered, shrugging out of his plaid work shirt and ripping his t-shirt over his head. He fumbled with the button and zipper to his slacks before slinging them and his underwear off too. Adrien's lips quirked into a light smile. Adrien purred. His smile grew. The dim light of the room found Adrien's eyes and made them sparkle. I'll start the water. He receded to the bathroom. Yeah. Scott's eyelids flickered, and he hesitated before joining Adrien, spotting him bent over as he adjusted the water temperature. Scott glimpsed his entrance beyond his callipygous ass. The peak of his balls hung between his slender thighs, and Scott's mouth watered. He kissed Adrien's shoulder. You're beautiful. You're horny, Adrien retorted. I am because you're sexy too. Scott nuzzled Adrien, touching his sides and trailing up his back. Scott massaged his shoulders, thumbs circling the lean muscles in his back. Thank you. Adrien stepped into the steaming water. Scott followed, reaching over Adrien's shoulder for a bath sponge and lathering it. He slid the soapy sponge over Adrien's shoulders. You should have put your hair up. It's going to get wet. It's okay. I need to wash it, Adrien whispered. His lips barely moved over his words. I can do it. Thank you. I'm sorry I don't have energy for more. Don't worry about it. Scott squeezed the sponge over Adrien's body, sending a wash of white suds down his lean chest. This is perfect. How long do you think it will be until Benny proposes to Ivy? Adrien tilted his head, exposing his neck to Scott. Less than a year. The wedding planning will take another full year, though. Yes, she has everything planned. She wants a destination wedding in either New Zealand or the Bahamas. However, perhaps now the wedding will be in France. Perhaps? Scott continued cleaning him, using the sponge as an excuse to memorize the planes of Adrien's body. He painted Adrien's chest in pearly bubbles. They mixed with the stream of hot water and traveled down Adrien's body, matting his golden pubic hair to his body. Scott rinsed him with his bare hands, fingers sweeping over every valley, browsing over every hill. Scott? Adrien glanced back at him. What's going to happen with your father? What do you mean? When he finds out we're together? Scott shrugged, swiping the last of the suds from Adrien's body before wrapping his arms around the man's slender torso. They're having a barbecue Saturday at their house. My mother extended an invitation to you. By name? She asked about you by name over the phone, yeah. Well, I mentioned you first. Then she asked, did she seem surprised? Well, yeah. Since we hadn't talked in a few weeks, she was a little surprised. Adrien sucked his bottom lip, drumming slender fingers against Scott's moist skin. Do you think she knows about what your father did? Honestly, I don't know. Listen. I'm with you, and I want you to go with me to the barbecue. I'll talk to my father. Scott kissed Adrien's temple. I'll get towels. Adrien nodded as Scott stepped out of the stream of hot water and wrapped himself in a towel once Scott presented one. I don't want to upset anyone. You won't. I told Sean about what happened, and he's on my side. Twins? Yeah. Twins. Don't think on it. You don't need the stress, and that old man isn't worth your health. I suppose. Frowning, Adrien pulled one of Scott's shirts over his head, looking even smaller as the long hems of Scott's shirt tickled the middle of his thighs. He slid a pair of briefs over his legs and crawled into bed. Scott slid on briefs and wiggled into the bed behind him, curling his body around Adrien. He buried his face between Adrien's neck and his fluffy pillows. Sweet dreams, Scott whispered. I'll see you in the morning. Good night. Adrien closed his eyes, falling asleep within minutes while Scott lied awake beside him, listening to the rise and fall of Adrien's breath. Scott worked from home the rest of the week, with Adrien curled on the couch beside him, alternating between short naps and collecting information for his website. Sean and Callie, his new girlfriend, stopped by on Friday morning and set up Adrien's website. After hours of poking at layouts and switching things back and forth, they decided on a clean, minimalist website with a scrolling picture portfolio. They spent the early afternoon snapping pictures of Scott's interior renovations and the evening browsing the aisles of the home improvement store, searching for the perfect hardwood flooring. They settled on a soft gray to lay throughout the living room, kitchen, and hallway bedrooms. Saturday, the gray flooring was delivered in stages, and they piled it into the living room. Adrien insisted on carrying as many long boxes of wood planks as Scott carried, but required a nap afterwards, so they dozed through lunchtime on the couch with the faint sounds of the television as a lullaby. Scott woke first and stroked Adrien's hair. "Baby," Scott murmured, pressing his lips to Adrien's forehead after raking his hair back. "We should get up and get dressed." Adrien cracked his eyes open. "We could stay here. I promised my mother we would see them this evening. We don't have to stay long." Adrien drifted back into sleep for a few more seconds before groaning and sitting up, shoulders slumped as grogginess lifted from him. "Unless you want to stay longer." "Likely not." Adrien disappeared to the bedroom and returned in a different long-sleeved shirt and a different pair of fitted jeans. The jeans hugged his form more than the last, curving around his thighs and bunching at his knees. He tucked the front of his shirt in at the corner and glanced at Scott. Scott rumbled, "Maybe we should stay in." No. We're going." Adrien's pink lips tugged into a smile as Scott rolled from the couch and grabbed his keys. "So where do your parents live?" "A little north of here in this historic neighborhood. Maybe a 20-minute drive," Scott explained as they climbed into his vehicle. "Are the houses nice?" "Nicer than mine. Kind of like the neighborhood you live in. They're really old, and everyone who owns a house in the neighborhood has owned it for a long time." Scott followed the winding path out of his neighborhood, and he drove through the city until the houses went from stacked next to each other to spaced far apart. Scott pointed out the different neighborhoods and areas as they traveled north to his parents' place. The houses became larger and more spread apart as they went until they came upon a gated community, and Scott punched in the gate code. "The neighborhood I live in doesn't have a gate code," Adrien reminded Scott as the machine beeped. The gate in front of them rattled open. "Well, this one doesn't need a gate code. They think it keeps the hoodlums out or something." "You grew up here?" "Yeah, but the gate wasn't here when I was a kid. They added the gate a few years ago." "I see. So you and your brother grew up with the risk of all the city kids infiltrating your neighborhood." "Scary, I know." Scott chuckled, pulling into a long driveway in front of a multiple-level house. He parked behind another large vehicle, and they climbed out. Scott laced his fingers with Adrien's as they walked along the sidewalk to the front door and rang the doorbell. "Scottie." An older, bald gentleman with watery gray eyes greeted Scott. "It's been a while since I've seen you. Last Christmas, was it? You're looking good." "Thanks, Uncle Lee." Scott hugged the man. "Now who's this?" Lee looked at Adrien after releasing Scott from the hug. "This is Adrien, my boyfriend." "Hi." Adrien waved. Adrien. Nice to meet you." Lee pulled him into a hug too. "We're huggers in this family, so if you're sticking around, you're gonna have to get used to it." He patted Adrien's back before releasing him. Adrien flushed. "I do plan to stick around." Good. Now let's get some meat on your bones." Lee led them inside and closed the door behind them. The house was full of people who had the same features as Scott. Some shared his prominent nose and full lips. Others shared his sharp jawline. Everyone smiled at Scott and nodded to Adrien as they walked through the house, still accompanied by Lee. Scott and Lee had jumped into a conversation about the football playoffs as a pleasant woman around Adrien's age offered him liquor. Adrien accepted, but hung close to Scott's side. Lee excused himself when his phone rang, and Scott looked at Adrien. "Not so bad yet, huh?" "No. Mr. Lee is nice." Adrien sipped his glass of liquor. "But you didn't tell me your whole family would be here. This is a lot." "Oh? Honestly, I didn't know. I thought it was going to be us four, but I guess it's a mini family reunion." "Is it too soon to meet your extended family?" "I don't know. Do you think so?" I am nervous, Adrien confessed. Scott took his hand again, kissing his pink knuckles. It'll be fine. Everyone will love you as much as I do. You? Hey, Scottie. A man jogged up to them, beer sloshing onto his brown skin. Ah, damn. Oh, hey, DJ. In one smooth movement, Scott shook his hand and yanked him into a quick hug. This is Adrien, my boyfriend. Hey, man. I'm Dennis, but they call me DJ because my pops over there is also named Dennis. DJ tipped his head to his father as he shook Adrien's hand. Damn, Scottie, I didn't know you had a man. I thought Uncle Nathan was trying to hook you up with Omar. He was. Didn't work because I was talking to Adrien at the time. Oh, okay. Yeah, Omar's something. So, Adrien, what do you do? I'm a handyman. I do odd jobs around the home for clients. Dennis glanced at Scott and then back at Adrien. You work with your hands, huh? Why, yes. Adrien shrugged. You like working with your hands? Why, yes. Adrien wrinkled his forehead. Well, cool. It makes money? Enough, I suppose. Ah, what do you do, DJ? I'm a public defender. Oh. A lawyer? Yeah, I defend people who can't afford lawyers in criminal court. Ah, right. You're the lawyer they get appointed if they can't afford one. Adrien nodded. Did you always wish to be a public defender? Nah. Not at all. I wanted to be a lawyer to make money. I fell into the public defender job, but I'm starting to like it now. It's been 3 years. Oh, wow. Nice? It's not too bad. Money's not great, but I feel like I'm helping, which is something important, you know? Yes. I feel the same way in my own line of work. No one thinks of it as such, though, but sometimes it's not always the grandiose actions, but the smaller ones. Well said. DJ tipped his glass to Adrien. Well said. Good to have you here, Adrien, and I'll keep you in mind if I need some work done on my house. I'll keep you in mind if I ever get arrested. Adrien quirked an eyebrow, and DJ laughed. Very good. Now, if you will excuse me. DJ touched Adrien's shoulder as he passed them, greeting another one of Scott's family members. My parents are probably outside watching the food. Sean and Callie are here somewhere, probably outside with the food too. I would imagine so. Adrien smiled over the rim of his cup. Scott laced their fingers and guided Adrien through the grand dining room filled with an oval table and 6 chairs. Family photographs hung in the large space. Different-sized frames fit around each other like puzzle pieces, uniform with 2 inches of space on every side. The room after the dining area housed a smaller table set, and the male sat in a bowl of fruit resting in the center. A display cabinet lived in the corner of the room, and Adrien stopped in front of it. Why would someone have dishware they don't use? Huh. This is a cabinet full of dishware for display, but there is more dishware in the kitchen for eating with. Yeah. This is the stuff we use on holidays. Correct, Adrien replied, but why? I don't know. It's what we do. Are you stalling? Adrien rolled his eyes, staring at the fine china nestled inside the glass display. Your silence means yes. Come on. I'll draw you a bath when we get back to my place. Adrien tipped his head, eyelids flashing. Promise? Of course. With a kiss to Adrien's cheek, Scott continued through the kitchen, around the huge kitchen island, and out the sliding back door. They walked into an outdoor oasis with lush green grass, native foliage, and a small pond behind a covered wooden deck. The 2 long couches and wing-back recliners were occupied, and the roar of conversation accented the sounds of nature. Smoke floated from the covered grill, and Sean fought against opening the grill. His sour features focused on the handle, as Callie swatted his hands. Scott? Adrien. Tell him if he keeps checking the meat, it will never get done. Callie's warm brown eyes beamed at the pair. Also, how's the website coming along? Do you need me to come over and help you with any of the smaller details? How close is it to being done? Scott looked from Callie to his brother. Well, I just don't know, do I? Sean's frown deepened, and both men stared at the grill. The website is coming along nicely. We spent yesterday adding the photographs, but we have to retake some because the lighting doesn't fit with the website's aesthetic. Not bright enough? Callie asked. A yellow tint. Oh. Good thinking. Natural lighting will give it more of a blue tint, or photo editing. Photo editing. Yeah, sure. All you have to do is take the temperature from warm or neutral to cool. Oh, Adrien wrinkled his forehead. If I can't retake them how I want, would you mind editing them for me? Not at all. You can email them to me, right? Attach them to an email. Yeah. Yes, I can email them to you. Perfect. Callie's brown eyes sparkled, and she glanced at the two brothers. Scowling instantly, she swatted Sean's shoulder. Sean. Leave the damn grill alone. Good Lord. What? Shit. See, I told you to look. Adrien wouldn't hit you, Sean muttered, elbowing Scott. Whatever. You're the one who can't wait. Do they always act like this? Callie turned her attention back to Adrien. Yes, indeed. Their conversation lapsed into silence after Callie's soft chuckle, and they sipped their drinks and watched Scott and Sean bicker over the meat cooking times. Boys? How's the meat coming? A booming voice approached the quartet, stepping up beside Callie. Scottie, you said you were bringing the voice paused as shrewd dark eyes met Adrien's boyfriend. Hey Pops, Sean called. Hey Dad. Scott went from eyeing the grill to standing beside Adrien, sliding a hand across his back. Yeah, I did. I think you've met before, but I'll introduce you again. Adrien's hazel eyes grew wide, the whites of his eyes cradling swampy irises. Nathan's coal-black eyes narrowed. Dad, this is Adrien, my boyfriend. Scott rubbed Adrien's back. Adrien, this is my father. And nice to meet you. The smaller man ventured. No, Nathan sneered at Adrien and turned back to his son. Why is he here? Because I invited him, and I want him here. Scott's heart pounded in his ears. He rolled his shoulders, stretching his neck and squaring his face to his father. Nathan ran his tongue along the front of his white teeth. He's not the kind of person you should be with. I don't want him joining this family. The atmosphere and the people around them changed. Sean abandoned the barbecue and posted himself at his brother's side. Callie peeked at the meat but found herself in an awkward position. She looked into each one of their faces before focusing on Adrien. Adrien. Can you help me take the meat inside? Callie asked. Why yes. A rumble grew in Nathan's throat as Adrien walked behind Scott and Sean and helped the woman remove the meat from the grill. The men remained unchanged, predators primed for their next move. I know why you don't like him, Scott growled once he heard the glass door slide open and closed, once the boys were alone with their father. You can say whatever you want about it, but I know you paid him to go away. Did he tell you he cashed the check? Nathan's lips curled. Yeah, he did. Scott slipped his hands in his pockets, lifting his chin and looking down his nose at his father. He donated it to a lupus research foundation. I didn't raise you to go off, get a little money to your name, and find the first white person out there to date. I didn't raise you to think you're better than your own kind. That's not what's going on. You think you're too good to be with a black man now? No, I like Adrien. His color doesn't matter to me. It will when people hand his sorry ass the bill every time you go to dinner, and he doesn't even recognize it's a problem. When they discount everything you've worked for because you've got someone white sitting beside you. Scott growled. Pops, Sean interjected, you haven't even given him a chance. I don't need to. Nathan's gaze burned into Scott. You're milk. He's oil. They don't mix. Scott wet his lips and folded his arms across his chest. You're going to apologize to him, or you'll never see me again. Or me. You'll break your mother's heart. No, you will. Scott clenched his jaws, muscles ticking. Scott and Sean were identical twins. When they were born, it was almost impossible to tell them apart, but as they grew, their features changed. Sean looked like his mother with rounder features, soft eyebrows, and a slender nose. Scott looked like his father. Across from the man who had raised him, the similarities were unmistakable. They shared the same wooden stare and impatient tick in their jawline. Neither used to hearing the word no, they had entered into a stalemate. Their horns were locked. The minutes dragged by as their positions remained unchanged. "Scott. Let's go," Sean broke the silence with soft words, squeezing his brother's shoulder. "We're wasting our time waiting for an old man to change. I'm going to go talk to Callie." Sean patted his brother's shoulder and went inside the kitchen, leaving Scott alone with their father. "You know, Dad, you can't ask for change if you're not going to either." Scott released his folded arms and stepped backwards away from his father. "I love you, but you're wrong." Scott didn't wait for a reply. Instead, he followed his brother inside, leaving Nathan alone beside the grill. "Do you think we should at least take food to go?" Adrien deposited his empty cup in the recycling, as Callie and Sean gathered their things. "I don't know. The only reason I'm taking some is because I made it," Sean muttered, frowning as he piled meat on a plastic plate. "Unless you want to scavenge for food, you should take a little." Callie grabbed a second plastic plate. "No. We're not taking any food," Scott snarled and looked at Adrien. "You ready?" "Why, yes." "Hang on. Let me cover this, and we can get out of here together." Sean wrapped aluminum foil around the plate, crumpling it on the underside for security. "You can stay if you want," Scott muttered. "No, man. Pops is being an ass, and if I stay, I'm supporting him. Besides, this isn't your fight, it's ours." "Yeah. Thank you for being supportive." Adrien bit his bottom lip as he glanced at Sean. "Well, honestly, he hasn't left me much of a choice anyway." Sean smiled. "I hope you're as crazy about him as he is about you." With a salute, Sean strolled out of the kitchen. The apples of Scott's cheeks colored, and his muscles tensed as goosebumps trickled over his skin, puckering his hair follicles and rooting him in place. "I am," Adrien promised, a smile tugging to his lips. His eyes softened when they met Scott's, and he grabbed the other man's hand. He slid his slender fingers between Scott's, squeezing his hand. "Why, yeah, it's time to go." Scott led them to the front door. Scott's fingers touched the cold brass knob. "Scott," Nathan called, jogging into the foyer, the no-man's land between the living room and the front door. Scott gripped the door handle, squeezed it in his strong hands before releasing it and turning to face his father. He puffed his chest out, straightened the column of his spine, and squared his shoulders. "What?" Adrien chewed his bottom lip, hazel eyes flicking to Nathan's face before focusing on the ground. The brown-skinned people mingling around them hushed their conversation from a roar to a low murmur. Nathan pursed his lips to a thin line. "What is it?" Scott broke the silence, rubbing his fingers over Adrien's knuckles and pulling him closer. "Mr. Davis," Nathan started. His words came slowly. "I apologize for us meeting on less than ideal terms." Scott's eyes narrowed. "Ah? Oh, okay." Adrien's cheeks burned. His pale skin turned a rich shade of red. "You are my sons," he paused as he chewed over his phrasing, "friend, so you are welcome here. Any time." Thank you." Adrien squirmed under Nathan's cold stare. "We'll see you, Dad." Scott yanked the front door open and stepped into the evening air. He stalked over to his vehicle, jumping in and slamming the door behind him. Tight fists twisted the leather steering wheel as he drove away from his parents' lavish estate, the gated community, and his father in heavy silence. Scott listened to the rush of air past the vehicle until they were 10 minutes from his home. He sighed. Adrien glanced at Scott out of the corner of his eyes. "You didn't have make him apologize." "Yeah, I did. His behavior was unacceptable." "I know, but what if we break up?" "It's a principle. Plus, I'm not planning on breaking up." Scott rolled into his driveway and parked his vehicle. "Anyway, I promised you a bath, didn't I?" "Why, yes." Adrien stared at Scott as he pulled the keys out of the ignition, hazel eyes filling with moisture and the excess pooling at the corners of his eyes. What? I've never. Adrien paused, shaking his head. Nothing. No, tell me. Scott reached across the middle console, fingers stroking along Adrian's cheek, down his jawline. What is it? This is new. This relationship. Is it? I mean, it's been a while now, hasn't it? At least 6 months, and unless we're waiting for the apocalypse, I'd say 6 months is a pretty long time. No, it is. Long enough for someone to decide what they want. Yes, I suppose so. And I want you. Ah, Adrien gasped. His voice cracked on more words. Water welled in his eyes, settling in his bottom lashes and clouding his vision. What I mean is I love you. Adrian's eyelids fluttered and tears striped his cheeks. His forehead wrinkled with his eyebrows. His face distorted as tears fell faster, coating his face and staining his shirt. Adrien wiped his eyes. Good or bad? Gee, good, he murmured, burying his face in his hands. All right. Scott's lips twitched into a smile, and he stretched across the seats, kissing his jawline. I'm going to go make your bath. Scott moved inside his house, leaving Adrien to sort out his feelings in the vehicle. He grabbed chilled wine and 2 glasses from the kitchen, before entering the master bedroom and changing into lounge clothes. He crouched beside the large, round porcelain bathtub as he mixed water temperatures and added sweet-smelling bath salts. Adrien entered the house some time later. Scott heard the front door open and close, and the soft creak of the master bedroom's door. He swirled his finger in the steamy water as Adrien tapped his nails on the bathroom door. Can I come in? Yeah, of course. Scott rubbed his hands down his thighs, hazarding a glance up at Adrien when he entered the bathroom. How are you feeling? Good. He hung on the doorframe, still fully dressed in fitted denim and long sleeves. I love you too. Adrien crossed the room and fell into Scott's arms, sealing his words with a kiss. Epilogue. The 3 couples stepped off the plane and into the muggy Hawaiian air. Ivy hung on Benny's arm. The diamond-studded ring on her finger, glistening in the evening sunlight. Sean wrapped an arm around Callie's waist, hoisting her carry-on bag over his shoulder. I think a Hawaiian sunset is the perfect backdrop for a romantic dinner, Callie hinted, doe eyes studying Sean's profile. I agree. I hope my man asks me out or something, Scott grinned, guiding Adrien down the jet bridge. Perhaps if you're lucky, he will. Adrien tugged the brim of his straw boater hat down, shading his hazel eyes. I think you have to put out, Scottie, Sean laughed. You should wear something revealing so he can see the goods before he makes a purchase, Benny offered, a slow grin spreading across his face. I'll keep both of those things in mind on date night, guys. Sure thing. Sean said. We're glad to help, Benny tipped his head. I am going to go ensure our rental vehicle is in place. Oh shit, yeah. Me too. Sean agreed, and they split apart. Benny and Sean went to the collection of local rental car companies, while the other 4 stopped in front of the whirling baggage claim. Okay, so I packed 4 bathing suits. Do you think 4 is enough? Callie quirked her eyebrows towards Ivy. 4? Just 4? Well, how many should I have packed? Ivy shrugged. I packed 7. 1 for each day of the week. Scott lofted one eyebrow. Are you always going to wear Monday's bathing suit on Monday? Since we're staying for a month. Yes, and quiet. Are you watching for the bags? I packed 7 as well. Adrien rested his carry-on bag on the ground beside his feet. Really? Scott grabbed one back off the conveyor belt. Indeed. They're cute too. They're not those terrible baggy swim trunks, they show a lot of leg and have a cut up the side. Ivy pointed out her bag to Scott, and he snatched it off the belt as well. Oh. Scott glanced down Adrien's body, examining his slender form. You'll see when we go to the beach, Adrien's best friend promised. The girls and Adrien discussed adding 3 more bathing suits to Callie's collection. Ivy wanted a flowy sheer cover-up, and Adrien needed something for his pale arms. When they had collected all the bags, they piled them into 2 rental cars and drove to the resort, checking into 3 adjacent rooms. Adrien and Scott checked into the room on the far right, and Adrien unpacked their suitcases, tucking their clothes into the dark oak dresser. "I want to see the swim trunks." Scott slipped up behind Adrien, kissing the curve of his neck. He nuzzled into Adrien, dotting kisses up to his jawline and resting his hands on his narrow hips. Adrien patted Scott's cheek. "Of course you do." "Are you going to show me?" "Perhaps later. The girls and I are going to the pool in about an hour." "Why?" "To talk about all the things we don't like about our men. And talk about weddings, periods, and honeymoons." "Hard pass." Scott pecked Adrien's cheek. "I'll go hang out with the boys." "And talk about weddings, what you don't like about us, and honeymoons?" "Probably." With another kiss, Adrien changed from his comfortable flight clothes to a pair of swim shorts and a loose tunic cover-up. Scott joined his brother and Benny at the bar on the first floor, and they chatted and watched live sports. Scott attended a conference the first week of their vacation, sitting next to Sean as a compelling speaker discussed potential innovations in health insurance. The speaker had tested a subscription-based model where the client paid the office monthly, rather than billing the insurance for every visit. He highlighted the pros and cons of the new method over the course of 2 days and left the last 3 days for question and answer sessions. Doctors and health professionals, insurance agents, and customers each had a day for questions. They left with packets of information, a short informational book, and seedlings of new ideas. "Dude, do you think there's a way we could offer this service somehow? It's kind of like implementing universal healthcare, but on a very small scale." Sean flipped through the information at the poolside, sipping his beer as he reviewed their notes. "I don't know. My first thought is yes, but it seems the most profitable to the doctor's office. They're trying to cut out the middleman, which is us. The insurance company." "Sure, but couldn't we develop something where we have a network of doctors who offer the service in connection with us?" "Sean, I don't know. You may have to sit this idea out." "Never. I need time to think. I'll crack it." Sean crunched his eyebrows together, gulping his beer and thumbing through all of the information again. Scott chuckled. "You're crazy." He sat up in his lounge chair, stretching his arms over his head. "Where are you going?" "Back to the room, maybe find Adrien and see what he's up to tonight." "Ah. And no. He's not in the room. He's out with people." "With people? You mean the girls?" Scott looked at his brother. "Yep. The girls." "Whatever." Scott stood. Sean bounced to his feet as well. "I need help figuring this thing out. Just 2 more hours of thinking, then you're free." "Really?" "No." "Seriously? You're going to leave me here thinking about this, so you can go check if Adrien's in the room?" "Yes? You don't need anything. I'm your brother. Bros before?" Scott arched an eyebrow. "Bros before awesome boyfriends." "No, but really stay here." "You tell me why, and I'll stay here." "Okay, well. He had a situation with the room. He's okay now, but the maintenance people couldn't come until late and said they wouldn't be done until another hour at least." "Fine, but why didn't he text me?" "He said he tried. Maybe your phone's messed up. You insist on using a local carrier, after all." Sean shrugged his shoulders and flashed his brother a smile. "Aha. He did say something about not feeling quite right after the other day." "Yeah." Sean slipped his hands into his pockets and eased back down on his lounge chair. "So back to this project." "Sure, I guess." Sean ordered a round of drinks for them both and squinted at his notes again. He opened and closed his mouth several times before looking up at Scott. What if it was a network of doctors and they paid a monthly subscription to everyone, and we took out a simple finder's fee for organizing it all? But the doctors don't make anything. How is it good for them exactly? What's the incentive? Maybe it's a low-cost 501c3 program, for people who wouldn't ordinarily be able to afford healthcare. Still brings me back to my original question. It counts as a donation for taxes? Sean winced. Okay, maybe. Scott sat back as their drinks were delivered and sipped a clear liquid as Sean continued brainstorming. After an hour, Sean had plenty of ideas scrawled in the margins of the conference handouts. Scott had an empty glass next to his thick fingers. He traced the rim of the glass while Sean breezed through the condensed list of possible ideas. What do you think? I think I'm going back to my room now. You've had enough brainstorming for one night. Go find Callie. Well, I'm getting damn close to working this out, and you're going to abandon me now? Yes, I am, Scott confirmed, standing again. Have a good night, okay? Yeah, sure. Scott chuckled, shaking his head and scooping up his empty glass. He deposited the glass on the bar counter, jogging back to his lavish hotel room. He slipped the keycard into the door and pushed it open. Hey, Adrien. How are you feeling? Scott called through the dimly lit front room. What? The soft thump of Adrian's footsteps grew louder. I am fine. He entered the front hallway wearing a pair of loose shorts. A sleeveless shirt hung on his bony shoulders, and his golden hair licked at his pale, exposed skin. Sean said you weren't feeling well? Adrien chewed his bottom lip. I'm fine. The light in his hazel eyes dulled, and he glanced back into the room. I told him to distract you. Oh, he did. He's obsessed with this subscription-based healthcare idea. He has about 6 different options he wants to run by Jared and Dennis when we get back. Wait. Why did you want me distracted? Because I wanted to do something without you realizing what I was doing. You defined the nature of being distracted. Correct? What was he distracting me from? Adrien flashed Scott a smile, then turned his back to him and disappeared in the main body of their room. The front hallway opened to an open concept space. Adrien led Scott past the round dark oak table and the L-shaped couch to the sliding glass door. On their outside balcony, place settings for 2 had been prepared with candles in the center of the table and a bottle of chilled wine to the side. Nice, Scott murmured, silent for a few long moments before he looked at Adrien. Scott, we've been together for a little less than a year, and I know our anniversary is coming up very soon. You do not have to do anything for it if you don't want to, but I wanted to celebrate another day. Okay. Should I sit? No, stand and be serious, please. Okay, sorry. A youthful grin touched Scott's face. Go on, please. I wanted to celebrate our first kiss. Adrien stepped closer to Scott, because until that point, I was unsure if I would ever find someone who understood my disease and its limitations. I'm exhausted and tired. Most days, I barely have the energy to eat, let alone do anything one would consider fun. Yeah, Scott murmured, lacing his fingers with Adrien's. He squeezed his hands. When we met, I was worried you would change your mind if you knew my story, but when you kissed me in the hospital, everything changed. Adrien squeezed Scott's hands in return, tipping his chin up to Scott's square face. I felt desired again, like someone wanted to be close and intimate with me, and not the version of me who looks normal. I've learned to recognize certain looks in people's eyes. Disgust. Pity. But in yours, I never saw those things. Even at my worst, when I was receiving fluids from an intravenous cord, those feelings weren't there. I just Adrien gestured to the table. I wanted to let you know how much our first kiss meant to me. Scott glanced at the table, then back at Adrien. His eyes roamed over his face. Say something, Adrien whispered. I want to take you to bed. Are you going to make me eat first? What? And no. Adrien's eyelids fluttered, blinking back a wash of tears from his eyes. Good, because I'm not hungry for food. Scott raked his fingers through Adrien's hair, nails scraping his scalp. One strong hand settled at the back of Adrien's neck, and Scott pulled him into a gentle kiss. Scott's soft lips pressed into Adrien's. A chaste kiss at first, and then his tongue slid past 2 pairs of lips into Adrien's mouth, greeting his tongue with a soft caress. Scott's other hand skated down Adrian's side, gripping his hip roughly at first before his touch relaxed, and he guided their hips together. Adrien moaned against Scott's lips, ending the kiss with a soft bite and musical giggle. What are you hungry for? Adrian's lips quirked into a shadowy smile. His warm breath tickled Scott's stubbled cheek. You, of course. After his declaration, Scott slipped his hands under Adrian's shirt, fingers walking up his body, as he peeled the shirt over the other man's head and tossed it to the side. Figures, Adrien rumbled, hugging Scott's shirt off. They fumbled with each other's bottoms, stumbling back inside the hotel, and Scott lavished affection to any newly revealed skin. Adrien stepped out of his shorts. Scott nibbled his pale shoulders, rough hands roaming over his taut ass and sharp hips. He shoved his lounge pants down his muscular thighs, cock-slapping his belly as his feet tangled in them. Adrien collapsed against the bedroom door, nails clawing Scott's shoulders. I want you to fuck me, he purred, curling one skinny leg around Scott's torso. Yeah? Scott twisted the knob to the bedroom door, and the door swung open. Let me get protection. While Scott dug through the dresser, Adrien stretched over the bed, folding his legs together. Scott tossed the strip of gold packages on the bed and crawled over Adrien, grabbing his face for another kiss. I love you. I love you too, Adrien exhaled.